Chapter 30, King of the People. A mountain clan named Son of the Earth had gathered in a large cave, warming themselves within its depths. They numbered 37 and were a budding community that had prospered from the instability of Lisa Tully's reign and the Lannister rebellion. Having raided a small village, they were decently well off. However, their fortune ended that night. Rain. Eureka, the chieftain, took a deep breath as he observed the pouring rain outside the cave. The clouds were ominously dark, and a deep mist covered the world. He could barely see his own outstretched hand. The weather's been shit for days. Garlug, his right-hand man, remarked. It must be a sign from the Earth God. A sign, yes, but not from an Earth God. Lightning suddenly struck, deafening them to the descent of half a dozen men. They drew their swords and impaled the clansmen standing guard. What followed was an absolute slaughter, as many of the remaining clansmen were fast asleep when a dozen combatants with the finest castle-forged steel came upon them. Towards the end, there was something akin to a struggle, but Edric shot most of them down. In the end, only 5 women/older girls and 3 boys remained. We were taken from our villages, my lord, don't hurt us. We won't. Edric gave them a reassuring smile. Our only goal is to bring an end to the unlawful mountain clans. As long as you don't willingly aid them, there is no reason for us to act against you. What about the boys? Sandor Clegane questioned. What do you want to do with them? They all looked between the ages of 5 and 8 and seemed innocent by all accounts. They didn't choose to be born in such an environment. There was a good chance that the cycle of their ancestors could be broken under the right hand. Even though he personally did not care whether they lived or died, it would be rather unsightly for him to abandon or even kill them. We will find them a village to be raised in. Before he left, Edric had them gather up all the weapons before secretly storing them within himself. Even though they were of poor quality, weapons were still weapons. Who knows when they might come in handy? Edric was the type of person to loot every corpse in an RPG, even if the loot itself was relatively worthless. Edric's POV. Despite being mountainous, the Vale of Arryn had surprisingly fertile soil with plenty of rivers and lakes. It was an unforgiving land that was wondrously beautiful in its own way. Finding a local village was relatively easy, with directions from the Vale Knights and freed women. It was average in size, having about 200 people. I saw a few burned buildings to the side, meaning they likely were raided recently. A lot of the males were either boys or elderly men. The same went for the females, from what I could see. It's the Knights of the Vale. The 4 knights held their heads high as they rode along with their mules. The villagers seemed quite joyous seeing their honorable protectors show up for once. I led the group with my slightly tattered golden Baratheon cape and stag-horned helmet. Be honored, you are all in the presence of His Grace, King Edric of the House Baratheon. Sir Aaron announced with a tone that seemed almost pretentious to me. Who was he trying to impress? The king. An elderly man looked at me with weary eyes. What can this humble village do to serve? A roof to cover our heads, a fire to keep us warm and some food to fill our bellies, I replied with a slight smile. In turn, we offer protection from mountain clans and the like. Protection. The man seemed to frown for a moment. You are more than welcome, Your Grace. Is that really the king? One of the kids looked at me with his wide blue eyes. Don't they wear big shiny crowns? What are those knights with the white cloaks? Is that a bough of golden wood? Kings did not visit these lands often, it would seem, or rather, they never did. Not in recent memory, at least. This made my entrance seem like a figure out of mythology emerging for the first time in 1,000 years. We settled down relatively comfortably as the villagers offered the finest hospitality they could. The elderly man seemed to be the leader due to his seniority and wisdom. After filling my stomach, I decided to approach him. How has this village been in recent times? Well enough, until the Knights of the Vale left us to fend for ourselves, as they tend to do. The elder spoke with a bitter tone. We are always at the mercy of those outlaws, the beasts who live in the mountains. They kill our men, take our women and anything else they might fancy. Fend for themselves. His speech unintentionally made me recall something from my first childhood. Good ol' warband. Turns out that all my looted weapons would have a use. That's why I've chosen to raise arms against every mountain clan myself, I spoke confidently. So that these tragedies may never happen again. Just you and 11 knights. The elder blinked, almost laughing at me. You should have brought a proper army. So that they could run and hide as they do when Knights of the Vale come riding down? A large army would be unnecessarily costly, slow, and notably less efficient than the party of skilled warriors I have with me. 12 men will still not be enough. The elder countered. Even if you somehow put down most of the mountain clans, more would come in their place over time. It might be true that 12 is not enough. If we were surrounded by one of the larger or multiple mountain clans, leaving unscathed would not be likely. I nodded. So. I have a question for you, elder. Would you want your village to be at the mercy of mountain clans years after your death, always depending on the will of others to protect these people? What are you saying? He raised an eyebrow. If each capable man here had a sword and knew how to use it, would the mountain clans try their luck? Not without losing an arm and a leg, I answered him, shaking my head. I swear I will crush all the mountain clans I can find, however, I cannot end the practice entirely. Not alone. Indeed, in time, new clans might rise where the old fell. When that time comes, would it not be better if the men here could stand for themselves in the absence of Vale Knights? It would. He nodded. But, the Lords of the Vale refuse to give us weapons to arm ourselves. They say we have no use for swords because of their protection. I am no Lord of the Vale. I smiled slightly. I am king. On the morrow, I gathered the villagers for an announcement. Of course, an inspiring speech was due before enacting my plan. A spark that would light the embers in their hearts, or so, that was my intention. How many of you have suffered at the hands of raiders, outlaws and mountain clans? I questioned, looking across the crowd. There were many nods, and some raised hands. Those bastards, they took my wife. They killed my poor sons. My loving husband died fighting them. Several more testaments followed, where the general disgust for the mountain clans was made very much evident. Just as clear, was their anger. Anger which could turn into action and put swords into men's hands. What good is anger, sorrow, disgust, if no change comes from it, if nothing is done about it? If you all continue as you did before, you will be ravaged, again and again and again, until there is nothing left. But, you are meant to protect us. That I will. I nodded. However, I cannot protect you forever. You have anger, hatred, for the mountain clans, do you not? They've taken your daughters, wives, and sisters for themselves, they've killed your sons, brothers, friends, and husbands and burned your homes down to the ground. Men of Mistwood, have you no pride, no anger, no strength? No, we do. Then, fight. I drew my sword, raising it to the sky. Thunder boomed in the skies at my call. Fight to protect what is precious to you. Never be trampled by those cowardly dogs ever again. There was a wave of triumphant cheers as if they had already won some great battle. However, one man did emerge from the crowd to question me. How will we do that? With pitchforks and knives? No. I will give you the very same weapons that they use. Swords, axes, spears, bows and shields. Though I doubt most of you know how to use them properly, that will not be true for long. I turned to my companions. Some of the greatest and most skilled warriors in the 7 kingdoms will be teaching you how to fight. Learn from them and treasure every moment. Once it is all said and done, those mountain clans would rather piss themselves and run away rather than face any of you. There were only 37 able-bodied men, including older boys. It used to be more than triple that in the past until the mountain clans began upping their game. Alas, 37 wasn't awful. If they were appropriately taught and prepared to fight, odds were that the smaller mountain clans wouldn't have an easy time at all. I prepared the looted weapons and put the villagers through rather rigorous training regimes. Of course, they still had work to do, so I made my companions help in that department. Hell, even I did some work on the farm. It was good exercise, if anything. It started feeling like I was some guy in Bannerlord trying to make my way in the world, except I was king. Imagine if people knew that the prestigious King's Guard were helping carry buckets around for some random villagers. I managed to find a family for the boys from the mountain clan and found homes for the kidnapped women to settle down. After a long day of work, I walked off into the woods to scout alone. It was one of the closest places I could talk with Raiden Shogun without getting claims of schizophrenia. The village itself was pretty cramped, especially the homes. Many of them were just one big room. Your way of ruling is far different from mine, Raiden Shogun remarked. Is that a bad thing? I glanced at her. Not at all. She looked down for a moment. Where they have lost hope and given into the darkness, you've given them fire and lit a way forward. Not only have you given them a shield, but you also gave them the will and ability to stand for themselves. There was a quote in my world, "Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day," I remarked, smiling slightly. Teach a man how to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Whoever said that must have been wise. She nodded. Even so, won't this independence undermine the value of your Vale lords and knights? It's not my fault they suck at their duties. I shrugged. If the nobles can't protect them adequately, then they should be taught to be able to defend themselves. Long-term sustainability, she remarked. Ideally, the boys will one day be holding it down for the village when they become men. Unless the village is burnt down by an even greater force. There won't be any once I'm done here, I replied. Though this act was mainly to gain experience, I found it strangely satisfying. I couldn't quite put my finger on why, however. It may have had something to do with all the hundreds of hours I had poured into Bannerlord, and seeing it come to life. It may have something to do with me going out and exploring lands I wouldn't have even dreamt of before. Riding with skilled companions like some knight, aiding those who had encountered misfortune and putting down outlaws. I chuckled. Whatever the case, part of me still was a child, living his old dream. Don't all lies have a little truth to them, Raiden? I questioned. A believable lie would. Why would you ask that, however? Are good deeds done for selfish intentions still good? I asked another question. It truly depends on the intentions. She replied, tilting her head. Yet, a good deed will always be seen as commendable and remembered in that light. I suppose wanting to prevent an apocalypse can be seen as good either way. I smiled slightly. I went on to look for signs of any mountain clan activity nearby, finding nothing recent. Though my little journey was mostly fruitless, I did catch a few smaller animals for food. 3 weeks went by as I sharpened my skills, oversaw the training of the villagers and building of fresh defenses, namely a palisade, and established a stronger connection with the people. They grew to admire me, especially the youths. It seemed like each and every one of them sought to be a great warrior who could protect their family and village. After a day of work, I sat by a tree and watched the villagers go about their evening. Even I grew fond of the village itself, a little. This sense of community, where everyone works to help each other, was heartwarming in a way. You would rarely see it in a modern society, advanced as it was. As soon as it came to paying for the misfortunes of another, many would turn away. The hound was by my side, his expression not quite as stern and vexed as usual. He had been one of the better workers in my group, partially due to his physicals, but he was also willing to do more as well. He reminded me of myself, a little. So this is what happens when a bastard becomes king. he remarked. Never thought the King's Guard would be picking some Vale peasant's shit. Hat. I chuckled. Suppose so. Do you see it as wrong? The King's Guard are doing as their king commands. He replied simply. Their pretty white cloaks will not look any prettier, but they will know how it is to be a more simple man. A good lesson for some of them. I'm not so sure Flower Boy likes it, however. I remarked. He hasn't had Renly's cock up his arse in almost 2 moons, that's why. Sander scoffed. I chuckled. Never change, hound, just don't say it to his face. Right as I was about to leave, a blonde-haired girl approached me. She had been one of the girls who I had rescued previously. Her blue eyes sized me up, briefly glancing at the hound before turning right back to me. He wasn't the prettiest sight. She seemed to hesitate for some reason, though I suspected why. My lord, your grace. I raised an eyebrow. Yes. I was wondering, if you would want to spend some time together? I know you're always busy doing something. Bugger off. The hound waved his hand. The king is promised to a nasty little wolf lady already. Little wolf lady. She blinked. Yes, and she will come and eat you in the night, limb by limb if you pester him any longer. The hound sounded almost serious. She seemed to believe him and ran off rather quickly. You're a rude dog, I smiled slightly. Saved you the time of kindly explaining why the king can't fall for a peasant girl that was raped by a mountain clan and has one of their babies inside of her. True enough. I decided to get a nice, long sleep tonight before leaving the village the following morning. Bing! 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 Your Grace! Your Grace! I felt a strong arm pushing my shoulder back and forth. I slowly opened my eyes, and the alarm bell made me realize exactly what had happened. We're under attack. I questioned, looking up at Arthur. Yes, there are dozens and dozens of clansmen, perhaps even more than 100. Go out and help the villagers defend themselves, I'll arm myself and join the fighting. He nodded, turning away. I heard the distinguished draw of nightfall, the Valyrian steel blade singing for blood. This is what it all comes down to. It was time to complete the quest and see if the villagers had learned anything. Chapter 31, Defense of Mistwood. More clansmen charged out under the darkness of the night sky and from the green leaves of the forests. They sprinted where the palisade walls were not complete, stopped by the spears, shields, rocks and arrows of the villagers. They were as relentless as hungry dogs that saw fresh meat, however, and began to force the issue. Dirty fucking beggars! Sander cursed as the clansmen began to leak through the left flank. He walked over and pushed the struggling villager to the side before clashing against a mountain clanner. He smashed his head against his head, which made the man stagger back in shock. The hound drove his sword through the outlaw's chest without hesitation, pushing him down to the ground with his free hand. Clang! Not even a split second later, he was faced with another, no, 3 of them. Their sheer numbers had overwhelmed most of the ordinary villagers, and seeing some of them die led to their courage wavering. Make way! Arthur shouted, riding towards the line with his horse. He was followed by Sir Loras, Garland, Mandan, and the 4 Vale Knights who had formed a wedge formation behind him. The villagers retreated to the side, letting the knights ride straight into the wall of clansmen. Clong! Their horses charged right through, with 5 clansmen dying to lances alone and another 2 to Arthur's nightfall. Quite a few clansmen retreated, not wishing to be trampled. Surround the horses! Their leader, Baydog, roared as he swung his massive club at Sir Loras' horse. He struck its head directly, which made the mare rear back in pain. Loras was unable to concentrate, to which Baydog smashed his club against the horse once more, leading to it falling to the ground along with Loras. Loras pushed the horse off himself, but not quickly enough. Baydog was already on him, wooden club raised. Slash! In the blink of an eye, a charging knight separated the lower half of his left arm from the rest. By the time he had blinked, the knight had turned his horse to face him and extended the sword's black glow. Slash! His head rolled off so quickly. It was like a flame to paper. "Come on, Flower Knight." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Get your ass off the grass." Loras drew his sword, taking on the two combatants that charged him. Arthur turned his attention elsewhere, riding to slash away at the archers. With Edric's mounted troops riding out of the village and flanking the mountain clanners, there was less pressure on the defences. However, they still greatly outnumbered them and chose to force the issue on the main line of defence. The Hound had already put down 10 while Sir Balon shot down another 7, but only more came to replace them. He was forced to take steps back, and so were the rest of the villagers. Their line was on the brink of collapse as more fell to the clansmen. The earth suddenly rumbled. Was it a heavy stallion? The judgment of the gods? No. It was a horned demon charging at full speed, with the colossal warhammer in hand. "With me!" His voice boomed like thunder and rallied the retreating villagers like a metal chain. He charged right in, his eyes sparking purple with power. Bang! His first swing smashed right into one man's head like a collapsing boulder, brutally crushing it along with his helmet. The next tried to swing at him with a sword, but he weaved out of the way, smashing his warhammer into his shoulder. He swiftly followed up with a thunderous blow into the abdomen. That man was dead. Seeing the mighty fury of their golden-caped, stag-horned, and fearless king, the rest of the villagers swiftly rallied to his side. Whether they were able to fight or not, everyone contributed. From atop the palisade walls, Sir Balon shot down more of them alongside his archers. Women and children threw down stones of various sizes to distract them or even cause some damage. Edric strong-armed the vanguard alongside the Hound, aiding the villagers who needed it and terrifying his enemies with mighty warhammer blow after mighty warhammer blow. Meanwhile, the knights continued to slaughter the flanks of the clansmen. Their numbers fell and fell. "Send these fucking dogs packing!" Edric's roar boomed like thunder, inspiring his people and terrifying the clansmen. They roared with him, feeling their blood rush with lust for blood as he did. Suddenly, these men were not ordinary men at all, they were demons armed with swords, spears and axes. And these demons knew no mercy. When they began to retreat, it was too late. The clansmen were hunted down like rodents, put down by the armed villagers and knights. By the end, corpses littered the entrance of Mistwood. The grass had gone dry red with blood. Heavy rain reduced the stench, but it was strong regardless. Edric stood at the center of it all, over the corpses of his trampled foes, helmet and warhammer in hand, as the rain poured down his face. The once eager villagers lost their adrenaline, beginning to mourn over the fallen. "Every great victory comes at the loss of good men," Edric spoke softly, garnering the attention of all those around him. "Honor them and their sacrifice by cherishing the life they fought for. Cry, weep and mourn, but do not forget your smiles and cheers. That is what the fallen would have wanted." After his speech, Edric put on his helmet and returned to the village, where a second dinner was due after all the fighting. Despite the losses, the villagers found joy in their victory. Without their training and the defences they had built, they would have been trampled by the mountain clan that had been 150 strong. Of course, another factor was their heroic king, who looked like the warrior brought to life with warhammer in hand, and his heroic knights. They were celebrated by everyone heartily. "You have my thanks, Sir Arthur," Loras suddenly stated as they ate. "What sworn brother of the King's Guard would I be if I let you fall to some stinking mountain clansman?" Arthur countered, smiling slightly. "Sir Garland would never forgive me." Loras. You need to be more careful," Garland added. "You had me worried there, little brother." "I will be." Loras nodded. "Don't you worry. You saying that makes me worry even more." Garland smiled. "Truthfully, these mountain clans pose little danger even with greater numbers. Their stone axes are only fit to shave sheep and could only dream of penetrating plate. Except, giants like the one who came up on you. Next time, aim for his head with your lance first. That will put him down. I'll take note of your advice. Loras nodded. After the battle, we would spend another week ensuring everything was perfect. The palisade wall was complete, along with a wooden gate that would be the sole entrance and serve as a barricade in case of an attack. I went out for a little hunt with Arthur, who looked in good spirits. Your Grace. You don't need to call me that fancy title when no one else is around, I stated. I hear enough of it already. Understood. He nodded. I just wanted to say that, this time has been insightful. Defending the young, innocent, and those who cannot protect themselves, serving justice, fighting bravely and completing all tasks necessary of me, no matter how hard or humble or dangerous they might be. It's the first time in my life that I've felt I'm living up to what a true knight should be. That's good. I nodded, smiling slightly. Though, you have been brave before. You fulfilled those other vows before as well, albeit less directly. You are a little harsh on yourself. I am chasing the ghost of Dawn, Arthur admitted, smiling. How could I not be harsh on myself? Chasing the ghost. If you seek to be the best, you should not aim to chase anyone. Take inspiration from the deeds of great knights, take note of their techniques and learn from them, but don't chase. I spoke, shaking my head. If you truly want to be the greatest knight to ever take breath, you need to carve your own path. Your own legend. Not as Sir Arthur II, his shadow, but as yourself, Sir Arthur, the Knight of Nightfall. You're wise as ever, Edric. Arthur smiled, nodding. I'll try to live up to the name that you've given me. There is no try. I countered almost instantly, channeling my inner Yoda. You either do it, or you don't. Then. I'll do it. He nodded with more confidence this time. Good. I smiled, patting his shoulder. I know you have it in you. His brown eyes had a slight amber turn, as if they were burning. Does that count as a royal command? Consider it one. I chuckled. If nightfall does not eclipse dawn by the end of my life, you will have failed me. Very well. Arthur nodded with a rather serious expression, turning away. I have a long way to go. That, you do. I noticed a pure white falcon looking at me from a tree trunk. It was bloody huge for a bird. It's not nice to eavesdrop. On the way out, we were accompanied by practically every last one of the villagers. I acted with courtesy and talked with everyone. Then, 5 youths stepped forward. We want to keep fighting. I raised an eyebrow. Fighting? The mountain clansmen. He replied. Not just them. I want to be a knight. I want to fight for you, your grace. Another added, looking at my knights and then at me. Please. I looked behind them. You all have families to help care for, no? If we all work together, it should be no trouble, your grace. The elder reassured me. If you can, grant the dream of these boys. Let them see the endless fields of green, the castles and the capital where all kinds of folk gather. Let them defend the people who can't defend themselves, as they did before and strive to do again. Very well. I nodded, looking back at them. I will take you boys under my wing. The funny thing was that all of them were technically older than me, though, they certainly did not look it. Regardless, my little warband was growing. Edric began taking a more offensive approach to the mountain clans, tracking them down and eliminating every member in sight except those strung along by their barbaric ways. Sometimes, he'd approach a hideout alone and shoot every member dead with just his arrows. At other times, he fired from absurd distances that left everyone baffled, the ghosts included. Once, he stormed a hideout with his knights, and they surrendered almost immediately. He chose to recruit them temporarily, leading them against the rival mountain clans and the more prominent clans after gaining intel on their whereabouts. These incursions were absurdly dangerous, ensuring they died off one after the other. Only the strongest of them survived. Edric began to see potential in recruiting clansmen to kill each other, doing so more often. His warband continued to grow and grow, expanding to 100 and then even 200. His efforts spread so much fear that the remaining mountain clans put aside their grudges and united to destroy the Horned Demon. They numbered nearly 700 and began raiding local villages. Though, this alliance was exactly what Edric wanted, and it would not last long. Their strength had been hiding from the Vale Knights in the mountains with their small numbers, but a group this large, in open fields? Checkmate. Or barbecue chicken if you're Shaq. The clansmen had charged into Mistwood, of all places, smashing their axes against its wooden gate. Shoo! 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 Some of the clansmen turned, seeing 3 of their comrades fall. They looked back and saw a daunting figure atop a hill. His figure shined under the radiance of the sun, blinding them. The shadow of his horned helmet loomed large while the golden cape at his side fluttered wildly. All so nicely cramped together. He drew one arrow, except this would be not like the rest. His eyes glowed purple as he channeled his storm magic. The wind curled around his bow, and the entire arrow began to light up with purple lightning. Crack! He let it fly, and the lightning of the skies followed their lord's arrow. Chapter 32, As High as Honor. Boom! Where the arrow landed, a line of lightning followed, scorching nearly 50 men. The sight, naturally, terrified the mountain clans. The being who stood at the top of the hill, did not look human. His arrows kept soaring down, killing a man with each. Almost like a hive mind, they determined that he was the greatest threat, and moved away from Mistwood. He remained atop the hill, killing 20 men before loading another lightning arrow. He let it fly straight into the sky. It soared swiftly before beginning its descent, and plummeting down like a shooting star. Boom! It exploded into a chain of lightning, zapping everything near it. Another 30 men met their end in the blink of an eye. He continued using normal arrows, picking the ones closest to him. If anything, the men were stubborn. By the time they had come close to the hill, 120 of them had fallen to Edric alone. But, he was not alone. Slaughter them! Edric ordered his own warband to charge, who had been waiting on the other side of the hill. They charged down and took advantage of the high ground, bashing into the opposing men. Edric, all the while, continued to pick them off in the background. With the knights leading the vanguard, the mountain clans didn't stand much of a chance, despite having more significant numbers. The opposing forces began to surround Edric's men, using their numbers. Edric began to hunt heads, aiming for the big ones who tended to be leaders. Even though his knights were carving through them, his own mountain clansmen were not all that impressive against their kind, and began to collapse. 200 became 150. Though, the opposing force had dwindled to 480. Edric continued to shoot arrows as swiftly as his body let him, enhancing himself with the storm. In turn, the weather began to reflect the rage in his heart. Thunder cracked in the skies, and rain poured down. Rough winds emerged, strong enough to throw men to the ground involuntarily. These winds targeted the opposing force, granting him a great advantage. Almost in the blink of an eye, the mountain clans had lost 50 men. The battle continued to rage, with blood spilt on both sides. Edric began to grow noticeably weary as his firing speed decreased. The heavy use of storm magic had caught up with him. His forces numbered less than 80 against 350. Edric, you are too weak to continue this battle, and your forces will soon be overrun. Raiden Shogun stated, looking at him. Retreat? No. I have them right where I want them. Only a little longer. He took a deep breath. We have to hold them. However, his ranks were utterly collapsing, and his archery alone couldn't stop the bleeding. He decided to draw his warhammer and take to the field directly, joining the left flank. Bang! 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 He began crushing through men, one after the other. Like a frenzied animal, he dodged their attacks and countered with fatal blows. His warhammer grew heavy, so he returned it to his inventory and began using his castle-forged steel sword. Slash! 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 He cut through 5 men consecutively, seeing only red. Enemies, enemies to kill. A mix of killing instinct and hyper-focus fueled his body forward, turning him into a walking killing machine. He drew his throwing knives and threw them around, killing another 8 with lethal accuracy. He grabbed an axe off the ground and tossed it right into a man's exposed head. Die! 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 Edric roared, slicing a man's throat open before dancing with another. He overwhelmed him with a precise combination, slicing his hand and then driving his sword straight into the man's chest. The left flank rallied behind their invincible demon, beginning to fight with the same fury that possessed him. Despite being heavily outnumbered, they were carving through the mountain clan ranks. It was as if each man had become the worth of 10. Meanwhile, the mountain clans began expanding outwards through the right flank, completely surrounding Edric's forces. "Edric, save yourself," Raiden stated, almost pleading. "You are pushing too much, not even you can handle this level of strain." A warrior struck his axe against Edric's armor, hardly doing anything. That tickled. Edric laughed, grabbing his axe and disarming the man. He then used his axe against him, cleaving into the man. He heard a scream and turned to the side, seeing Garland Tyrell fall. Most of his king's guard seemed to have sustained wounds, and 3 Vale Knights had fallen. 3 of his young village recruits had also died. Edric's rage only grew as his sword lit up with lightning. Mountain dogs! One clansman tried to slash Edric with his axe, but he sliced his head right off with one simple gesture. Lightning cracked over the darkening sky, and the shadow of a black stag loomed over the world. He began his charge to the center, carving a path of lightning and blood through the opposing outlaws. When he finally reached them, he cut through the surrounding clansmen, saving his men. Then he saw it in the distance. The shaking of the earth, the horses, the shining plate armor peeking through the forests. The banners raised high. Fucking finally! Sander took a sigh of relief. Edric's anger did not subside, however. They continued to hold their ground until the Vale's reinforcements clashed against the flank of the mountain clansmen and thoroughly destroyed them. They aided Edric's forces and routed the rest. They continued to chase down the mountain clans, slaughtering all of them. Edric stood in a waterfall of rain, dropping his helmet. "What took so long?" he questioned, seeking an answer as he sounded awfully calm for a moment. "We did not think they would attack so soon, Your Grace." Gilwood Hunter bowed his head. "Forgive us for the losses you've suffered." "Ha ha ha." Edric laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Your Grace, are you all right?" Arthur approached, holding his right arm. "Your incompetence is glaring." Edric's eyes glowed an unforgiving purple. "Not only do I have to kill your outlaws myself because none of you seem to be capable enough to hunt them down, not only do I have to arm the villagers who have no means of defending themselves, but I managed to gather the rest of them on a single field. No hiding, no mountains, no forests, an open fucking field. And what did you do? Take your sweet fucking time." Edric looked around. "My judgment tells me to take the heads of every lord responsible and replace them with men who. His Grace is unwell from the long battle." Arthur interrupted, stepping in front of him. "Please do not pay heed to anything he says." Edric touched his head. "Fuck's sake." He collapsed from exhaustion. Edric's campaign against the mountain clans would draw to a close after nearly 4 moons of conflict, with all the major mountain clans being put to the sword. News of his great deeds would spread like wildfire, from sniffing out even the most well-hidden mountain clans to forcing all the major clans to rally against him from sheer fear, which led to them being crushed in the open field under his orders. Among the small folk of the Lower Vale, he was a figure akin to a legend. Someone who put down a scourge that had tortured the region for generations, practically alone. Even the lords were grateful they wouldn't have to deal with those bastards anymore. I felt like absolute dog shit after the battle. Riding all the way to the Castle of Sky was difficult, though a girl called Maya Stone made it easier. She knew almost every shortcut and the most straightforward path along the Giant's Lance. You, like her. I glanced at Arthur, chuckling. Don't spread baseless gossip, Your Grace. Arthur denied, shaking his head. I am a sworn brother of the King's Guard. I smiled slightly. I didn't castrate you when I put the white cloak around you, did I? No. So it's perfectly normal to like girls. I shrugged. The oath doesn't say you can't have a heart. Even so, it would only burden me. I'll admit, she does have a certain charm, I remarked, ignoring his statement. Did you know, she's my big sister? Your, what? Arthur's eyes widened. Robert's firstborn, from his time at the Vale, I explained. It is somewhat openly known, though it seems that she is not aware, or perhaps doesn't pay much attention to it. Perhaps it's better not to know, Arthur stated. I think otherwise. I smiled, shaking my head. These bastards from Robert, they are my truest brothers and sisters. We share the blood of Robert Baratheon and possess great gifts that others do not, as you can see. I should like to keep them close if I can. I see. You didn't grow up with any siblings. Arthur remarked. It must be nice knowing you have so many, in a way. Yet. I chuckled. All thanks to my father's ability to drink and fuck whatever he liked. We kept riding on, reaching the Castle of Sky. I dismounted from my mule and watched the gate open. Jon Royce had been waiting with the good news, though I knew full well what he had to say. The Eyrie has fallen, Your Grace. The men garrisoned there had a change of heart and rallied to your cause a moon ago, leading to a brutal battle within the Eyrie. Led by Sir Harold Harding, the men loyal to you emerged victorious and imprisoned Lady Lisa in her own stronghold. Good, let's not idle further and ascend to the Eyrie. I took the high seat in the high hall, overseeing Lisa Oren's trial. I allowed Arya to sit down on the second lesser seat, where it was tradition for the consort to sit. Lisa was brought out at the center of the hall by the Knights of the Vale, struggling angrily. Murderer! She muttered, staring at me. Murderer! Murderer of whom? I questioned, raising an eyebrow. Sweet Peter, you had no right to kill him. Oh, Sweet Peter, is it? I tilted my head. You sound most fond of him, Lady Oren. I grew up with him. You, what? I questioned. By all accounts, Peter Baelish is a man who committed many forms of treason throughout his time. A man who selfishly used his station as Master of Coin to siphon gold for himself. Not to mention his plotting, what part of that makes me a murderer? Your love for him? No, Lisa shook her head. Her mind certainly wasn't in the right place. So you did not love him? I stroked my chin. How strange, what even is your reason for standing against me? You're a bastard, a lying, little, bastard who twists the truth. What truth have I twisted? I blinked with a confused expression. She was the type of woman you could not win a debate with. Not because she was always right, but because she would never stop talking. Everything, everything. She shouted. You showed mercy to the Lannisters, who killed my husband. You unjustly took the life of Peter and forced your way into the Eyrie. You are no king, you're just a bastard with a crown. No one in the hall looked convinced of her words, just looking at her like she was some crazy woman, which she is. I sighed. Even now, you object to my rule. Your rule. She laughed. There is nothing to object to. Arya looked at her. You're such an idiot, just bend the knee. You don't have to die. No, he would only separate me from sweet Robin. What is a life without him? Then there is truly nothing that can be done. I acted like it was unfortunate, slowly standing up. I walked down to the center along the stairs. My enemies who fall to their knees the first time and learn to bow their head can be raised from the ground. However, the enemies who fall to their knees and refuse to bow, they will never be allowed to rise again. I stared at Lisa Oren before glancing at the moon door. Open it. The knights by the door removed the bars, and the heavy wind thrust the door open. I grabbed her hand and forced her along despite her protests. She tried pushing me through the door, but I kept steady, despite feeling weary. She was a weak woman, and I could easily overpower her despite my lack of energy. With a simple twist, I turned her toward the door. Farewell, Lady Oren. Fly high. I Sparta kicked her off into the open skies. Chapter 33, Growing Wings. Edric judged the rest of the traitors, generally acting fairly to them. While he wanted to establish his authority and the price of treason, he did not want to overdo it and be seen as a complete tyrant. He accomplished this task, effectively bringing the Vale back into the fold. From this day forward until Lord Robert Arryn is seen fit to rule in his own name, Lord Jon Royce will be acting regent of the Eyrie, defender of the Vale and warden of the East. As for young Robert himself, he will serve as a ward of my uncle, Lord Stannis. Edric announced atop the high seat. Should he pass before his education is complete due to sickness or other unfortunate circumstances, Sir Harold Harding will succeed him. It was no secret that Robert Arryn was unlikely to reach adulthood, so Edric clarified the matter of succession should that happen. In my war against the mountain clans, I learned a great deal. Where they tend to hide, the type of people they attack, how poorly armed and organized they tend to be. I may as well have lived as one of their kind. Edric scanned his eyes across the hall. There is one thing I ask of you, proud lords of the Vale. It was my efforts that led to the fall of the mountain clans, so I simply ask that you stomp out whatever could rise from the ashes. Give the people a means to defend themselves, train them to fight, help them build defenses for their villages and increase the number of patrols. This way, they have no room to grow where the old fell. If you accomplish this, the mountain clans will fade into insignificance for the rest of time. Though he suspected many of them would ignore him and proceed as usual, it was worth a shot. If they do rise again, I will hold you all responsible. After settling the essential matters, Edric left the High Hall and took some time to explore the great wonder that was the Eyrie. He was accompanied by Sir Arthur and Arya, who had grown restless from all the sitting. She hadn't taken the matter of Lisa's execution personally, agreeing that she had lost it. She had run up all the way to the Warrior's Tower, one of Aerie's 7 towers, while Edric took his time. You're slow today, Arya remarked. Edric smiled slightly, leaning forward as he saw the entire Vale before him. He raised his hand and waved it across the land. While you were running around being the same willful wolf brat, I rid these lands of all their great mountain clans. Over 3,000 men, beaten at their own game with hardly any resources spent. I've heard. She nodded. No one ever shuts up about how great of a warrior you are. How you can kill 100 men with just a bow, how you're the only one who can use Robert's warhammer, how you can take a lance to the chest and act like nothing happened. I may act like it, yes, but couched lances hurt like a... Edric paused himself right as he was about to say bitch. Let's just say that I definitely feel them. Regardless, what of it? I'd like to see that warrior everyone talks about. A battlefield is hardly the place for a lady. Edric countered, raising an eyebrow. I'm not a lady. Yes, you are. I'm not. Arya refuted. Certainly not a traditional lady, sure, but a little lady nonetheless. Edric shook his head. There is no place on the battlefield that is completely safe, especially for a girl as young as you. As king and your betrothed, I am solely responsible for your safety. I won't break my word to protect you because of your willful whims. What am I training for, then? She raised an eyebrow. To sit around in some castle for all of my life? To give you lots of princes and princesses while you ride out and fight your enemies? That would be what a normal and dutiful queen. I want to fight like you do. Arya interrupted. That's why I train so hard every day. You're not me, though, are you? Edric raised an eyebrow. If you were, I'd have you by my side in every battle. I don't think I'll ever be quite like you. She shook her head. You're twice my size and far stronger. It's nothing to be ashamed of for a girl, I am amongst the strongest people alive. But I know I can be better than other people when I'm older. I know women have led armies before like Nymeria did. Princess Nymeria, indeed, she is quite the person to look up to. I've read plenty about her. You have? Arya blinked. Well, I have a strange obsession with the idea of greatness and individuals who achieve unimaginable success. Legendary figures of all sorts, from rulers to warriors to even the likes of merchants. People who make you think hundreds of years later, did such a person really exist? Edric smiled slightly, looking at Arya. Nymeria is one of those people. So, if you prove yourself worthy one day, I will let you accompany me in battle. Edric stated, shrugging. That doesn't mean beating some fat boy of 4 and 10 years or an old man who can hardly raise his hand. At the very least, you should be able to hold your own against a proper knight in single combat, and win. Is that all I have to do? She raised an eyebrow. Yet. Edric shrugged. It might sound easy, but the knights I'm talking about could pick you up with one hand and throw you across to the next tower. Sure. Arya nodded, her eyes lighting up. She had a goal to strive towards. I'll be more than good enough before you know it. She sprinted down the tower. Edric laughed, shaking his head. Your Grace, do I? No, the Eyrie is a small castle, and you'd never ever catch her. Edric chuckled. She is nimble as a cat. Besides, this castle is sprawling with honorable men who would sooner throw themselves off the Eyrie than cause any harm to Eddard Stark's daughter. She is almost as safe here as she would be in Winterfell. Fair point. Arthur nodded. Isn't it poetic? Edric leaned against one of the tower's merlons. My father made this match because he could not marry Lyanna himself. Even though he was spurned the first time, he still sought to unite his house with the Starks. So here we are, acting out our roles as the second coming of Robert Baratheon and Lyanna Stark. You both act like you don't like each other. Arthur remarked. Though, I think that's hardly the case. She is definitely warming up to you. I dare say that you are a good match. Please. Edric laughed. We are a horrible match. May I speak plainly, Your Grace? Sure. Edric shrugged. When it's just us, there's no need to have a sealed tongue. I prefer absolute honesty. Of course, she isn't the prettiest flower, that much is common knowledge. As king, you see beauty at every step, so it must feel demeaning for your future wife to not be up to par. Arthur stated with a slight smile. However, she is still young. You never know how she will turn out. In Storm's End, there were plenty of late bloomers. Beauty doesn't concern me as much as you think. Edric countered, sitting down. In truth, I don't think she's even all that ugly, the issue is that she is too young for me. She is only 2 years younger than you. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Even though you look like a man, you are still a boy. A bastard and a king. Boys with these circumstances tend to grow quickly. I may as well be a man grown, as much as my advisors may wish to disapprove of that and overrule my decisions. Well, they are only doing what they think is best for. Cough. Edric coughed up his own blood, frowning. His left hand began to shake uncontrollably. Gods! Edric! I'll call for a maester at once. Edric grabbed his white cloak. Fuck the cunt maesters. He frowned slightly. They can't do a thing about this. What is it? Arthur's eyes widened. Your wounds from the Battle of Mistwood. Quite right. Edric nodded, sighing. Despite all of that, 3 of those village boys died. Yet you stormed through 100 of them alone, all to protect your own men. Arthur sat down beside him, patting his shoulder. You did everything in your power, dashing forward without an ounce of fear and with all the rage of an indomitable stag. Truth be told, there is not a single person I admire half as much as I admire you. You don't need to flatter me, Arthur. Edric put away his hand. I simply did not want good men to die needlessly on my command. It was all for a good cause. Arthur refuted. If we did not stand in their way, they would have breached Mistwood and burned it to the ground. All those men, women, and children, would have been at their absolute mercy. Isn't that what knights are for, to protect them? Yes, I suppose so. Edric slowly nodded. Will be better. Don't push yourself. Arthur raised an eyebrow. If you need to rest, by all means, rest. I know your lightning magic is not easy on the body. Then, I shall rest. Edric smiled slightly, closing his eyes. Not in the middle of nowhere. Arthur chuckled. This place suits me just fine. Edric took a pillow out of the plain of Euthymia, placed it down and laid down. Perfect. That magic ability sure is convenient. How do you even do it? My little secret. Edric smiled. You don't need to know. Regardless, you will catch a cold this high. You're a member of my king's guard, not my mother. Edric chuckled, raising his hands to the sky. It was a beautiful morning sky. If anything, this air gives me strength. If you do wake up with a cold, you can't blame anyone other than yourself. MHM. Edric closed his eyes. It's not a bad view to stare at, is it? Not at all. It might just be the best I've ever seen. Being so high in the skies, it's no small wonder that the Valaman forget about those beneath them. Arthur noticed the same large white falcon descending on the tower. Its blue eyes stared at Edric, tilting its head. The white falcon, its back. The same one. I think it fancies me. Edric chuckled. Mayhaps. Edric napped on the tower for a good 2 hours before going to the dining hall. Due to his performance against the mountain clans, Sir Lyn Corbray saw fit to knight his squire, Mikkel Redfort. Since he was anointed, Jon Royce announced that he would marry Isola, one of his daughters, to Mikkel. Despite Lisa's recent death, the main hall was quite jolly. It was as if nothing of importance had been lost. She had clearly lost the support of a great deal of her lords. I have to thank you, Your Grace, Garland stated, sitting not too far from Edric. That heroic charge where you stormed through their ranks with a blade of lightning, cutting them down by the dozen, without that act, both I and my younger brother would be dead. It was I who took you to battle in the first place. Nonetheless, it does not diminish your act. It is a sight that I will forever hold close to my heart. Garland shook his head, raising his cup as he turned to those around him. To His Grace, the Storm King and Conqueror of the Mountains. The Conqueror of the Mountains. Long may he reign. More chants followed as men raised their cups. Edric smiled, joining the toast. One part of being king that he learned to enjoy was the admiration of others. Being loved was better than being a nameless grey shadow roaming the world, or a bastard many held in low regard. Even if some of it was exaggerated or perhaps even a lie. Sir Garland, I dare say you would look just right in a white cloak, Edric remarked. You have the skills for it, the name and the right mind. It would be a great honor. Garland smiled slightly, shaking his head. Alas, I am married, so I cannot take up the King's Guard oaths in earnest. A divorce could always be arranged, Edric spoke in a jestful tone, clearly not meaning it. You are, indeed, Renly's ward. Garland chuckled. Truly, the King's Guard who serve such a valiant young king are beyond fortunate. And I am just as fortunate to have them. Edric smiled. You are too modest, ha 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 ha. Dinner ended on a high note before Edric departed to get some good bed rest. Status page. Name, Edric Storm. Age, 12. Lord. Charm, 70, Diplomat 3, greater success at making meaningful friendships and even turning enemies into allies. Leadership, 62, Inspiring Leader 2. Steward, 43, Midas Touch I. Warrior. Athletics, 90, Titan 4. Battle Instincts, 71, Hyper Focus 3, able to slow down the field temporarily. Warhammer, 69, Thunderous Warhammer 2. Knight. Sword, 73, Sword Skill 3. Riding, 70, Riding 3, increases weapon handling while mounted. Armor, 65, Fortress 2. Ranger. Marksman, 101, Sniper V, superhuman range and piercing abilities, unlocked Skirmisher tree. Next perk at 130. Scouting, 65, Scouting 3, your scouting ability is further increased, and the Green Seer tree is unlocked. Throwing, 80, Throwing 4, accuracy, draw speed and range increased, able to throw heavier weapons. Smith. Blacksmithing, 32, Blacksmithing I. Engineering, 56, Engineering 2. Stranger. Roguery, 20, Asterisk. Trade, 22, Merchant I. Medicine, 18. Mage. Storm Manipulation, 30, Storm Lord I. Green Seer, 0, unlocked due to Scouting 3 and Sniper V. 2 branches in Roguery, and Green Seer magic. Edric observed his status with a sense of pride and excitement. His efforts unlocked a whole new world of magic to explore, after all. Another weapon that would aid him in his quest. Chapter 34, Bastards United. The serpent subskill of the Rougerie tree revolves around subterfuge, plotting, stealing, assassination, sneaking and committing crimes without being caught. A master serpent could speak any lie and spin it into truth, catch any opponent unawares, steal any prize their heart desires and never be caught lacking, whether under the light of the sun or the dark shadows of the night. Serpent Eye, sneaking is more effective. On the other end, the outlaw subskill of the Rougerie tree focuses on intimidation, leading outlaws, looting, raising and breaking the law directly for one's own desires. It is the sound to the serpent's silence, the bold truth to its dishonest lies. Upon complete mastery, an outlaw becomes king among his kind. Outlaw Eye, intimidation is more effective. As usual, the first perks don't sound outstandingly powerful, but the later ones more than make the difference. According to your current data, you align more with the outlaw discipline but possess the skills necessary to pursue the path of a serpent. Your circumstances would make your progress with the serpent discipline 15 to 30% faster. However, if you were to become a genuine criminal, your progress as an outlaw would be 50% faster. As king, breaking the law isn't exactly something I can directly specialize in, for obvious reasons. I am the man who is supposed to enforce the law. Imagine the sheer hypocrisy if I was going around lockpicking people's homes and stealing silver coins from small folk. Then again, I did lead a band of mountain clans, to their death. Rougerie would be a far more effective skill if I didn't have a crown on my head. Even so, they both seem to lead to perks that could benefit me. Few skills are more valuable than being a good liar in King's Landing. Conversely, intimidation could help with having more of a presence. Unless I went out on my own to fight outlaws with outlaws, like I did with the mountain clans. I'd definitely have a harder time progressing in the outlaw discipline. In this case, I picked the serpent discipline, and made my sneaking more effective. Small steps lead to the big ones. Maybe I'll have some fun sneaking into the Red Keep's tunnels. On this night, I dreamt of soaring in the skies, as a falcon. The very same white falcon that had followed me from the moment I entered the Eyrie. Flying felt so strange at first, but when I got the hang of it, it was truly liberating. Moving high in the skies at incredible speeds, not having to worry about a thing, seeing all matter of things miles away with perfect clarity like I had an inbuilt camera, yet, being a falcon was pretty awesome. I reached Mistwood in hardly any time whatsoever, observed the people going about their day, hunted some prey. Worms tasted strangely lovely, though I wouldn't try it with my actual body, tried to find some mountain clans remnants and went on to see several castles including Strong Song and Heart's Home. Then, I woke up to shaking. I slowly opened my eyes to Arthur, who had a concerned expression. I probably looked terribly irritated because flying around as a falcon was way more fun than going through the backlash of abusing my storm magic. My actual body still felt like shit. You don't usually sleep so late, so I was beginning to worry. He took a sigh of relief. Seems that you're just tired. Yet. I smiled slightly. You know that feeling when you're terribly sick and have no desire to leave the comfort of your bed. Yet. Arthur chuckled. I know. I'll be fine, just might take longer to get out of bed. Go, let me get dressed. Of course, Your Grace. Raiden Shogun looked at me with an I told you so expression as Arthur left. I don't think I made a mistake. I lowered my head slightly, and some of my black hair went over my eyes. This is simply the price of victory, a consequence that will pass. What I accomplished is far greater than the wound I endure now. You couldn't bear to leave your men to the slaughter, could you? Raiden Shogun tilted her head slightly, her purple eyes glowing with all the beauty in the world. Even when your mind told you to live, your heart moved forward into the thick of the fighting. I raised my left hand and watched the kanji live and eternity glow. I'm an awful retainer. I smiled, shaking my head. You command me to live, yet I threw myself straight into danger. I have no issue with it. She admitted, smiling slightly. As long as you don't truly die. Fair enough. I chuckled. The truth is the more you push your limits, the more powerful you will become. She raised her hand, going through the side of my face. And the more powerful you become, the more the world will bend to your will. However, if you push too far, it'll bite me in the ass. Quite so. She nodded. Nonetheless, you showed exceptional martial prowess, strength, and courage on the field of battle. The men who fought alongside you will always remember that. Yet, I was something else. I recalled my rampage, where I used damn near every fighting skill I ever learned. Is it strange that, in those moments, I felt more alive than ever? With everyone's lives in the balance, my blood boiling with rage and the sheer feeling of power, as I crushed all the enemies who stood before me. Thinking it subconsciously was one thing, but saying it was something else entirely. Despite my false hesitation, it brought to light that I wasn't exactly normal upstairs anymore. All this fighting had affected me, for better or worse. This may be what my body was meant for all along, being a direct descendant of Robert Baratheon and all. Or perhaps, deep down, I was this person all along, shackled by my environment. This realization didn't irk me as much as I expected. I cannot say that I have experienced the thrill you speak of. Raiden Shogun remarked, shaking her head. Your effectiveness in battle seems to have significantly risen because of this emotion. The fear your opponents had in their eyes is a testament to that. However, you almost lost sight of the battle around you because of your bloodlust. It's a double-edged sword. Yet. I agreed. It should be a last resort. No doubt, I had triggered a rampage, and utilized both forms of battle instinct, if only for a short time. I strongly contemplated assassinating Robert Arryn to get him out of the way. Not only was he sickly and likely wouldn't live that long, but he also, naturally, despised me for executing his mother. He's too weak. He simply isn't a fitting leader for the Vale, especially with winter approaching. Being tutored under the stern Stannis would make him want to jump off the Red Keep, no doubt, and ultimately waste my hand's time. To this end, I decided to leave the Eyrie after gathering my strength for a few days. I ordered Sandor to carry him since the boy refused to leave or obey any of my commands. Getting him struck by lightning would be more than a little obvious. Wind would be the cause. Let go. I want to go back to the Eyrie. Robert punched the hound's back as he was draped over his shoulder. Let go, let go, let go. Does this little cunt ever shut up? The hound remarked. Careful, he is the future lord of the Vale. I said, though I doubt I sounded very convinced myself. He couldn't rule a farmhouse as he was. Perhaps in 10 years with the proper education, but he didn't have 10 years. And so, I began to channel storm magic along the path down to snow. I didn't want the hound to fall off the steep mountain along with Robert, so I had to be more articulate. I tested the waters, pushing him slightly, making the wind stronger. It still had to look somewhat natural. It's cold. He whined. Cold, windy, it's not safe. I want to go back home. Oh, you'll be back to mommy soon. Hudush. A mighty wind thrust into the hound, forcing him to crash down with his mule. In the process, it snatched Robert away and smashed his head into a sharp rock. The boy shook for a few seconds, before dying. I looked horrified. Could it be? I left my mule and ran over, being joined by practically everyone. The hound managed to get out relatively unscathed. I softened the blow, of course. I acted like I gave a shit and had his body personally delivered back to the Eyrie, where a grand funeral was held. Oh, the speech I had was quite sincere, taking responsibility for his death and all. Though, no one entirely blamed me for it. In truth, many consoled me and stated that I could not have foreseen such a tragedy. Such is life, people die at the most random of times. Such accidents are not entirely uncommon, especially with how unforgiving the Giants' lands can be. Most certainly. After that process, the Vale's very own Prince Charming, Harold Harding, succeeded Robert and was officially named Lord Paramount, Warden of the East and Defender of the Vale. He also took up the name and arms of House Arryn, in honor of his new station and ancestry. He didn't look elated due to the tragedy, but I knew he was buzzing. Ultimately, this was an act done for the good of the realm. The boy probably would have had a shit life anyway, if anything, his death was a sweet mercy. After some days, we went down again. Something seems to be on your mind, I remarked, looking at Maya. Is it Mikkel being arranged to that Royce girl? Your Grace. I don't know what you're talking about. She clearly seemed nervous around me, as she was around most nobility. No need to lie to me, Maya. I smiled slightly. I know that you two were lovebirds before. It's not even all that much of a secret. Instead of blushing like most girls, she clenched her hands very tightly. What does it matter to you? You're the king. What does it matter? I tilted my head. You see, I wasn't always a king, or a prince. I was born as Edric Storm, a bastard, same as you. Her blue eyes widened slightly. There was this girl, brown hair, brown eyes, common by all accounts. I thought she was pretty, though many around me disagree. She had the loveliest smiles, and we loved each other's company. Even if brief, our time together was always pleasant. We laughed, smiled, cheered. There was never a moment of unhappiness. Maya listened very carefully, not interrupting me in the slightest. It was mutual, and, for a very short time, we were beginning to truly reach each other. Then, my father legitimized me and gave me the gift of Arya Stark. I tried to defy my fate, but, alas! I paused for a moment, looking down. The gods decided otherwise, and struck her dead. There was still a deep sadness there, no matter how hard I tried to suppress it. "I'm sorry," Maya stated, looking guilty. "What are you sorry for? I was the one that brought it up." I took a deep breath, shaking my head. "It's just that, my love ended in tragedy. At first, our status was equal. Then I became a prince, and she suddenly was no longer worthy of me. Isn't that something? It's how it is." Maya nodded, seemingly admitting the cold truth. "I wanted to believe that Mikkel and I could be together, but he is a Redford. A noble, and I'm just a base-born girl. A bastard. I was only dreaming." "You're not." I gave her a reassuring look. "Even though I cannot fulfill my love, as king, I can help others achieve theirs. If you truly love each other, I can merely say the word, and you two will be married the next day. Hell, you can be married right here. Wouldn't you anger Lord Horton and Yon? I have a better match for Royce in mind, and Lord Horton can fuck himself." I grinned slightly. "What do you think? Why would you go so far for me?" "Because you're my big sister." She paused, her mouth opening wide from shock. "My father is King Robert Baratheon, the first of his name." I nodded. "As bastard siblings, we should stand together, shouldn't we?" "Yes, we should." She nodded with confidence, smiling. "Sir Mikkel, come over here!" I shouted, turning back. "What, now?" She looked a little embarrassed. "Your Grace." Mikkel rode ahead, joining us. "You have need of me. Answer this with complete and utter honesty, my good sir." I pat his shoulder, looking directly at him. "Do you love Maya Stone?" "I do." He hesitated for a moment. "However, I am promised to." "Right?" I chuckled, removing my hand. "That's all you needed to say. I, King Edric Storm of the House Baratheon, the first of my name, hereby acknowledge Maya Stone as my half-blood sister and daughter of King Robert Baratheon." The entire riding party stopped as I made my announcement. Several people looked shocked, while others, like Yon Royce, didn't look all that surprised. Being an acknowledged bastard, especially one of a king, would naturally raise Maya's standing. On the subject of my sister's love for Sir Mikkel and his love for her, I asked the Lords Horton and Yon to break Sir Mikkel's arrangement with Isola Royce. "Your Grace." Horton Redford raised an eyebrow. "Love being the sole factor. Is the daughter of a king not enough, Lord?" I questioned, raising my head high. "Are you implying that the blood of the House Baratheon runs thin, that it isn't worthy?" "I dare not insult you or the mighty House Baratheon, Your Grace." Horton Redford shook his head. "But the very purpose of marriage is the pledging of one's love. Under our faith of 7, what are the sacred words the intended say when they are about to marry, Lord Horton?" I was bullshitting. Obviously, marriages between nobles revolved mainly around alliances, the love part was hardly relevant. "With this kiss, I pledge my love," Horton stated, hesitating slightly. "Indeed. Wouldn't marrying someone you don't love mean lying to the gods?" I shook my head. "I wouldn't want anything terrible to happen to House Horton on the account that the gods seek judgment." One stroke of lightning suddenly struck the earth in the distance. "I see, you are most considerate, Your Grace." He nodded, glancing up at the turbulent skies. "I agree to this arrangement between Maya Stone and my son. It would be a great honor to welcome a daughter of Robert Baratheon into my hall and see her marry my son." "You are wise, Lord Horton." I smiled. "Yon Royce, Do you have any disputes? Only that my daughter remains unmarried. Yeonroy sighed. Alas, I shall have to find a different match. Do not worry. I smiled. Why doesn't she marry the Lord Eren? It would unite the two strongest houses of the Vale. That would be a wonderful match. Yeon's eyes almost lit up while Horton looked like he was fuming. Should Lord Harold agree, of course. He has no reason not to. In the end, Maya Stone got her happy ending. Harold would, indeed, marry Isla while Mikkel and Maya were officially promised to each other. Though Horton seemed angry at the match, he grew more accepting as he likely realized the benefits of having Baratheon genes in his family. I also got a nice warm hug from Maya and a kiss on the forehead. It was strange having a big sister. I liked seeing her truly happy. However, I was jealous, in a way. She had what I couldn't. That wholesome, pure, perfect kind of love that had zero obstacles. Well, it had just one, which I removed. One moment you look happy, the next. Raiden Shogun observed. A deep sadness clouds your eyes. I couldn't feel her warmth, nor could I touch her. I couldn't do the simplest of things. I couldn't embrace her, enjoy delicious food, dance, or even spar with her. I couldn't introduce her to anyone, she was just a ghost who only I could see. I couldn't talk to her unless we were alone, lest I be assumed to be a madman. Even the circumstances around Ali's Anne, my heart didn't allow me to forget. I was truly bitter, deep down. Despite everything I had accomplished, I felt like I still had nothing. If I managed to do it all, if I smash the Night King and his army to pieces, if my name is known far and wide from east to west, if I stain my hands with the blood of 100,000 men, then, after all of that, will I know true love? What even is true love? The meaning of that seems lost to me. Nevertheless, I'll keep moving forward, fighting on and on. I will win, I thought as I steeled my determination, taking a deep breath as I beat my chest. No matter what, this dream that I hold will be realized. Chapter 35, Loyalty. With the Vale secured, Edric bid farewell to the new Lord of the Vale and the lords who supported him in taking the Eyrie from Lisa. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, the wheel continued to spin. With Edric absent in the Vale for 5 moons, the power struggle between Renly and Stannis became more apparent. They disagreed on several matters, given their clashing natures. For instance, Stannis sought to ban all brothels in King's Landing, which Renly opposed given that such an act would only lead to the creation of underground brothels. That was not all, of course. King's Landing, some moons ago. What did you call me for, Lord Hand? Renly entered the Hand's tower, where Stannis sat stern-faced as ever. Do you want to ban all the brothels in the realm now? No. Stannis firmly replied, shaking his head. It is related to your friends, the Tyrells. Oh. Renly acted surprised, smiling slightly. What would be your issue with one of our richest, most powerful, and loyal great houses? Loyal? Stannis scoffed. To their own ambition, true. You bring many of their faces to court, granting them even greater influence day by day. And you bring more Florents alongside your own men. Renly countered. As I see it, a more formal alliance with the Tyrells would secure the realm for a lifetime. Isn't that what we both seek? A second House Lannister. Stannis frowned. That is what you will create, Renly. And yet, Robert's reign was peaceful as could be. Renly shrugged. If only Cersei were a dutiful wife, it could have continued as such. Robert was free to marry. Stannis knew what he was hinting at. Edric is not. Is he not? Renly questioned. His arrangement with Arya Stark is not at all set in stone. You would disregard one Lord Eddard Stark's final wishes? Stannis questioned with a disapproving tone. Do you truly believe the North will not reply to such an act? If their lady is happier for it, I see no issue. I am sure Lord Rob would understand. Reply raised an eyebrow. Arya would not make a good queen, you know that. She is too wild. I highly doubt she has any desire for it as well. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if the realm had a dutiful, willing, and learned queen beside our young king? Someone with a mighty family in the south behind her, near 100,000 swords to call upon and immense wealth. There is no finer choice for Edric in the Seven Kingdoms. It would make your Sir Loras and his family very pleased, no doubt. Stannis' expression did not change. Unbending as iron. Renly sighed, shaking his head. What does the North have to offer in comparison? Honor. Honor. Renly scoffed. Did honor protect Ned from Lannister arrows? If Edric's words and promises hold no weight behind them, who will follow him? Stannis countered. I will hear no more of this plot to make Margaery queen. Tell your Tyrells to return to Highgarden and stay there, leaving their ambitions behind. No, I don't think I will. Renly shook his head. You forget who is Lord Regent, brother. I hold greater power than you do, and for good reason. Edric knew that you could never rule King's Landing. You helped raise Edric. Naturally, he would favor you. A poor excuse, brother. You simply lack the charisma and flexibility required to rule over King's Landing and the nobility. Stannis slowly stood up, facing Renly directly. This arrangement was not just Eddard Stark's last, it was also our brother's. His final wish. Robert was not known for making the best of decisions. Renly shrugged. The position of queen is crucial, for both the realm and the king. You would have it go to that willful girl, Eddard's second daughter? Edric deserves better. It is not a matter of what Edric deserves. It is his duty. Marriage might only mean duty for you, brother, but Edric isn't you. Renly shook his head. In the end, no man or woman in the Seven Kingdoms can dictate his decision regarding his queen. If he woke up one day and chose Margaery, you wouldn't be able to do a thing about it, except grind your teeth in silence. That is true. If it were Edric's wish, my advice would fall on deaf ears. Stannis nodded, thinking of his older brother. He is Robert's son, through and through. Then we are done here, are we not? Renly poured some of Stannis' unused wine, having some for himself. It's not a decision either of us can make. Yet we can influence that decision, which you and House Tyrell have been pushing for. It is all out of my hands now. Renly shrugged. Even if Edric does not marry Margaery, House Tyrell would make a fine ally. Since you don't know a single thing about building connections and the like, why don't you leave it to me? I do not mind them serving the realm, Stannis affirmed. However, you would do well to keep their ambitions in check, or I will. All right, big brother. Renly smiled, turning away. I will. I am not jesting, Lord Regent. Neither am I, Lord Hand. What do we have here? Dorian questioned, roaming the streets of King's Landing with his already dusty Lord Commander armor. A rapist, Lord Commander. One gold cloak had dragged a rugged man from a tavern. One pointed to a woman to the side. Says he stripped her bare and had his way for several minutes before he was discovered by a man of the city watch. Then he ran into the night. Stinking gold cloak. The man struggled, but the gold cloak managed to keep hold of him. I did no such thing. Poor woman. Dorian looked at her, smiling slightly. However, the sight of his sharp teeth wasn't exactly reassuring. Do not worry, he will never have a reason to touch a woman again. What is your name, Gold Cloak? Jorge, my lord, Arg. The man elbowed Jorge into the chest, which made him stagger back. He used this moment to sprint away as fast as he could. Tisk. Dorian drew a dagger and threw it with hardly any effort. If it is not true, why do you bother running? Whoosh. A dagger struck his Achilles heel, and the rugged man collapsed onto the ground, screaming his heart out. "Ah, my leg! My leg! Jorge, what do the men of the city watch do to rapists?" Dorian questioned, slowly walking up to the screaming man. "Arrest them. No wonder I didn't recognize you, you're one of the new ones. Here, I'll show you." He drew out his dagger and stabbed it right into the man's cock, slicing it right off. "Keeping them chained and fed is a waste of resources, Jorge." Dorian kicked away the little cock on the ground. "It's better to deal with the source directly, and give future men who have thoughts of raping women in this city something to think about." "I see, Lord Commander." Jorge nodded. "I will do better next time. Come." Dorian turned to the crowd of spectators who had witnessed his brutality. He walked past them as if nothing had happened. "Directly with you, Lord Commander." "Why, yes." They patrolled the streets of King's Landing, with Dorian catching criminals left and right. He could differentiate between lie and truth with only a look. Jorge was in sheer awe at his various abilities. "How do you tell a lie from the truth so easily, Lord Commander?" Jorge questioned. "It's all in the eyes." Dorian smiled, tilting his head slightly. "Or, in the case of crippled men like me. As a gold cloak, knowing the truth is even more important than exacting justice for crimes. We cannot go around brutalizing innocent men and women. If you are in doubt, always bring the suspect to an officer." "Yes, Lord Commander." He nodded. "You're a good man with a diligent nature." Dorian pat his shoulder. "Work hard, and you will go far. The city watch is not as it was, merit is rewarded here, under me. I will do my best. For today, return to the barracks for further training. You should not be caught off guard like that next time, or suspects will escape your grasp. Also, never patrol alone. Even if for a brief moment." Jorge took his words to heart and returned to the closest barrack. Dorian joined not long after, hosting a hellish training session with a select 100 of the city watch. Afterwards, he continued to observe his city watch at work during the night. Despite it being a group of 2,000 men, Dorian had met and tutored many of them at one point or another. With the more organized schedule that mixed training and patrolling shifts, the city watch had become far more disciplined and skilled than its previous iteration. All the while, Dorian became a very prominent figure in the streets of King's Landing, earning himself the title King's Eye due to his ability to sniff out all sorts of crime. Criminals feared him, and the innocent felt disturbed yet safe in his presence. "You summoned me, my lord." Dorian smiled slightly, entering Renly's study room. "I've heard much about you, Dorian Daggerhand." Renly gestured to the chair in front of him. "Please, do sit. I am beyond honored to have the attention of the Lord Regent." Dorian sat down, looking directly at him. "Well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Your methods of exacting the king's justice seem quite excessive. Yet it is effective." Dorian countered. "I would not be brutal without reason, it just so happens that men listen more to fear than anything else. Besides, Lord Randall, the Master of Laws, approves of my methods." Renly nodded. "That is true. However, you should ensure that your men do not act in that manner for any other reason than to exact justice. Do not fret, I am quite stern about such things." Dorian smiled. "Is that all, Lord Regent?" "I have one simple question, where do your loyalties lay, Dorian?" "The answer is quite simple, I think." Dorian grinned slightly, grabbing a goblet and filling it with Renly's wine. "Though, I am curious, what would you guess?" "A sellsword only works for gold," Renly remarked. "Especially one such as yourself. That makes you, for lack of a better word, untrustworthy." "Ha ha ha." Dorian laughed, drinking his cup of wine. Renly sat, watching him drink at his own pace. Lord Regent, does that not make me the most reliable man of all? It would seem that you would serve whoever brings you the most gold, making you, yourself, corrupt. Even if your officers are not. You are more than a little gullible, Renly. Dorian chuckled. If I truly sought gold, I would not be serving Edric. Though lucrative, his pay is, not up to my standard. Is that so? Renly raised an eyebrow. Why, yes. I've fought over 100 pit fights and never lost a single one. I've led one of the most famed sellsword companies in the known world. I've killed for the wealthiest of men, stolen priceless treasures from them and sailed over many seas to earn a fortune like no other. If all of that were true, why are you even here, cleaning the streets of King's Landing? Renly was amused. I have found a cause worth fighting for. His dark blue eye did not waver, not even for a moment. Other than myself. You are suddenly a Baratheon loyalist. A boy so brilliant that he shines brighter than the full moon on the darkest days, Dorian explained, his words carrying a sincere tone. The kind that only comes to be once in 10,000 years, the kind that can rally vast armies to his side, the kind that conquers lands once thought unconquerable, and the kind that inspires loyalty in all manner of men from across the world. I will stop at nothing to protect him and see that boy become the man he is meant to be. Yes. I suppose that would make me one. That boy is Edric Storm. Dorian affirmed, nodding. Rest assured, Lord Regent, I love him with all my heart. He is the son I never had. You are a most convincing man, Dorian Daggerhand. Renly smiled, pouring himself some wine. Let us share a toast in the name of our king. May the warrior keep his reckless and stubborn self from dying too soon. Dorian smiled, nodding. Aye. They shared a toast, drinking one goblet each. If you are so loyal and rich, why do you still have a contract with Edric? Renly asked after. Professionals have standards, my lord, and a man enjoys luxury. Dorian chuckled, shaking his head. I can be as bad with my money as I am good with it, in truth. It would be quite unsightly if the Lord Commander of the City Watch was caught stealing from the lords and ladies, wouldn't you say? I see. Renly chuckled. With the arrival of the Martells, which included Oberyn and Arianne, the Red Keep became even more lively. While Oberyn took to the local brothels, Princess Arianne took an interest in the royal court. She approached the ladies Sansa and Marjorie, who were sharing a meal in the gardens. Sansa had grown to consider her a friend. Arianne fit in rather nicely as Marjorie acted courteously despite the not-so-good relations between the Tyrells and Martells. So, tell me about our boy king. Arianne smiled, turning to Sansa. Is he as tall and mighty as they say? Yes, he is taller than most men. Sansa nodded. He's stronger than the Hound, and handsome with wild black hair and shimmering blue eyes. He also has a kind and noble heart. Sounds like you'd wish to bed him, Arianne remarked, grabbing a grape and putting it in her mouth. What? No. Sansa shook her head in embarrassment. He's betrothed, to my younger sister. That never stopped a loving lady. Arianne chuckled. What they say about the nature of the Dornish is true, Marjorie remarked. Hot-tempered men and wild women. We are more fun than reach girls, that is for certain. Arianne smiled slightly. All gentle, highly and polite. As a lady should be. Yet little substance. Sansa blinked, observing the two clashing forces. Nevertheless, I can't help but feel a little pity. Arianne turned back to Sansa. You are the firstborn daughter, yet it turns out that your betrothed prince was just a Lannister bastard born of incest, while your little sister gets to marry a king, who is the one you truly want. It's rather unfair, no? Although Sansa didn't answer, she felt that way at heart. Why did Arya, who didn't even want to be a proper lady or queen, get what she always wanted and prepared for? Despite being given the choice of breaking it, she kept the arrangement. Was it to get back at her? Oh, You sweet thing. I see it in your face. Ariane remarked, touching the side of her face. Sometimes, fate is unpredictable, unkind, and even vicious. If you do nothing, it will take you along its way like a rushing waterfall, and you will find yourself in a most unpleasant place. What are you suggesting? Marjorie raised an eyebrow. Nothing at all. Ariane smiled, removing her hand and standing up. Us ladies seldom have the authority that lords tend to have. However, we can still take hold of our fate if the desire and will is there. How would you do that? Sansa questioned. I don't think it would be right to teach you. Ariane gave her a knowing smile, turning away. Thank you for sharing your lemon cake, it was sweet. With Ariane waiting for his return, Edric's love life wouldn't get any less dull. Chapter 36, One Lion Among the Black Herd. Edric's POV, first. After days of riding with hardly any breaks in between, we entered the Crossroads Inn. Even though I wasn't particularly weary, most of the men accompanying me were. They deserved a night with warm food and feather beds. Your Grace. The innkeeper, Daryl, lowered his head. I will prepare rooms for each of your companions at once. It will be well appreciated. I smiled, leaving 10 gold dragons on the table. Keep the change. You are too kind, Your Grace. Daryl humbly accepted the lucrative tip. Make yourselves comfortable. If there is anything you need, simply say the word. Some ale would be appreciated. I nodded, my stomach rumbling as I caught the wondrous sniff of sweet cakes. And food, lots of food. We took up a good portion of the inn, eating and drinking our fill. Arya stared daggers at the hound occasionally, excessively stabbing her food. You ordered ale, but you don't drink the fucking thing. The hound observed as I had water instead. You know what happens when I get drunk. I chuckled, passing it on to him. On the bright side, there's more for you. More for me. He nodded, grabbing the cup and chugging it greedily. Lads, don't be shy. I looked at Dallin and Ragnar, the 2 surviving young men from Mistwood who had joined me. Eat and drink as much as you like. It's your reward for the courage and strength you both showed at Mistwood and all the battles before that. Though hesitant, they accepted my gift and loosened up. They took my words a little bit too much to heart, and got supremely drunk. They danced, smiled, and laughed for hours. Truth be told, it was nice to see them cheerful. The death of their 3 brothers had not been easy for them to accept. My beautiful lady, Ragnar, the great slayer of stone crows and the most handsome man to ever come from Mistwood, declare my undying love for you. You are so beautiful, and long, and tall. Ragnar grandly approached, stumbling his way forward. You are a tree that I'd, like to climb. Gods, you are piss drunk. Alicia, one of the whores, laughed, pushing him back. He tripped and dramatically fell to the ground as if he had suffered the greatest betrayal of a lifetime. Not even seconds later, he began snoring. I chuckled, shaking my head. So much for Ragnar the Great. Dallin laughed. Ha ha ha. He is out cold with one push. Forgive Ragnar's vulgar words. Arthur looked at the woman, smiling. He is usually shy around women, but it seems that the beast within stirs when you put ale in its stomach. Oh, no. He was amusing if anything. She shook her head. I saw Arya reaching out to one of the cups of ale, but I grabbed her hand. What? She raised an eyebrow. I just want to see how it tastes. A little lady shouldn't drink. I shook my head. Water is all you need. Fine. I'm going to sleep. I let go, and Arya stood up and walked upstairs. In the end, I didn't stick to just water. I cheated a little and had some ale myself. Not too much, but just about enough to loosen up and enjoy the night. Do any of your men need additional company? Daryl cupped his hands together. I shrugged. I'd say Ragnar, but he's fast asleep on the floor. I'll have one of the less ugly ones. The hound stood up, towering over Daryl. Of course. Daryl gave him a nervous smile. Have your pick. I am sure the lucky woman will be honored to sleep with the famous hound. He didn't give a reply, walking past him. Some time ago, I definitely would have stepped in and cock-blocked him. However, now, I don't find myself caring that much. The hound had served me faithfully for quite some time now, and, as any man, he had his needs. Given his half-burnt face, getting someone to sleep with him without added incentive wasn't a common occurrence. So, he frequented whores. At the very least, she will get paid, and, if they do it in darkness, she could imagine a tall, strong, handsome knight taking her from behind. In Sanders' case, two were true. I'm sure he's far from the worst of her clients. I didn't linger around for too long, preparing for tomorrow. I recalled Arya's distaste for the hound before going to rest, which had been silently prevalent throughout our journey. Before going to sleep, I checked up on her. You have history with my hound? I questioned, raising an eyebrow. I hate him. Arya frowned, sitting on her bed. One day, I'll kill him. Is that so? I chuckled. You have a way to go before that. It's not funny. She stood up, a fire lighting up in her grey eyes. I raised an eyebrow. I don't understand why you have a dog like that following you around. He's a monster. He killed Micah. Who is Micah? I blinked as a confused expression washed over me. I knew who it was, but obviously I had no right knowing. He was my friend. We used to practice sword fighting and explore everywhere along the way to Derry, until Joffrey and Sansa got involved. Joffrey hurt him, then we got into a fight and the hound rode him down after that. I had to send away my dire wolf because it bit Joffrey, and I was scared they'd kill it. She looked sorrowful, which was not common for her. If I never got involved with him, he would still be alive. Part of it is my fault. It's not your fault or Micah's. I reassured her, shaking my head. Joffrey's a cunt, and so was Cersei. The hound, he's a monster, yes, but he's a dutiful dog that doesn't bite unless ordered to by his master. Whichever of them it was, the hound was just following orders. That doesn't make it any better. She frowned, shaking her head. He still killed him. An innocent boy. Killing the hound won't bring him back. But he'll pay for it. Arya raised an eyebrow. You are the king, aren't you? Shouldn't you be just? The world isn't black and white as you think, Arya. I sighed, looking directly at her. To me, Micah is just some dead boy, and the hound is one of the strongest fighters in all of the Seven Kingdoms who was just following his orders. Some king you are. She stared daggers up at me. Yes. I'm a monster, too. I admitted, patting her head. But you knew that already. She moved back, sliding off my hand. Strangely, she didn't speak. A conflicted expression mirrored her heart. Wasn't your father hand of the king? Why didn't he judge Sandor for his supposed crime? He was a man of unquestionable honor who always did the right thing. I don't know. I'll tell you why, he just wasn't important enough. It was a direct order from the royal family, and they likely spun the truth to make it seem that he attacked Joffrey. If the hound didn't kill him, someone else would. I explained, shaking my head. Our world is cold and uncaring to those without a name. I know this much, after all, I grew up as a bastard among true-born lords and ladies. I'd imagine it's far worse as a common lad. Now, if you found a new friend and the hound killed him for no valid reason, I'd have his head on a spike the same day. But, that previous incident has nothing to do with me. I stated, turning away. So, what? She questioned. Am I supposed to just forgive him for killing my friend? If you want, I can hand Joffrey to you, and you can beat him all day long. I glanced back, smiling slightly. He is likely the one who gave the order, your grudge is with High. I want to. She replied without hesitation. In turn, you won't foolishly try to kill the hound. Fine. She crossed her arms after hesitating for a moment. No doubt, the thought of beating Joffrey was enticing. All day long, remember. You're a vicious little thing. I chuckled. I pity my future self. She smiled slightly. You're stuck with me. I am. Have a good night. I turned away and went to my room. It was still somewhat uncomfortable for me to be promised to a little girl, but I couldn't just ignore her. Though, she was more of a little sister to me than someone I'd have any romantic interest towards. Jaime Lannister's POV, trying something different in terms of style. The further along Jaime was dragged north, the more he came to regret his decision. That little bastard prince spoke such sweet words, saying precisely what I had wanted to hear, Jaime thought. How could I have fallen for it all? Are his words magic as well, or am I just another fool? Here he was, the famed Kingslayer, in the freezing cold in the middle of nowhere with 40 Northmen escorting him. He had no father, no mother, no sister, and no lover, only shit for honor and a black cloak awaiting him. But I was alive, Jaime thought, thanks to the mercy of the same boy who had made it his life's goal to crush House Lannister. The same boy I had knighted. How remarkable and prodigious he was, until we fought on separate sides. Why had he spared me? Jaime questioned himself. Was it the awe and admiration he had? Despite everyone seeking my head, he fought against it. He should have raised his warhammer for my head and avenged his loving father. Jaime looked down, feeling weary of it all. He was a man with nothing left, just letting the rushing waves of life take him. He didn't even have the will to put an end to it. Castle Black is not too far now, Kingslayer. They were taking a short break in a makeshift camp after riding for quite some time. And what will happen then? Jaime questioned, raising an eyebrow. Do you think 100 petty thieves and rapists trained by up-jumped knights could stop me once I have a sword in my hand? Mayhaps not. The Northman shrugged. But where will you run to, Kingslayer? Your imp brother is half the 7 kingdoms away, and all you have are enemies for hundreds of leagues. You would be rode down like a common dog before you even go past Winterfell. I have nothing to lose, Jaime replied, smirking slightly. You do. The man punched him right in the face. T.S. Jaime spit onto the ground. You hit like a woman. Is that what you and your whore sister were into? One of the other Northmen laughed. Jaime frowned deeply, clear fury flashing in his emerald eyes. Look at that, you made the Kingslayer upset. Another chuckled. He's going to go and cry to his father. Oh, he's dead, isn't he? Ha 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 ha. Give me a sword, Jaime thought. I'd only need a single moment to slit all of your cunt throats open. You wouldn't be laughing if you didn't have 40 bastards behind you. Jaime countered, tilting his head slightly. His Grace did want you with a black cloak, but Lord Robb wants you dead, buried in the snow. The one who had started insulting him smiled. Which do we, as men of the North, follow? The king, naturally. Jaime raised an eyebrow. That is funny coming from a Kingslayer. Did your kings tell you to kill them before you drove your sword into their chests? Robert asked for it when he came for my head, Jaime replied, shrugging his shoulders. Though the king wants you as man of the watch, he didn't quite specify if he wanted you whole. Jaime blinked, watching as the man drew an axe. I think we ought to take your precious right hand. You. No one will cry for you here, Kingslayer. They forced his hand onto a log and prepared to cut right through it. Hush! Clung! They struck wood. Jaime's horrified expression faded almost instantly as he realized his hand was still there. Ha 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 ha, would you look at his face? The Kingslayer was about to shit gold like his father. Maybe we should have scared him a bit more. I'd like some gold. Jaime didn't say anything, breathing a silent sigh of relief. This fear, he realized that he still had something that he valued: his skill. The very thing he prided himself on, since he could swing a sword. Unlike you, we are the king's men, the Northman remarked. We can follow simple orders, fortunately for you. But, that doesn't mean you can walk away unharmed. They proceeded to roughen him up before continuing the journey north. When Jaime finally reached Castle Black, the Northmen didn't linger around and rode south. They left him to the Brothers of the Night's Watch, who mocked him most of all. He was an easy target, hated by everyone. The fact that he possessed skills that they could only dream of and was the famous son of Tywin Lannister only fed this hatred. A place where a common thief mocks a lion, Jaime thought with disdain. The Night's Watch. Welcome to the Night's Watch, Kingslayer. Bowen Marsh, the Lord Steward and Castellan of Castle Black, stated. You are 17 years late, but you are finally home. Let's not waste much time and see if you are who they say. You would test me? Jaime raised an eyebrow. The best swordsman in the 7 kingdoms. You are no better than anyone else here. Your Lannister name means nothing nor anything you did before. I will judge you on your performance today. Jaime was pitted against the best fighters Castle Black had to offer, bar the deserters and the rangers who went north of the wall. He defeated them all swiftly with powerful and quick blows. Despite being wounded and in overall poor condition, he was still Jaime Lannister. Mayhaps I should be the one training them, Jaime remarked. I never thought much of the Night's Watch, but this truly is laughable. These men will be your brothers soon enough, Kingslayer. You would do well to keep your snarky remarks to yourself. Bowen advised. Your brothers, Jaime thought scornfully. I only have one brother, and he sits comfortably as Lord of Casterly Rock. Or. Jaime tilted his head. I cannot protect you from what may happen. Bowen had been right. Jaime got his ass beat in the night by an onslaught of Night's Watch members. He slept on the ground, defeated and bound, with no man willing to help him. He ended up madly laughing at his own misery. The door to the chamber, with Maester Aemon slowly walking inside. In all my years, I never thought a Lannister would wear a black cloak. I have yet to wear one. Jaime countered. I will not, either. I would sooner kill every man here. To be so young, proud, and confident. Aemon walked slowly with the help of his cane, following Jaime's voice. You've lost a great many things in your years, yet you still have strength. The Night's Watch will need that strength, your sword, in the winter to come. Will it? Jaime raised an eyebrow. Tell me, how can I swing a sword with my arms bound? And why are you bound, Sir Jaime? Aemon questioned. The envy and hatred of Black Sheep. True enough. Aemon nodded. You think nothing of Night's Watch and even less of its brothers. The more you hold them in disdain, the more they will hate you. Let them hate me. Jaime laughed, tilting his head. What do I have left to lose? You might believe that you have nothing to lose, but you still have much to gain. Aemon countered. The best swordsman in the 7 kingdoms, some say. Wouldn't it be a pity if such a man died rusting away in the snow? Jaime lowered his head. Yes, he still had his sword arm. But what for? True lions lead, Sir Jaime. They do not hold those beneath them in contempt. You could do a great deal with your abilities, you only need the will. Jaime watched as Aemon slowly left. He closed his eyes and just went to sleep. Lions lead, Jaime thought. How could I not hold these dregs in contempt? After a long ride, Edric Storm arrived at King's Landing under the morning sun. His black shadow-skin cape, which he had looted from one of the mountain clansmen leaders, adorned his armor. He had an imposing presence, his stag horns drawing the eyes of all who saw him. His white falcon, which he had named Freedom, flew above him. His king's guard rode along with his Mistwood squires, the Hound, Garland Tyrell, Melisandre and Arya Stark. Edric didn't waste much time reaching the Red Keep, riding straight for it. He had gathered quite a crowd of inspired small folk who wanted to see him off. It was not every day you saw the king return from a long adventure. Your Grace. The guardsmen bowed. Edric nodded, smiling at them. He opened the doors to the great hall. Wonder what's been happening in my absence. Chapter 37, Twin Vipers. It's the king. The king has returned. The hall split in half, making a straight line to the Iron Throne, where my two uncles stood at its feet. Wherever my gaze went, I saw smiles and cheerful masks of countless highborn. I kept walking forward. Back from your triumphant adventure at last. Renly's cheerful words echoed with charisma as they always did. He met me with open arms, and I accepted his embrace with a smile. He grabbed my shoulders and retreated with a shocked expression. Look at you, you're just as tall as Robert was. Am I? I tilted my head slightly. This armor has grown rather tight, I'll admit. Well done. Stannis nodded, joining Renly. You've brought the Vale back into the fold and defeated all the mountain clans that plagued that region. Your father would have been proud. It was not just me, uncle. I glanced back. I had my king's guard, the Hound, Sir Garland, the lords and knights of the Vale and the people's support. Do not act so modest, your grace. Renly chuckled. I know you better. Had. I smiled. Mayhaps I alone defeated over 1,000, but the rest fell to other men. 1,000. I heard an amused voice as someone cut through the crowd. As she did so, a relatively short woman who looked to be in her early 20s with olive skin came into view. Her large, dark eyes met mine before looking down and up again. She was sizing me up, without the slightest of shame. I happened to do the same. It was difficult not to look down, given her height. Admittedly, the first thing that caught my eye was her rather large and round breasts. I wasn't looking for them, but they were quite hard to miss. In general, she was beautiful and buxom with thick, long black hair that curled towards the end and full lips that pursed together. Only one name came to mind, it was Princess Arianne Martell. Gods, what do they feed you? She came closer, having a feel of my left arm and observing my body closely. She then looked back at me with glistening eyes. Are you truly 2 and 10? Yes. I nodded, curling my lips into a hint of a smile. I believe it's rather discourteous to run up to people and start touching them up without the slightest of introductions. Well. She smiled, glancing to the side before looking back at me. Forgive me, Your Grace. It's rather hard to restrain myself before such a handsome, towering figure. Besides, if you had done the same to me, I wouldn't have considered it discourteous. She's not shy when it comes to shooting her shot, that's for sure. Stannis cleared his throat, stepping between us. This is the Princess Arianne of House Martell. She is one of the guests that arrived alongside Oberyn Martell some moons ago. The wait for you has been dull, but more than worthwhile. Tales of your bravery and legendary martial prowess from the Vale have spread so far that it's all we ever hear about here in the Red Keep. Marjorie interrupted with a curtsy and charming smile. Arianne glanced to the side, staring daggers at Marjorie. I hope you didn't grow tired of them. I chuckled. I am glad that you returned safely, Your Grace. Between their silent clash, Sansa managed to slip in. I prayed for your victory day and night. That's sweet of you, Sansa. I smiled, nodding. He didn't need your praying, Arya spoke disapprovingly. I was surrounded on all sides. Before Stannis could interrupt, Renly did. Ladies, I am aware that my nephew is beyond charming, but you need not swarm him from all sides. Renly stepped in, realizing the predicament I was in. He then turned to me. His grace must be weary from the arduous ride to King's Landing. Thirsty for some fine wine and wholly hungry, no less. A young giant like him needs plenty of food. I need a steaming hot bath as well. I nodded with a smile. The gods know I stink worse than the depths of Pisswater Bend. All will be arranged. Renly nodded. Rest easy, you have returned home. Home. King's Landing. Only one place in the Seven Kingdoms truly felt like home to me, and it was most certainly not the stinking King's Landing. Even so, my duty chained me to it. I ate my share at the dining hall, which was far more than anyone else had eaten. My stomach sometimes felt like a bottomless void that just took. It was difficult to not seem like a barbarian as I munched an amount that would probably be enough to feed 5 men. Afterwards, I got my bath and cleaned myself thoroughly. Though I was provided servants for it, I preferred to do it myself. I closed my eyes and relaxed for once in quite some time. Though, my mind was not in peace for long. 300 AC was on the horizon and, with it, more challenges. By the sound of things, Euron hadn't shown himself. The Ironborn were crippled, so it is doubtful that he would show himself anytime soon. Daenerys will likely decline my offer to return home and build her forces as she would typically have. Mance Rayder and his wildlings will attack the north, though Robb should be able to defeat them with the North's banners and possibly allow them south of the wall through an agreement, if not crush them completely. The greatest of all, was the Night King. How many years did I have before he and his forces attacked the wall? 2, 3? Undoubtedly, he will be much stronger than the show's counterpart. Otherwise, it would be too easy. All I would need is a Valyrian steel arrow and clear sight of him. Mr. Targaryen would only grant me all these blessings with a true challenge to go with them. After my bath, I decided to look for Oberyn Martell, who was absent from my welcoming party. I found him and Dorian chilling in the library, of all places. They were undoubtedly friendly. The king has returned, Oberyn remarked and stood up, which made Dorian turn and do the same. Ah! Dorian grinned, showing his sharp teeth. You seem to have enjoyed yourself in the Vale, Your Grace, given that you spent nearly 6 moons away from King's Landing. I hope nothing grave happened in my absence. I smiled slightly. Ah, the usual stags poking at each other. Dorian turned to Oberyn. This is the famed Red Viper, Oberyn Martell. Your small council advisor, I am told. It is a pleasure to see the boy king everyone seems so passionate about in the flesh. Oberyn nodded, smiling. Though, you are hardly a boy. Are you certain that you are not a giant's bastard? Sometimes, I am not so sure myself. I smiled, not taking offense to his remark and taking it as a compliment. If anything, my fondest memories were as a bastard. Was the Prince of Dorne pleased with my gifts? All of Dorne was pleased with your gifts, Oberyn said, keeping his smile. The shattered skull and body of Lord Tywin, the remains of the mountain and his dog Sir Amory. The fall from grace for House Lannister as well. All fine gifts. I am glad to hear that. I nodded, slowly changing my smile to a more empathetic expression. I am aware that the Martells haven't been close with the Baratheons, if ever. The incident with Elia. You were not even born. He pat my shoulder, shaking his head. Do not fret so much, I am not a man who believes the son should carry the sins of his father. I am thankful, I replied with a slight smile. It has been my wish to see the 7 kingdoms be whole again ever since the Lannisters rose in rebellion. You have accomplished that. Oberyn nodded, removing his arm. You serve a good king, Dorian. We do, indeed. Dorian turned to Oberyn as he corrected him. This Red Viper is among the most interesting men I have ever met, and that is not an easy list to make. You two know each other from before? I questioned. This Dornish snake used to be a sellsword like me, and we happened upon each other in an inn. Dorian chuckled. He said he could throw knives better than me, and bet good money on it, to his misfortune. Never has there been a better knife thrower than Dorian Daggerhand. Oberyn smiled, turning to the table and sitting down. Stole quite a bit of gold from me, he did. We fought once or twice as well. Thrice, in truth. I let you live all 3 times. Dorian chuckled. What hasn't this Dorian done? I recall you begging for an antidote to my poison, no. I don't quite recall that. Dorian stroked his chin with a slight grin. I could remind you. Dorian smiled. Alas, as you can see, we are a similar beast, Oberyn and I, men who tend to grow bored and seek the world. 2 serpents in a pit. I chuckled. Well, don't stand on ceremony. Sit. I hung out with Oberyn and Dorian for quite a while. One spoke about all types of poisons while the other informed me of the matters of King's Landing alongside his accomplishments over the months. The streets are as clean as they could ever be. Dorian proudly announced, having a celebratory sip of wine. Oh, and that Bryce boy. Since you left him in the Red Keep, I took him under my wing as a man of the watch for a time. Suppose he wanted more action, I remarked, smiling. Did he do well? Naturally. The boy has a nose for justice and is a good lad. He helps anyone he can, with or without payment. He was the hardest worker in my little village near Storm's End. Bryce, while more trained than before, wasn't someone I wanted with me in the Vale. It would have been far too dangerous. If anything, I likely would have lost him at the Second Battle of Mistwood if not before. He still has a ways to go before he can lead men, Dorian remarked. Still, he is an example of what a man of the gold cloaks should aspire to be like. As for my successor, I've already trained one, and he is more than ready to take my place. Good. I nodded. Then you can move on to other duties. Naturally. Dorian smiled. The Boy King has you working hard, Dorian. Oberyn laughed. How much are you being paid? Not enough, sadly. Dorian made a sorrowful expression, sighing. I am overworked, stressed, and there is not an ounce of pleasure in my dull life. Sounds like an awful living. Oberyn chuckled, playing along with his jest. The king is cruel to his loyal subject. I chuckled, shaking my head. Don't take the piss, your daily wage is enough to buy a knight's destrier. By now, you're richer than many lords if you didn't waste all your gold. Greater responsibilities but no pay rise in sight. Dorian sighed once more. I might have to take my talents to Queen Daenerys Stormborn instead. Queen, hey. I raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you've already made up your mind. In all seriousness, I feel like going out and spending some of my well-earned gold. Dorian changed his expression, smiling. You wouldn't mind that, would you, Your Grace? And where would you be going, exactly? I'd quite like a beautiful Valyrian girl's mouth and tits around my cock, for a start. Dorian sat back, smiling. Lys the Lovely treats me very kindly, Your Grace, and it has been too long since I've felt that land's warmth. I plan to arrange a gift for you, too. Several gifts, in truth, from several of the free cities. Oh! I raised an eyebrow. What can you give me that I don't already have? Oh, you'd love my gifts. Dorian shrugged. Though, it's no fun if I tell you what they are. Dorian never gives half-hearted gifts, Oberyn added. You will most certainly like them. You have my curiosity. I nodded. You may leave whenever you wish. Don't take too long, however. I will try to be swift. Given his track record with me, I had no reason to mistrust him. Besides, I don't imagine keeping Dorian against his will would benefit me much. If anything, he is one of my more loyal and faithful subjects, despite starting as a sellsword and having a layer of mystery. In terms of gifts, I wonder what he has in mind. Chapter 38, Maiden's Love. After meeting with Oberyn and Dorian, Edric called for a small council meeting to get himself up to speed. It has been confirmed that Daenerys does, in truth, possess 3 dragons. Varys stated, glancing at Edric, who then swept his gaze across the small council as if to say, I told you so. And they are growing larger every day. 3 dragons. A nervous air swept the small council chamber. The last time 3 dragons from Essos invaded Westeros, all but one of its kingdoms had been conquered. Should these dragons be like those who came before and grow into adulthood, the same could very likely happen. The last dragon's skull was the size of an apple, my lords. Gorman Tyrell, the Grand Maester, informed. The magic related to the dragons has died out over the ages. I doubt these dragons will grow all that large. Oh, they will. Edric sat back, the only one except Oberyn, with a calm expression. His lips curled into a slight grin. Don't you see, the magic of the world is returning? I know the Citadel would dispute that truth even if it were in their face. Alas, those dragons will continue to grow either way. Gorman furrowed his brows for a moment. You seem quite laid back, Edric, Renly remarked, smiling slightly. Do you truly believe that Sir Barristan alone would be enough to convince her to return without any grudges? Not at all. Then, the most likely scenario is that she will one day invade the 7 kingdoms with 3 fully grown dragons. Renly's expression turned more serious. What will be done, then? She will no doubt seek the heads of all the supposed rebels. You're forgetting something, uncle. Enlighten me. Edric sat up and gave Renly a confident smile. You have me. Edric swept his gaze across the small council, giving everyone a momentary sense of confidence that washed away the unease. Should Daenerys wish to tyrannize the 7 kingdoms and refuse to act with reason, I will serve as the Lord Protector of the realm and put down her dragons, whether by bow or storm. Dragons are creatures of land and sky, both of which the 7 reign over. Should they contest their chosen king, these dragons will not fly for long. His Grace does not lack for inspiring confidence. Alistair Florent stated with a smile, taking pride in his royal nephew. The gods would be with us, and not that horse a lord's widow. Mace Tyrell added with a puff of his round chest. A fully grown dragon would be too large and fast for a few arrows, even if they were fired by you, your grace, but lightning is a different matter, Stannis spoke, recalling the times he had witnessed Edric's storm. Speaking of which, while I fought against the mountain clans in the Vale, I found a way to combine both. Edric proudly announced. 3 good shots in the eye, and all 3 will fall with scorched eyes and shattered skulls. Well, aren't you a wizard? Renly chuckled. Mayhaps Daenerys ought to fear you more than we fear her dragons. She should. Edric nodded with a slight smile. I am curious about this ability of yours, Oberyn remarked, turning to Edric. Is it magic or a blessing from the gods? How do you do it? I'd say it's a bit of both. Edric smiled. I'll display it for you later if you wish. Oberyn nodded. Certainly. What of the north? Edric turned to Varys. Sir Jaime Lannister has begun his Night's Watch training in earnest, I am told, Varys replied, nodding. Lord Tyrion has also sent several knights and men-at-arms from the Westerlands to join him with the reward of gold. To protect his treasonous brother, no doubt. Randall Tarley scoffed. I doubt the Northerners have much love for him. He should be dead to begin with, Stannis remarked, glancing at Edric. The wall needs more than common thieves, murderers, and rapists guarding it, Edric replied, facing Stannis without wavering a single inch. If anything, having more able-bodied men join the Night's Watch is quite a benefit, regardless of the underlying intention. It might make more men inclined to join it, seeing as it has more than just a place for criminals to be forgiven. Besides, I doubt he's having all that much of a good time up there. I believe a swift death would have been a mercy, if anything. The black is a punishment that will last a lifetime for him. Hearing that, Stannis pondered for a moment and reluctantly agreed. They discussed the Iron Islands, which were taking a more peaceful turn under their new Lord Paramount Roderick Harlaw. The Iron Fleet, while intentionally crippled to boost the Royal Navy, still boasted quite a number of ships. These ships had been turned into merchant ships used to trade with the Reach, Westerlands, north, and even further beyond to Dorne and the Free Cities. They had begun to develop a culture of trading, benefiting greatly from it, which encouraged that culture to grow even more. Whenever they were attacked by pirates, the Ironborn didn't forget who they were, either, and fought back fiercely. The Narrow Sea had grown a good bit safer because of this. As for the Westerlands, they were recovering from the rebellion. Many of House Lannister's strongest supporters had lost sizable plots of land in favor of loyalists across the realm. Also, due to Edric's headhunting during the Dance of Lions and Stags, a few houses were crippled, if not extinct, in terms of highborn. A number of new faces had risen to power. Despite this and his infamy as the Imp, Lord Tyrion proved to be a capable Lord Paramount akin to his father. With his uncle Kevin's assistance, the Westerlands boasted growing stability and was on its way to regaining its title as one of the mightier kingdoms. As for the Riverlands, its lands were recovering swifter than usual thanks to Lannister reparations and the aid of the Iron Throne. The Reach, Dorne, Vale, Stormlands, and Crownlands were all doing well without any major issues. Edric would send a raven informing Winterfell of Mance Rayder's future invasion alongside an offer of assistance should Robb Stark require it. There is one more thing, multiple, in truth. Edric suddenly spoke after catching up with all the latest news. There are several large deposits of dragon glass on Dragonstone. I want every bit of obsidian mined and turned into various weapons, daggers, spears, arrowheads and swords. Mainly spears. What for? Renly raised an eyebrow. These weapons will prove crucial for winter. Edric smiled mysteriously. It is one of the few things that can put a walking dead man to rest. It will be done. Stannis nodded without much hesitation, putting more trust in Edric's decisions and the threat of winter. After all, he had predicted the 3 dragons when no one knew anything about it. Also, I want thousands of barrels of oil and as many pots of wildfire as possible, Edric added. Put the pyromancers of King's Landing to work and pay them well. Once there is a substantial amount, I want both to be sent to the Wall, Castle Black, and various castles close to the Wall. Fire will play a crucial part in Realm's defense, and the more we have of it at our disposal, the better. None of that will be cheap, Your Grace. Alistair Florent remarked, trying to do the rough estimates in his head. The millions of lives at stake are more precious than any number of gold dragons. To that, Alistair couldn't counter with anything except a nod. Renly and Stannis agreed to take this matter seriously, fully supporting Edric's plan to arm the realm with fire and obsidian. The rest of the small council followed, with Mace Tyrell going so far as offering a substantial amount of gold in the effort. After the rather lengthy small council meeting that stretched into the night, Edric recognized that he felt weary. He was immediately faced with an impatient-looking Arya Stark, who was waiting outside of the small council chamber. "Did you forget your promise already?" "No." Edric shook his head, raising an eyebrow. "Which one are you talking about, exactly?" "Joffrey." Arya frowned slightly. "Ah." Edric stroked his chin. "Isn't it rather late for that?" "I said all day long, not all night long. I've been waiting for the entire day." Arya crossed her arms, pouting slightly. "We got home to King's Landing today. I know you're excited, but give it a rest." Edric chuckled. "Tomorrow, you'll have plenty of time." "Fine. Besides, you need to get your sleep." Edric stepped closer, barely raising his hand and flicking her forehead. "You're tiny as it is. Gods know you need all the growth you can get, little wolf girl that you are." A flash of irritation emerged on her face as she raised her leg and aimed to kick him in that very painful place, but he sidestepped and dodged her completely. "How will I produce any heirs if you kick me there?" Edric raised an eyebrow. You won't. She answered simply, turning away with puffed cheeks full of air. Edric turned back to Sir Loras and Sir Mandan. One wore a slight expression of amusement, while the other looked as dead as usual. Sir Mandan, learn to smile more often. Is that an order, Your Grace? He questioned with a monotone voice. Sure. Edric shrugged. Sir Mandan forced a smile that looked akin to that of a deranged and sadistic murderer. It reminded Edric a little bit of the creepypasta of Jeff the Killer. He glanced at Loras, who also looked at him as they shared similar thoughts. Never mind that. Edric smiled slightly, shaking his head. Just, smile when you're happy. As you command. He returned to his expressionless expression. Edric went on to grab his heavy armor and headed out to the largest yard in the Red Keep. He proceeded to push himself through a strenuous workout session where he kept the armor on throughout. It was growing particularly tight around his entire body to the point that he felt like he was being actively squeezed. Afterwards, he had another bath, changed into some clothes and had 2 armor stands placed in his bedchamber where he decorated the armors that had served him so well. He had the set of armor that won the melee of the Hans tourney and crushed 2 rebelling kingdoms alongside the one he had used to combat the mountain clans of the Vale. Observing the cut antler on his most prestigious armor set, he smiled. Goofy single-horned demon. Despite intentionally draining himself, he felt strangely invigorated and couldn't quite bring himself to sleep. Instead, he decided to grab a book about siege engines from the library and went off to the Godswood of the Red Keep. It was almost always a serene, empty place, almost always. Edric's POV, first. Sansa Stark sat against the Godswood, seemingly knitting a Baratheon banner. It was the royal one, a black stag crowned with gold at its neck on a golden field. There seemed to be more to it, however. Upon closer inspection, I saw strands of purple depicting lightning striking down. Despite taking on the serpent discipline, my heavy feet weren't exactly stealthy. She noticed me and immediately stood up, straightening herself. Your Grace, am I? It's no trouble. I smiled, stepping forward. Sorry if I disturbed your needlework. It looks quite good. Sansa flushed red like an embarrassed young lady would. I meant it as a gift for you, Your Grace, but it's not finished. I appreciate it. I stepped next to the Godswood and sat down beside it. Don't stand on ceremony, my lady. I'm just here to read a little. She nodded, sitting a good bit away and picking up the sigil she was working on. Scorpions, catapults, trebuchets. I should expand my warband and gather a sizable number of men to undertake these projects. Engineering could prove vital against the others. I thought to myself as I read through the book. So, how was the Vale? Sansa suddenly asked, breaking the ice. I drew my attention away from the book and turned to her. It was quite the adventure, from all the fighting and traveling to helping some villagers improve their village. In my opinion, the Vale has far better scenery than King's Landing. Though I am a person who naturally prefers the wilderness, so you can take that with a grain of salt. You helped improve a village. Sansa blinked. Yet, in the grand picture, it does seem like a waste of time, but I felt like I learned a great deal from the experience. I gave her a hint of a smile. You could say I was living my life as a knight. I see, no one ever talks about that part, Sansa remarked. All they say is how you overcame the mountain clans with only a band of brave knights and your king's guard. Actually, I led a few mountain clans for a time. Though, they were destroyed in the final battle. You did? She blinked with surprise. Apparently, no one mentioned that part. But the king working with outlaws. They were my swords. I shrugged. Were, because I never intended to keep them around. Merely, I was using them to fight each other. Not the most honorable thing, though, is it? Well, Sansa lowered her head slightly. You defeated them all in the end, didn't you? The number of good, lawful, men who died during that campaign was minimal. I consider that outcome more honorable than the act of using mountain clans is dishonorable. You're right. She agreed. Speaking of, I gained a few things along my campaign. I stood up, whistling to my falcon. It flew in rather swiftly, decelerating when it neared and landed on my hand. This falcon is one of them. Oh! Sansa's deep blue eyes lit up as she observed its white feathers. She stood up and took a closer look. It's beautiful. Freedom, I call her. She likes to fly off from time to time. I smiled, rubbing its back. The falcon held its head high as it stood still and seemingly enjoyed my hand. Can I touch it? You could try. She slowly raised her hand to touch her head, but the bird instantly flapped its wings. Sansa retreated while I chuckled. I've never met a single person freedom liked other than me. I scratched my hair. My apologies, Sansa. It's all right. Though she didn't sound upset, she did look quite disappointed. Naughty bird. I frowned disapprovingly, raising my hand and forcing her to fly away. Anyway, I have a gift for you. You do? The look of disappointment in her eyes faded. No, it's not a marriage proposal. Close your eyes, my lady. No peeking. I instructed with a sternish expression, and she obeyed. Also step forward a bit. Afterwards, I turned my back and planted my hand into my chest, opening the plane of euthymia. It was getting loaded with a bunch of trash that needed cleaning. I wasn't the most organized of people, clearly, my hoarding tendencies were catching up to me. I found what I was looking for after a few seconds and dragged it right out. I wrapped it around Sansa and observed how well it fitted her. Not too shabby. You can open your eyes now. She slowly opened them, looking down on her new cloak. Her deep blue eyes slowly widened with amazement. It's shadow skin. She recognized it, blushing slightly. Did you hunt a shadowcat for it? I'd be lying if I made up some story about me heroically charging into a shadowcat's lair and fighting it in single combat. I chuckled, shaking my head. No, it belonged to one of the chieftains. A large and strong fellow, though, I must say, it looks far prettier on you than it did him. She chuckled and smiled. Then you fought heroically all the same. I nodded, shrugging my shoulders. I thought it would be rude if I went on such a long journey and didn't bring anything back to my future sister. Sister. Sansa muttered under her breath, almost as quiet as a mouse. I could see the slightest of frowns. Since you were away, Marjorie and I had become good friends. Is that so? I smiled. She spoke much of Highgarden and how beautiful it was. Sansa nodded, her eyes turning away from me. She said that once I saw it, I'd never want to leave. Oh, the Tyrells are plotting. Even I want to go there. I nodded. She also spoke about her brother, Willis Tyrell, an educated, gentle and intelligent lord with a good heart. That he is. I stroked my chin. So, they want you to marry him, do they? She nodded, smiling slightly. However, it didn't seem like a genuine smile, rather, it was one that took effort to put on. Since you're the king and I was left in your care, I thought it best to ask you first. Is this something you want? I asked, looking into her eyes. She raised her eyes to look back at me before replying. Is it something you'd want? Her look turned into a long gaze, an absent-minded one. The wind swayed, and my shoulder-length black hair followed gently. The moonlight dramatically shined over us and the heart tree. Is it something I'd want? Well, it could be good for the realm in terms of unity, though it would also increase House Tyrell's influence, which comes with its own benefits and thorns. It's... She tugged on her shadow skin cloak before stepping closer. My eyes widened as she did something I hadn't expected at all. She tiptoed up and grabbed my face, pressing her lips against mine. I froze for a moment, blinking with a bewildered expression. Sansa had closed her eyes and engrossed herself in the act for several seconds before realizing just what she had done. She opened her eyes and observed my expression, withdrawing a step. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." She turned away in embarrassment and sped away before I could process what happened. I was left alone as Sansa's kiss remained fresh on my lips. Raiden Shogun didn't do so well in hiding her distaste. She didn't say anything about it, however. That was my first kiss with a girl. The one with the blonde doesn't count. Drunk me is different. I had never thought it would happen today, nor was I particularly seeking it out. Nor did I ever think it would be Sansa, of all people, but it was. It was sudden, strangely sweet. When she stood up to me, it felt as if I had seen a glimpse into her heart and realized the feelings that she harbored for me. I don't know what I had done to charm her so much, but I knew those feelings wouldn't wash away easily. Perhaps never. Ultimately, I instinctively wiped my mouth with my sleeve as I used to when my mother would kiss me on the cheek. What do I even do about this? I sighed, shaking my head. I had plenty to think about as I called it a night and headed to bed. Chapter 39, War of Sisters. Sansa's POV. It had been a foolish, selfish act, that was all Sansa could think from night to morning. She had forced herself on the king, her younger sister's betrothed, a young man who had been kind, honest and understanding with her. He had so simply stated that he had no love for her, and yet... At that moment, her heart had spoken for her. Edric was all she could ever dream of. His dashing, wild, black hair, the charming way he would smile and cheer, how swiftly her heart fluttered and warmed whenever they touched, his deep blue eyes that shimmered like the purest of lakes and would at times shine an alluring, magical violet with tones of sorrow that drew her to him. How the knights and lords of the realm beckoned at his inspiring call, their banners fluttering under his. The youngest knight to ever live, the finest archer who ever walked and a mighty warrior without equal in the world. From the Lannisters to the Greyjoys to the mountain clans, victory and glory followed everywhere he walked. Though a giant to her, he was anything but brutish. There was no place she felt more unworried and safe than his strong yet soft embrace. The same one she had cried a waterfall of tears into. There is a reason why every lady vied for even a moment of his attention. He wasn't just her dream, he was every maiden's dream. She had prayed countless times to the old gods and the new, day and night. He is a true knight, a hero, a true king. Sansa thought. What was a Willis Tyrell to him? She would rather stubbornly remain unmarried than see herself with anyone else. If only, he felt the same. How will I even face him now? After a depressed sigh, she got ready for the day. Arya had grown more distant from her as time passed, focusing on her silly sword lessons before she left with Edric for the Vale. Ever since the war broke out and her father had left for the field, the number of times they had even eaten together could be counted on two hands. Only her eldest brother and mother could pull them together, if only for a short while. Sansa supped with her lady friends and female companions when Arya entered the hall. Of course, she didn't wear any dress, but her appearance was distinctly cleaner. Sansa couldn't recall seeing her hair so straightly brushed and orderly braided ever before. Even so, despite looking more ladylike in certain aspects, she now wore her little sword at her side. "Am I disturbing anything?" Arya questioned, taking a look at the ladies at Sansa's side. "My lady, of course not." Marjorie smiled, tilting her head slightly. "You are more than welcome to join us." Arya gave her a short, cold stare before sitting opposite Sansa. "Can you all leave? Except my sister." "If that is your wish, my lady." Marjorie nodded with a sweet smile. Even though she wasn't queen yet, she commanded some authority in the sense that she very well could be in the future. Sansa observed as all of her companions left her alone with Arya. She didn't say much more, beginning to eat their food rather quickly. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Arya grabbed a bowl of soup and drained it down in an utterly unladylike fashion. Sansa didn't hide her disgust. How could someone like you be queen? She blurted out, all of her bottled envy leaving her heart at once. If Arya wasn't in the way, she would be marrying him instead. Arya put down the bowl and looked at her. She didn't get angry as Sansa expected her to. Instead, the slightest of smug grins graced her lips. By marrying the king, obviously. As if Edric would marry you, Sansa muttered, turning away. If he wanted you for his queen, he would have announced it a while ago. Arya countered, grabbing a piece of bread and munching on it. I don't think he likes you as much as you like him. Sansa clenched her soft palms. He doesn't like you at all. Arya frowned slightly before relaxing into a slight grin. Where is your golden prince now? The one you said you loved with all your heart, your golden lion. He's rotting in a cell with the rats. Where he belongs. Arya chuckled. Why don't you go and keep your prince warm? Maybe bring him food while you're at it. Shut up. Sansa stood up, shaking her head. I never loved Joffrey. That's another lie. Lie, 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 that's all you do. You lied about Micah, and now you're saying you lied about Joffrey. Arya scoffed. I bet you even lie about Edric. You just want to be the queen, and you'd hop from one prince to the next. That isn't true. Sansa refuted, shaking her head. I love Edric more than you ever could. I don't even care about being queen. I just want to be with him. You took that away from me. You took him away. The animosity in Sansa's eyes made even Arya a little uncomfortable. You're terrible at everything. You're ugly, you act like an animal, you're always so dirty, how could someone like you marry Edric? Shut it. Arya tossed a tomato, and it smashed against Sansa's face. I hate you. Sansa grabbed a handkerchief and cleaned herself, stepping away. If you had never been born, he wouldn't have a reason to turn me away. I would be his lady, and I would mend his heart like you never could. He would learn to love me, and we'd marry, and we'd be happy. It's never enough for you. Arya scowled. You've always had everything. The beautiful red hair, the appealing blue eyes, the grace, the soft voice, all the courtesies, needlework, dancing, singing, the proper, perfect, lady. Better at me in every way that counts. Sansa paused, staring at her younger sister. Despite their quarreling, this moment, it felt like she saw into the heart of her little sister and understood her more than she ever did before. I'm not you. Arya stood up, shaking her head. I won't ever be. Arya, Sansa realized that she had been far too harsh. It wasn't Arya's fault that she was betrothed to Edric. It's true that I never wanted to be a lady, but it's the last thing our father wanted from me. He said Edric was as good of a match as any other, and he was right. He understands and supports who I am. Edric. I like him. Arya admitted, shaking her head. And I won't give him up to you. You should find someone else to love, some fancy lord or knight, because Edric is my future husband. Arya turned away and left in a hurry, as if the words she had spoken embarrassed her. Sansa was left conflicted. She thought of how her father used to advise against them endlessly warring with each other. You are sisters. I expect you to behave like sisters. I'm a horrible sister. She sighed. Edric's POV. I slept a good bit deeper into the morning due to my night owl activities. I got dressed and looked in the mirror. Last night was still fresh in my mind, as if it had happened only a moment prior. It's just a kiss. I thought to myself. Nothing to get worked up about. Your kindness was not left unrewarded. Raiden Shogun remarked, floating behind me. I glanced back and saw her disapproving expression. I was just being courteous, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. It's part of being a knight, and a king. Besides, giving gifts to your family isn't all that strange. Raiden Shogun blinked and stared at me momentarily before turning away. Do as you will, Edric Storm. Only silence followed. I sighed, dropping myself on the bed. I wasn't interested in Sansa Stark, not romantically, at the very least. It's only logical to be kind to the eldest sister of my Warden of the North. In the end, she chose to kiss me. Granted, it would have helped if I didn't stand still. The one time my hyperfocus doesn't activate, ha! I chuckled. My dear Shogun, don't be so envious. I looked at her purple braided hair. The sight of her back was just as majestic and alluring as the front. You know what you mean to me. I wouldn't be here without you. I glanced at the insignia on the back of my left hand. Honestly, I don't even know where I'd be. Life is always so unpredictable. A raging storm could emerge from the calmest of days. Raiden Shogun remarked. You are an unpredictable person yourself. Am I? I chuckled, looking at the fancy chandelier hanging from the ceiling. I don't think that myself. I am a simple man with the simplest of desires. You might think so. She shrugged slightly. But that doesn't necessarily make it true, does it? You doubted if you'd be a good king, yet here you are. Your people love and respect you, you've crushed all notion of rebellion, and the Seven Kingdoms have entirely submitted to you. Achieving peace, stability, and prosperity is of paramount importance to a ruler. You've attained all three in so short a time. In truth, much of that would be attributed to my uncles, loyal lords and council members. Then again, ruling the realm is not something one man alone can do, given just how vast it is. No matter how great a king is, he needs his supporters, administrators, and advisors. Here I am. I sat up, looking at the mirror again. King Edric Storm. You'll be loved, your name will be sung across the realm, and you'll protect its people like a true knight would. Raiden Shogun turned to me as I spoke the last of Alisanne's words. You remembered it word for word. I've only read the letter only once in person, yet it has resounded 100 times in my mind. I sighed, getting off the bed. I looked at the banner that hung to one corner of the bedchamber, the one she had made for me. That silly idea of merging 4 sigils, all in reversed colors. Targaryen, Estermont, Baratheon, and Florent. I took it inside of the plane of Euthymia. There was something I wanted, no, something I needed to do. With momentary peace in the realm, there likely wouldn't be a better time for it. I just needed to settle a few more things. I set out for the streets of King's Landing alongside several companions, including Arthur, Bryce, Ragnar, Dallin, the Hound, and some gold cloaks. We, mainly Arthur, Bryce, and I, talked about a few things along the way to the top of the Street of Steel, where Topomot's shop and house resided. It was taller and wider than any other building on the street, towering over like a shadow. It was quite impressive up close. No doubt, Topomot made a pretty penny selling his wares to be able to afford such an estate. You know you're dedicated when you live on top of your shop. As I entered through, a slim serving girl greeted me. Milord, your grace. Don't be shy. I chuckled, reassuring her. I'm here to see the master of this shop. I'd like to commission a thing or two. Of course. I'll lead you to him. She led us to a cavernous stone barn outside the house, where Topomot was instructing several apprentices. Master! His Grace, the King, has arrived. He slowly turned, meeting my gaze. Afterwards, he gave a respectful nod. Your Grace! It is an honor to meet you at last. Have you come here to commission a set of armor? Mayhaps another warhammer, or steel arrows that can penetrate plate? my old armor's tight as a pulled bowstring. I would like to commission several sets of armor alongside mine, in truth. I nodded. I'll tell you the details later. For now, I'd like to ask if you have any apprenticeship places open. Topoma took a look at the company behind me. Who do you have in mind? Bryce, Ragnar, Dallin. Does learning under the best smith in King's Landing intrigue any of you? I looked back. The best in the 7 kingdoms, your grace. Topo corrected. The best in the 7 kingdoms, I repeated, smiling slightly. Well, don't be shy. I'll pay for it all. I'd like to, Bryce spoke up. I am no warrior like Sir Arthur, but I know how to work hard, your grace. I won't waste an opportunity to learn a valuable trade. Good man. I pat his shoulder. I assume you two lads are more interested in martial pursuits. Yes, your grace. Ragnar nodded. When I left the village, I set out to be a knight. So did I, Dallin added. We are your squires, your grace. I smiled, nodding. Very well. There is one more thing. Topo questioned. You have an apprentice by the name of Gendry, don't you? I'd like to meet him. He looked at me for a moment before nodding. Of course, your grace. He is right there. Gendry hadn't been all that far away. Yet, he looked a bit like me. Older, 16, though a good bit shorter. He looked rather bewildered at the sight of me. How is everything? I asked. I am well, your grace. He raised the slightest of eyebrows. May I ask why you approached me? We're fellow bastard brothers, of course. I smiled, stepping forward without dancing around the matter. Half-brothers, yet brothers nonetheless. King Robert's blood. Gendry's mouth opened and widened as he was in shock. King Robert was my father. He was quite charitable with his, you know. I chuckled. Though I am king, I have never considered myself above helping my siblings. If there is anything you might ever need, I will support you wholeheartedly. Actually, I wrapped my arm around him. Why don't I show you around the Red Keep? That wouldn't be proper. Gendry hesitated, shaking his head. I don't belong in a fancy court, look at me. I'm a smith. Another bastard sibling. The Hound remarked. There's probably enough for Edric to make a bloody army of those shits. The old king spread his seed far and wide, Dallin said. Ah, who cares about what's proper? At court, I decide what's proper. I smiled, shrugging my shoulders. If you'd like, we can get you dressed like a pretty princess. I'd rather not. Just one day won't hurt, my dear brother. I managed to get Gendry into the Red Keep and introduced him to everyone. However, before I could do much more, Arya confronted me with a frown. Where did you run off to? She crossed her arms. Did you forget your word again? No, I was merely bringing my big brother to court. I chuckled, glancing at Gendry and then back at Arya. Gendry, meet Arya, my lovely betrothed. It's an honor, my lady. He bowed with some courtesy. He clearly hadn't heard my sarcasm. Your big brother. She blinked, raising an eyebrow. Is he a smith? MHM. You have a keen eye. I nodded. He's rather good at what he does, in truth. I am far lesser of a smith than you are a warrior, your grace. Gendry humbly remarked, shaking his head. A modest lad. I shrugged my shoulders. Anyway, Gendry, enjoy yourself. Drink and feast like our father would. I left Gendry to Renly before heading into the dungeons. Joffrey was initially placed on the second floor, where the highborn captives were kept. However, I had him moved to the black cells out of spite. I walked ahead with a torch, lighting the pitch-black floor. Arya and Sir Arthur followed behind. At the very end of the floor was a face I hadn't seen in a long, long time. He had changed drastically since I last saw him. He had grown in height a little, his golden hair turning to a dirty brown. His once lively and hateful face was dried up of life. His body was thinner than ever, and I could see some of his bones even from afar. Blood hasn't been eating. Ol Jove. I addressed him, giving the torch to Arthur and taking out the key. I unlocked the cell door and stepped closer. I'm surprised you're still alive and kicking. Us bastards tend to be quite stubborn, hey. His eyes slowly looked up at me as he slightly tilted his head. Edric, free me. What for? I blinked, raising an eyebrow. I'll do anything. If only you were so compliant before. I turned to Arya. You still want to beat him? He looks beaten already to me. Old Joffrey was more fun to play with. I'd tell him quite a few things if he was the same. Alas, this was just a husk that once was Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Why would that change my mind? Arya raised an eyebrow. Micah died because of him. She turned to Joffrey. Do you remember him, you bastard? Joffrey blinked at a snail's pace. Who? He's so fucked. I smiled slightly, stepping back. Have fun, Arya. Don't go too far. I won't. She gave me the slightest of smiles. For a moment, she looked like a sweet girl. That's when I knew Joffrey wouldn't see light again. She stepped ahead of me. Maybe this will refresh your memory. She drew needle and slashed at the side of his face, creating a sizable gash. I won't hurt you, much. Is this wise? Sir Arthur raised an eyebrow as I joined him. Not even his father will miss him. I shrugged. I meant, your lady. Arthur looked concerned. Would it be right for her to? It's natural for a wolf to feast on its prey, Sir Arthur. If that is your wish. Arthur reluctantly agreed. I won't defy you. Still don't remember. Arya tilted her head slightly. You, little wolf. Joffrey contemplated saying it, his fear of death sealing his tongue. It had not been all that long ago that he'd been able to curse at Arya freely. Yes, he recalled it. The time she whacked his head with a stick and threw rocks at him. The butcher's boy. He finally said, taking a deep breath. What killed him? The hound. I told him to ride the boy down. She sheathed needle and balled her fists, punching him straight in the face. It didn't look all that painful, but then again, Joffrey had become a delicate thing since his imprisonment. She didn't stop there, kicking him in the face. Kidney, dick, man wasn't having a good time. You. Joffrey groaned in pain. Little, wolf bitch. I'll make you pay for everything you did, you Lannister bastard. Well, I got things to do. I pat Arthur's shoulder. Take care of Arya. Yes, your grace. As I assumed. Joffrey wouldn't see sunlight again. Chapter 40, Haunting Ghost. As I left Arthur with Arya, Sir Loras and the Hound accompanied me. I went to the White Sword Tower and gathered the rest of the King's Guard for morning practice. I had organized their shifts so every one of the King's Guard would be available for these practices rather than having some snooze them away. It wasn't as tricky as it sounds, considering there are 24 hours a day and, save for their 8 hours of sleep, the King's Guard are available to me during most of them. We went straight to the largest of the Red Keep's yards, starting with some light exercises before moving on to sparring. As per usual, it was only a short time until a sizable number of courtiers moved to observe the routine practice. Sansa Stark was one of them, amongst Princess Arianne and Marjorie Tyrell. Renly and Gendry were two. The Hound seemed to be in his element today, consecutively besting Sir Mandon, Loras, Balon, and Aerys. Seems to me that you want a white cloak, Hound. I remarked with a slight smile. I am no knight. I could make you one. I offered. Fuck that useless title. Fair enough. I chuckled at the hound's response, shrugging my shoulders. To me, you are a king's guard in all but name, white cloak or otherwise. Why don't you face your dog? Ariane smiled as she observed from the raised stands, resting her head on her hand. Many say that you are the strongest warrior in all of the 7 kingdoms, despite your youth. And the golden medal for women's instigating goes to. I plan to regardless. I grabbed my warhammer and raised it on my shoulder. Since my old armor no longer fit me, I had taken Robert's armor as my own. I was definitely selling the demon of the trident roleplay. Let's give them a show. Hardly a show. The hound scoffed. You are a little monster. He chose to use a morning star with a decently long chain, swinging it at me. I evaded its spiked ball with ease, even without hyperfocus. I waited for an opportunity to strike, using the plate of my left arm to deflect the next blow while raising my warhammer with the right. Smash! My warhammer struck right into the hound's side, leading to him staggering back. His armor had been decently dented, and I knew he felt that blow. Fuck! Sander cursed, stepping back. Strong cunt, you held back, didn't you? Yet. I nodded, feeling a slight bit of pain in my left arm. The blunt force of the hound was no jest. Why would I want to injure my own men? Does that answer your question? Sander looked up at Ariane. I know he wanted to add something along the lines of dumb bitch but restrained himself. Certainly does. Ariane observed Sander's armor from a distance. She pursed her lips as she looked at me and winked. It seems that his grace's large, strong, figure is not just for show. I continued to spar with Robert's warhammer, dancing with multiple King's Guard at once. It was only then that I was truly challenged, having to abuse hyperfocus to avoid being sandwiched. Then I swapped to the sword and did the same. Since I was fighting against rotating teams, I naturally exhausted the most energy but got more experience out of it. The session continued with several capable volunteers, like Sir Garland, joining in. The hound had noticeably improved at his throwing, and the rest had become decent archers. As for me, well, I decided to leave that for a hunt. The yard wasn't nearly large enough to test my effective range. I showed Oberyn some lightning tricks, piquing his interest. Your magic is fascinating, Oberyn admitted, nodding as lightning sparked in my left hand. It's more than little sparks, though, isn't it? Oh, of course. I smiled, nodding. Showing its full strength would spoil this beautiful afternoon sky, however. Mayhaps another day. As you wish. Oberyn shrugged. By the end of the session, I was absolutely drained after the adrenaline rush. I definitely pushed myself to the limit today, from abusing hyperfocus to keeping pace during extensively long duels against many skilled combatants. I knew that tomorrow I'd wake up sore as shit. I prepared a little feast for myself and those who had trained with me before heading to relax in the gardens under Marjorie Tyrell's invitation. We walked through them rather casually before sitting on a beautiful balcony table showing some of the finer scenery of King's Landing. She had servants bring all kinds of fruit from the reach, the sight of which magically opened space in my previously full stomach. Melons, peaches, pomegranates, grapes, fire plums. I found it difficult not to open my mouth and drool. Alas, I kept my composure. Don't be shy, Your Grace. Marjorie sweetly smiled, tilting her head slightly as she looked directly into my eyes. Eat as much as you like. I heard you had a particularly sweet tooth, despite being known for eating mainly meat. I love both. I nodded, eyeing the peaches. Meat gives me strength, sweetness gives me joy. I see. She chuckled. The fruits are most ripe in Highgarden, where some even say they are as sweet as the cadence of a poet's song. Oh, is that so? I subtly grabbed a peach with my right hand and had my first bite. Yeah, it was fucking good. I wanted to munch through the whole thing. Sounds quite tempting. I believe you'd more than love it Highgarden, I mean. She raised her hand and held my gloved left hand. With all the kingdoms returned to the fold, it's only right that you should have some time to yourself. All that fighting with the mountain clans of the Vale. I doubt it was easy on the body nor the mind. I'm sure I would, I said, looking into her eyes. The lines blurred until I wasn't looking at Marjorie, but rather Allie's N. My hand clenched hers for a moment. My look turned into a stare before the illusion vanished before my eyes. I let go, glancing away. But, there's something I want to do first. I took a deep breath, shaking my head. Something I need to do. And that would be. I need to put someone dear to me to rest, I said with a strained smile, looking into the narrow sea. Then I turned back to her. How about I show you my home first, Lady Marjorie? It's not nearly as wonderful as Highgarden, with its strong winds, mighty rain, and booming lightning, but it has its own charm. Of course, I won't force your hand. Oh, I'd love to, Your Grace. She smiled with a sparkle in her eyes. Storm's End has a long history and is one of the mightiest castles in the realm. I doubt she was that excited to see Storm's End. Besides, being in your company, no matter the place, is a great honor. Marjorie added, smiling once more. I'd gladly accompany you wherever you wish. Even to my bedchamber. I thought to myself. Silly thought, that's precisely where you want to be. With a crown, especially. That's settled, then. I nodded, taking a few more, bigger, bites of the peach. Before I knew it, only the seed remained. I flicked it into the distance and grabbed another. As I was engrossing myself in the sweetness of rich peaches, two soft hands graced my shoulders and massaged them. By the distinct smell alone, I could tell who it was. You must be sore from your arduous training, Your Grace. She said in her husky voice, which was alluring in a way. Let this princess help you unwind a little. My heartbeat quickened a little. Admittedly, I didn't mind a massage. It felt pretty good. Even though I sincerely doubted Ariane's endgame was just to become my masseuse, I decided to loosen up a little and enjoy the moment, while eating my second peach. I could do much more if you found a suitable place to lay down, Your Grace. I don't believe His Grace requires your services, Marjorie remarked, keeping her smile. Besides, it's rather rude of you to interrupt our private conversation. Why, I am just serving the king, Ariane answered. If he wishes for me to leave, he only needs to say the word. I exchanged looks with Marjorie and then saw Raiden Shogun looking at me. Women. I just want to enjoy my peaches. Aren't you popular these days, Your Grace? Dorian pulled up, chuckling. The company of two beautiful ladies with such prominent names, any ordinary man would be green with envy. Ah, Dorian. I smiled. You're still around. What, you wanted me to leave so swiftly? Dorian pretended to look sad. Am I not wanted? No, quite the opposite. Do you need something from me? I was just wandering around. Though, I did want to speak with you one last time before I departed. Dorian smiled, glancing at Ariane. However, you look beyond comfortable, Your Grace. I'd hate to drag you away from your paradise. What a save. I stood up. Sure. I looked at Marjorie and then at Ariane. We can continue at a later time. You only need to say the word. Ariane smiled, not looking upset at all. Dorian took me to one of my favorite spots, the tallest of the Red Keep's towers, which overlooked all of King's Landing. Women. Dorian chuckled, glancing at me. Are you still a maid, Your Grace? Yet. I shrugged. What of it? So much attention at such a young age, isn't it enticing? You are getting to about that age when boys start becoming more like men, A little. I admitted. It is becoming more than a little enticing recently. I see, not even Robert had that many highborn ladies dropping themselves at his feet. Dorian laughed. You are one charming lad with no Cersei Lannister to keep them away, I suppose. The little wolf is hardly a deterring factor. What are you getting at? I raised a slight eyebrow. Arianne, for one, will not stop at anything until you two are in the same bed together. Dorian seemed to warn me. That's how she is, Oberyn tells me. A relentless princess who tends to get what she wants. Of course, you could indulge her, no doubt, she would make you feel joy you didn't know existed. I see. I acted like I didn't know. What am I to do about it? What would you want to do about it? Dorian questioned, grinning slightly. If you want, you could serve these eager ladies like your father would. Had. I chuckled. Wouldn't I be just like my father, then? Having bastards left and right. Look at how having a bastard turned out for him. Dorian remarked, shrugging. Without you, the realm would be in pieces. Mayhaps. Even so, I am no Robert Baratheon. I shook my head, looking at Dorian with a more serious expression. When I do it, I want it to be special. How romantic and sweet. Dorian mused, resting his head on his hand. His mocking grin was all too clear. Shut up. I rolled my eyes. In which case, Arianne is not the woman for you. Dorian chuckled. She has been through quite the number of swords. That princess is more of a lustful creature than a loving one. I knew someone who would have been. I sighed, looking at the sea. Though, mayhaps I wasn't the person for her to begin with. Alice-Anne? Dorian asked, nodding. Yes, you two were lovely. Alas! She is not with us. I'm afraid that the crown on your head will not make the pursuit of love all that easy. Indeed, many ladies will flock to you, but not for the right reasons. The Rose of Highgarden is one such example. Besides, you have your duty to fulfill, is that not so? Yet. I looked up at the sky, which was full of stars. Duty. It's all up to you, in the end. Kings have been plenty selfish and indulgent in the past. Mayhaps you could make them fall for you, truly. I only want one, Dorian. One with whom I can share my entire heart, soul, and life. I replied, speaking with my chest. Just one. If you picked up a lyre and sang, Rhaegar would cry tears of shame from his grave. Dorian laughed. Though, I think I can find a suitable lover for you. I chuckled. Not you too. It shall be one of my gifts. Dorian's eye flashed violet. I said I wouldn't spoil any of the surprises, didn't I? How careless of me. I don't need you to find a lover for me. I raised an eyebrow. I'm fine. Ah, I shall find you the most brilliant of girls. Do not fret. Since he insisted, there was no changing his mind. Who in seven hells would he even bring to me? Admittedly, I was a bit curious. Dorian was always unpredictable. Chapter 41, Power of Storm. 2 ravens arrived today. One from the Eyrie and another from Winterfell, Your Grace. Stannis Baratheon informed me over dinner. It had been a few days since Dorian left, and I had started preparing for Storm's End. My ship hadn't seen any action since landing in King's Landing over a year ago, and it was time to bring it home. It was only a year and a moon, yet it felt longer than all the 6 years I had lived before combined. Oh, what are they about? Lord Robb Stark has declined your offer of assistance, stating that he is the Warden of the North and is capable enough to fulfill his duty. However, he will not turn away his brother and king should he arrive regardless. I see. I smiled slightly. He doesn't want to strain me if he can help it. After all, the journey north is long and arduous. It would seem so. He's a good lad, taking after his father. Renly nodded. The second piece of news is that the entire court of the Vale will be visiting King's Landing. If I was drinking anything, I would have spat it out. Fortunately, I wasn't. The entire court of the Vale. I blinked. What for? As their marriage is sponsored by you, Lord Haroldarin wishes to marry his intended at the September of Baelor, before the eyes of the king and the royal court, Stannis informed. There is also mention of a grand tourney. With winter on the horizon? I ain't paying for that. Is there now? I raised an eyebrow. Do not fret, nephew. Renly chuckled, no doubt at my face. It is a tourney that Lord Harold intends to pay for. Not only is it to honor his marriage to Isolai Royce, but it is also a way of honoring you and washing away the stain that Lisa's defiance left behind. Valaman are the most honorable in the realm. Stannis nodded. Given what you did for them, this is unsurprising. A tourney, during a time like this. Am I to become the next King Harlaus, Lord of Butter? If that is the case, he and the Lords of the Vale are more than welcome. I nodded, stroking my chin. Besides, the people of King's Landing haven't had many festivities since I was crowned. A grand wedding and a tourney to go with it ought to liven many spirits. I knew you would agree. Renly smiled. Since our new Lordarin wants to pay for it, why not? Besides, it is an opportunity for your newest additions of the King's Guard to show their skill and worth before the realm. Indeed, I nodded. However, my decision to visit Storm's End remains unchanged. Should they arrive before I return, welcome them in my stead. Of course. Renly nodded. Also, I heard there was some infighting between you two. I looked at Renly and then at Stannis. What was that about? Infighting? No such thing. Renly scoffed, shrugging his shoulders. We are the most loving of brothers. Who would spread such rumors? Nothing gets past Varys. Yes, there was, Stannis admitted. It's settled now, however. You need not concern yourself with the matter. It better be settled. I stood up, shaking my head. You are brothers, and I expect you to act as such. There's a reason why I entrusted the realm to both of you. Yes, you have your differences, but you also have strengths that bury the weaknesses of the other. Together, there's not a single obstacle we can't overcome. Not a single one. It's natural for brothers to fight, nephew. Renly smiled, nodding. You are right, however. We are all of the House Baratheon. Infighting is precisely what our enemies wish for. Even though we might disagree on most matters, Renly and I do what we think is best for you. Stannis remarked, a rare smile emerging on his face. I believe this infighting only happened because you were absent, Your Grace. You are the bridge that leads us to put our differences aside and unite for a common cause. Well, I can't always be around and look after my uncles like children. You have to build a bridge to each other. Getting scolded by my own nephew. Renly chucked before sighing. How matters change. Do it for me, I added, my eyes going from one uncle to the other. It's not only my wish but also a command as your king. We will. Stannis sternly nodded. Of course, Renly added. It will not be as simple as it sounds, but we have a common cause. As for the matter of my future queen, I do not plan to break my betrothal. I am not as easily influenced as either of you might think. As king, I know my duty is to the realm and its people. I live and rule for them. I will not walk away from my duty merely because my heart might seek something else. Stannis glanced at Renly, who could only smile. Our nephew will grow into a most fine king. Lady Arya is most fortunate. Lord Eddard and your father would be proud, Stannis added. Even so, you keep Lady Marjorie and the others at your side. Why would that be? Am I not allowed to have friends now? I raised an eyebrow. Am I supposed to have my guards escort such ladies out of sight? I am a knight and a king, uncle. Courtesy is part of my duty. See? Our nephew was raised right, he knows the value of loyalty and friendship, especially amongst nobility. Renly proudly stated, patting my shoulder. There is a reason why so many rally to his cause. Because he is the rightful king, Stannis replied simply. A king has no friends, only subjects and enemies. It's like talking to a steel wall. Renly chuckled. Am I not wrong, Edric? In a sense, he is right. Many have suddenly become my friends simply because of the crown I wear. I replied, shaking my head. However, I still have true friends who are my most loyal subjects. Friendship only strengthens their will to serve me, making it more than just duty. Men and women alike are more willing to fight for a king they love and believe in. Lord Eddard would go to hell and back for my father. That kind of friendship and loyalty is beyond priceless. I see. Stannis nodded. You share your father's spirit. It is no wonder he wanted you as his heir, above all else. Something finally reached you. Renly's eyes widened in surprise. I never would have guessed. Well, I'm done eating. I smiled. Just try not to wage war on each other while I am away. Clang! 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 Syrio and I were in an intense dance, and I matched him more often than not. What he had for speed and skill, I made up for in strength, reach, and reaction time. If anything, he was on the back foot, but I didn't recklessly push the attack, taking my time and striking when I saw an opening. Tap! Tap! I hit him twice, deflecting his sword and rotating my own against his guard. You are twice the fighter you were before. Syrio praised, stepping back. You see what you did not. I've been working on my craft. I nodded. Your words did not fall on deaf ears despite only teaching me briefly. Good. Syrio gave me an approving nod. Your way is not the water dancing way, yet you have sharpened your blade with its principles, making you a better sword than Syrio Farrell, former first sword of Bravus. I am not a better sword than you. I shook my head. Simply, I have the advantage of youth and strength. You will only improve with time, Syrio remarked. If you continue to practice, no man in the world will be your match when you are grown. He's better than you. Arya blinked, turning to Syrio. Yes, my loss only speaks the truth. From that day onward, Arya started looking up to me. She'd even asked to spar me, which I entertained. However, she wasn't much of a challenge, and it felt more like I was bullying her. How would you like to go on a short seafaring trip with me? I came to visit Asha Greyjoy, who, despite being kept in the dungeons in the Red Keep, did not look nearly as bad as Joffrey. She was well fed and even got to go outside from time to time in chains. Of course, it's not perfect, but she isn't a person either of my uncle's trust. Fuck off. Asha spat on the ground. I have no interest in serving you, bastard. I never said anything about serving, I said, stroking my chin. Come now, you don't want to rot in this dungeon the rest of your life, do you? I can't treat you well if you don't allow me to. I don't need your false kindness. Did you know that the Iron Islands have been doing quite well recently? In truth, I am proud of them. They use their ships for far more than just reaving and pillaging. Those traditions have been put an end, for something more beneficial. For everyone in the realm. Trading? Asha questioned. So many ships and a culture for the sea like no other. Not only have they been trading, but some have chosen to act as guardians of other merchants, netting even more profit. I remarked, leaning against the wall facing her cell. Peace, prosperity, and wealth. The Ironborn have what Balon Greyjoy could never give them. All they needed was a guiding hand and an understanding leader. Your father was just a fool dreaming of war and ancient traditions that have no place in a united realm. You expect me to praise you? Not at all. I shrugged. Plenty enough people praise me. Humph. She snorted. Leave me. I know you hate this stinking cell. I'll take you with me regardless. Whether you accept my kindness or not, you will have it. Be wary, bastard. Asha frowned, raising her chained hands. I might just choke you to death. I don't think you have the strength nor reach for that. Even though I intended to travel with little company and on a single vessel, the number of people who requested to join me rapidly grew. Many of them were highborn, so one ship with plenty of space turned into a thoroughly packed one as I let some of them join me. There is a saying that the court goes wherever the king does. It couldn't be more true in this case. Given my abilities, I wasn't too worried about having not all that many guards and only a single ship. I had more than enough tools at my side to handle any sort of pirates that lurked in the narrow sea. If anything, I hoped that we got attacked. I could earn some experience. The Tyrells and Martells were the most prominent two parties who accompanied me, alongside their respective subject houses. Dickon Tarley was one example from the Reach, who Randall Tarley wanted to squire under me despite him being only a year younger. Out of respect for my master of laws and loyal subject, I accepted. During this time, I focused on the wind and water aspects of storm manipulation to push along my ship to its destination quicker. While warging into freedom, I saw a fleet of 5 pirate ships approaching along the narrow sea. Oi, is that the Baratheon sigil? Royalty. One of the pirates remarked. The captain strained his eyes, looking ahead. It's only one ship, we're lucky today, boys. They ought to have plenty of highborn, which means plenty of gold. I blinked as freedom. Lucky, is it? I returned to my body and got ready. Before long, the 5 pirate ships had mine surrounded. The capable fighters took to the upper deck while the rest went below, my King's Guard, Sir Garland, the Hound, the Squires of Mistwood, Oberyn Martell and a decent number of guards. The person who I had observed to be their leader looked quite confident. We have 100 men against your, what, 25? The captain grinned slightly. Truthfully, he only had 80 at best. No one needs to die here. Put down your weapons, and I will treat you all kindly. Lowly pirates, Loras remarked, having his sword drawn. I did say traveling with only one ship was dangerous, Garland said, turning to me. This is quite the plight. Do these poorly armed pirates unman you, Sir Garland? I questioned, smiling slightly. I thought you might have more courage and faith, having fought by my side against worse odds. It is only an unnecessary trouble, Your Grace. Garland countered with a smile of his own, shaking his head. I know full well you could defeat them all on your lonesome, if need be. Highborn cunts. The captain frowned, raising his hand. Did you not hear a thing I said? You have 5 seconds to surrender your arms before I have my men rain arrows on your pretty faces. Oberyn, you wanted to see a proper display of my abilities. I turned to him. I'll show you. Fire. 100 arrows soared into the sky, but were tossed to the side by a violent wind, shoving a dozen men straight into the sea. The pirate captain watched with a befuddled expression. He hadn't seen a wind so strong emerge out of calm waters. What in 7 hells? The skies suddenly darkened, and thunder cracked high above, startling all of the pirates. Rain began to pour down, and the wind grew heavy and fierce, shoving their ships off course. The waves grew in strength, each consecutive one pushing harder. The pirate captain himself fell to the ground from the sudden emergence of a storm. I raised my left hand to the skies, and the thunder in the skies boomed. The smith beats his hammer, leaving judgment of the fallen to the Father. I lowered it, and lightning followed. Crack! Boom! 1 bolt of lightning separated into 5, crashing down against every pirate ship. Boom! 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 Each bolt of lightning was fiercer than the previous, puncturing through all 5 of the 5 ships without fail. Before long, the pirates from those ships were either dead from lightning and fire or drowning. I grabbed my bow and finished the job. A few had walked up to the upper deck, witnessing the carnage that had ensued. Asha looked genuinely frightened, a rare sight. I turned to Oberyn, who was baffled. "So this is your power," he remarked, shaking his head. "No gods weaved the waters and winds, darkened the skies, or unleashed lightning. It was your magic alone." "No, the storm god did," Asha refuted. "This was the storm god's doing, and the bastard is his vessel. He is simply the chosen son of the seven," Arthur countered. "They have granted him the divine power to judge mortal men." I shrugged my shoulders. Everyone is open to their interpretation of my ability. On the other side of the world. After a long and arduous journey, during which he battled storms, fought pirates, and chased the ghost of Daenerys Targaryen across the known world, Sir Barristan arrived at her court in Mirian. "You stand in the presence of Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, the first of her name, rightful queen of the Andals and the First Men, protector of the Seven Kingdoms, the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, the Unburnt, the Breaker of Shackles and the Mother of Dragons." Miss Sandai stood at the side of Daenerys, looking down on Sir Barristan. One close observation and Sir Barristan realized that bringing Daenerys home wouldn't be so simple. Daenerys was no helpless princess longing for home, she had become a conqueror. Chapter 42, Farewell. "You are Sir Barristan?" Daenerys questioned. "Sir Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the King's Guard," Barristan announced, lowering his head as he kneeled. "I have served You have served usurpers," Daenerys interrupted, raising an eyebrow. "If you truly are who you say you are, then why should I not have you executed? I am not your enemy, princess. Nor is his grace." "Princess." Daenerys stood up from her decorated throne. "I am the rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. The king you serve is no more than the bastard child of a usurper. What right does he have over me?" "He fought for the right, as did his father," Sir Barristan replied solemnly. "Once King Robert fell, his grace defeated the Lannisters without losing a single man through his skill alone. He invaded and crushed the Ironborn before they could muster a rebellion. I have no doubt that by now, the entire realm has acknowledged him. Is your king not just a boy?" Just a boy of 2 and 10, yet he is an archer like no other, a mighty warrior, a brilliant strategist." Daenerys suddenly laughed. "You expect me to believe this, Sir Barristan? What else is this boy king of yours, a great merchant? A blacksmith? A magician, a skilled administrator? I only speak what I believe and have seen with mine own eyes." Sir Barristan replied, shaking his head. Daenerys sat down, resting her head on her hand. "Why did he send you all the way here, rather than keeping you at his side? His Grace and the small council had some disagreements regarding what should be done about you. While the small council voted to have you killed, His Grace was the sole party who disagreed defiantly, so that is why he sent me here, as a representative of his truest intentions. Those being, he wishes to bring you home." "Home?" Daenerys scoffed, looking around. "I rule over Mirian, I have an army of over 10,000 unsullied and 3 dragons that grow with every passing day. Where was this kindness before? It is as you say. Edric was born a bastard. There was nothing that he could have done before. Does he expect me to leave behind everything I've built and pray this is not some trap?" Daenerys chuckled. "Will he step down and give me the Iron Throne? Not to my knowledge." "Then your long journey here was for naught, Sir Barristan," Daenerys said coldly. "I will return home when I am ready, and when I do, it will be with my army, a large fleet and 3 grown dragons. I will take what is mine by right and conquer the 7 kingdoms, as Aegon did before. Should you decline, His Grace strictly commanded me to serve you faithfully," Barristan added, looking up at her. "Serve me?" Daenerys blinked, almost confusedly. "First, he sends you here to bring me home, Next, he wants you to serve me. What can a single old man like you do? How can I even trust the king's guard of my enemy? My king is not like his father, nor yours." Sir Baristan got off his knees, his expression showing an aged determination. "He is noble, honorable, brave, and would never stoop so low as to assassinate a girl. He was so against the notion that he sent me, the Lord Commander of his own King's Guard, to protect and serve you." Daenerys found herself being strangely moved by his speech, turning to Yora. "What do you think of this knight? He has served the King's Guard for a great many years, a good, honorable, and honest man who is as dutiful as anyone can claim to be." Yoram Mormont replied, taking a deep breath. "However, he is not a man you could trust. His loyalty is to the King's Guard first, above all else. If his king wished you dead, he would follow his oath." Daenerys turned back to Baristan. "I have no need of your protection nor a usurper's goodwill. However, you might have some use. I am rather curious about your bastard king." She raised her hand, and the Unsullied in the room stepped forward to action. Baristan drew Redrain in response, its crimson-red blade gleaming as if the blood of 100 men was engraved into it. "You said you would serve me, did you not?" Daenerys smiled slightly. "I order you to drop your sword." Baristan contemplated telling the truth about Yora being a spy. He then thought of his orders and what Edric would think if he returned empty-handed after so long a time. He dropped Redrain, and it clattered onto the ground. "I will do as you ask. Put him in a cell." Daenerys continued her court session for the rest of the day. When she retired to her bedchamber and went to sleep, she encountered a dream. However, it was hardly a dream, more of a nightmare. There were clouded black skies and only darkness across an endless ocean, save for a looming purple moon. A dense fog covered the world, so thick that she couldn't even see her outstretched hand. She walked across the waters, where each step turned into skeletons of men. As she continued, lightning struck in the distance, and the image of a colossal iron throne flashed at that moment. She walked in its direction until the fog dispersed at the throne's steps. A towering figure stood at the very top, warhammer in hand and a crown in the other. His full armor was as dark as the sky that loomed over him, a cloak of gold waving at his back. His stag horns stood out most of all, gleaming under the enchanting purple moon. He began to descend, each step causing the ocean to shake. "Usurper!" Daenerys fell to the ground, looking up at the mighty figure that approached. Once he was halfway across, he carelessly tossed the crown at the feet of Daenerys, a crown that would split into 9 and spread far apart while he casually rested his warhammer on his right shoulder. He continued onwards to the purple moon, walking past her, his golden cloak turning to one of mostly black with a golden stag at its center. A falcon followed in his wake, and each step into the trail of corpses led to a grander image. A mountain of gold, an army, an endless fleet, treasures as far as the eye could see. A crown. A crown far grander than the one he had left behind at her feet. As he continued forward, all of it faded to mist, and Daenerys woke. When she looked out of the balcony, she had witnessed a storm like no other. Raging waves that were so strong that half the anchored ships at port nearly drowned. They grew so high that even the piers were whipped by its waves. The wind was heavy as ever, cold air smashing against her body while rain poured down heavy as ice. She found it hard to breathe, returning to her bedchamber as the sound of thunder boomed in the distance. Daenerys couldn't sleep for most of the night, not until the storm had subsided. The following morrow, she came to visit Sir Baristan in his cell. Baristan was a tough old thing, sitting unfazed. His eyes rose when Daenerys approached with a torch. "Princess! You will address me by my title if you hope to serve, Sir Baristan." "Princess!" Sir Baristan remained stubborn, shaking his head. "I would do you no harm, I swear it. You are the younger sister of Rhaegar Targaryen, a prince I respected and admired. I knew him since he was a boy, trained him, fought beside him and was at his side for many years. Yet you served the man who slew him. Daenerys raised an eyebrow as curiosity took her. If you were so close, why? Robert was a good knight. Chivalrous, brave, he spared my life and many others. I thought that he was a worthy king to serve. So you abandoned Viserys in his exile. Even as a child, your brother Viserys oft seemed to be his father's son. Sir Barristan explained, lowering his head slightly. In ways that Rhaegar never did. What do you mean by that? Daenerys raised an eyebrow. Aerys was touched by a deep madness, princess. He took pleasure in burning others with wildfire, solely for his entertainment. He would harm your mother when they joined at night. She would cry out, but he would continue until he was satisfied. He did not just force himself on her, he did things I would dare not speak of. This revelation unsettled Daenerys, who had only heard about her father from Viserys. He would always speak highly of their father without fail, denouncing all the traitors who had betrayed him in the rebellion. What of the king you serve now? Tell me everything you know from the very beginning. Daenerys decided to change the uncomfortable subject, recalling her dream. It was the true reason she had gone to meet Sir Barristan. Out of anyone, he would know him best. His strengths, weaknesses, character. Everything. Sir Barristan slowly nodded. He was conceived on Dragonstone as Edric Storm, the acknowledged bastard son between Robert Baratheon and Elena Florent. Before Storm's end, Edric Storm stopped at Tarth. Lord Selwyn welcomed him with open arms, recounting the first time he had entered the halls of Evenfall. Brienne had been there too, who Edric caught up with. Once he was done settling down, he went outside of the castle with her. Though some of the King's Guard protested against him going as a duo, he ordered them to remain. This island is as beautiful as I remember, Edric mused, his eyes observing a lake in the distance. If I were not king, it would be a fine paradise to live in. You can live wherever you wish, Your Grace, Brienne remarked. All of the lands of the Seven Kingdoms belong to you. The Iron Throne is where every king belongs. That is where the power of the realm resides. Edric countered, shaking his head. Or rather, it's where everyone believes it resides. Well, for a time, you could, Brienne replied. How well did you know Alice Anne? Edric asked, glancing at her. We were friends, why do you ask, Your Grace? When I left this island for the first time, Alice Anne told me she would show me the most beautiful lake in the world. Edric remarked, looking up at the distant sky. She never had the opportunity to show me. Would you happen to know where it is? She would go there often. Brienne nodded, stepping ahead. I will lead you to it, Your Grace. Thank you. Edric smiled slightly. She led him to a most enchanting sight indeed, a rather small hidden cave that had a waterfall streaming down at its end into a lake. The cave's entrance left a beautiful ray of light, shining down onto the lake below. Its shimmering blue water was beyond alluring. It was as if God himself had crafted a small paradise for whoever was fortunate enough to find it. Edric took a deep breath, absorbing the sight. He had stood almost completely still. Indeed, it's beautiful. Edric smiled, nodding. Brienne, would you return to Evenfall? But I wish to be alone for a time. As you wish, Your Grace. As Brienne marched away, Edric stepped down right beside the lake. He sat down, dipping his hand into the water. It was as soft and warm as a lover's embrace. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine her. I was never the best juicer, but... He spoke, his blue eyes reflecting the lake. I would have carried that banner you made for me in your favor along with it, all the way to victory. No matter what obstacles stood between me and that result, I would have overcome them all. Despite my wounds, despite the greater skill others might possess. I would have won for you. Wouldn't that be so perfect? He chuckled, looking up at the waterfall with a joyous smile. I would name you the Queen of Love and Beauty before all of the realm, and at last, confess the feelings I had been shying away from. We'd get married, and I'd live out my days as Sir Edric Storm. I'd gather a band of noble companions, travel the known world on numerous adventures, and together, we'd find a beautiful home to settle down into. A more simple life. What could have been? The young man who just wanted to be loved, who wanted meaning and happiness in his life. Arthur Astley. He died with you in that very storm, Alice Ann. Raiden Shogun floated to the side, her purple eyes shaking slightly. They were like two lakes with occasional drops of sorrow falling upon them. As for Edric, his smile remained, even though his eyes burned with fire. Though, what's the good in speaking to the dead? You can't hear me in the end, can you? Edric sighed, shaking his head. You'll never hear me again, nor I you. I had come here to make myself feel better, to move on. That's what you wanted from me when you wrote that letter, yet I've failed expeditiously. He took out the letter she had written, alongside his tailored banner and the single antlered helmet he'd used in the Hans tourney. He put them all together by the bank of the lake on a large rock. In the end, I loved the idea of what could have been more so than what we truly were. I was an indecisive idiot, I didn't see what was right before me until you left my side. Ultimately, I'll never know what we could have been. Edric smiled bitterly, placing his head against the helmet. At least, you are in a better place now. A place befitting a kind, sweet and loving lady like you. Wherever that place is. I'll never be able to join you. He wanted to cry, yet he found himself unable to. Edric's eyes shook slightly, and his lips trembled momentarily. He stepped away from his makeshift burial, composing himself. He recalled their shared fascination with the Age of Heroes, a time when legendary figures like no other roamed the world. Some were no more than stories, yet these stories had inspired them. This is farewell, my sweet Alice Ann. Edric turned away, and his golden cloak fluttered. When his eyes firmed once more, the will in his heart had only grown. He found a new ambition, one that wasn't merely survival, freedom, or the pursuit of love. It was something far greater. The simple man had been buried, and the dragon that would shake the known world had been born. Chapter 43, Resignation. Raiden. Edric suddenly stopped walking forward, a good distance away from the cave. She floated ahead, facing him. The two shared gazes as a conflicted light flashed in Edric's eyes. Saying farewell to Alice Ann had given him clarity, and forced himself to realize something he would instead have looked away from. What's wrong? What's wrong? Edric mused, frowning slightly. Why am I here? Why do I have to bury someone dear to me? Did an enemy of mine kill her? Was it a beast? Did time take her away? Was it an accident? You know the answer to that. Yes, it was you. Edric's expression relaxed as he chuckled wryly. My dearest Shogun. My greatest benefactor. The goddess who has given me strength, will, comfort and guidance in all walks of life. The woman who has breathed life into me time and time again, yet also taken it away. She gave no reply, though her expression was not the same one that had once confidently proclaimed that she had done it for his benefit. Rather, there was regret not at Alice Ann's death, no, but at the consequences that came from it. She had carved a piece of Edric Storm and shattered it. Never once did you ask for forgiveness, no, the matter was of no consequence to you. Edric smiled slightly. In the end, you got what you wanted. You killed my distractions, desire for happiness and willingness to love others. You took my humanity. You made me into your puppet, and I willingly marched along blindly, no matter what it would cost me. Do you know why? Because you love me. Raiden Shogun answered simply. Yes. Edric replied, nodding slowly. I wanted to love you, I truly did. I wanted to overlook everything and look towards a better future. That's what I've been doing until now. Hoping, wishing, praying for a good ending to all of this. Because, you were the only thing that mattered to me. But why is that? Edric suddenly questioned. Surely it's not because you killed the one person who could have driven me away from you. Tell me, what had I ever done to betray you like you betrayed me? Raiden Shogun's expression was conflicted as she found herself unable to answer. He was loyal, honest, and true. His very ambitions and way of life revolved around her resurrection. Even after the matter, he became king, taking upon the heavy duty he otherwise would have run from. Nothing. She was an innocent girl. Just a normal, kind, sweet, girl, and you, struck her dead, for me. Edric clenched his fists. I'm weary of it. The guilt that consumes me, the blind love that binds me to you, the way I've been strung along. It ends here and now. Edric removed the glove on his left hand and drew his dagger. Raiden's eyes widened as he slashed down the middle of her insignia, forming quite the gash on the back of his hand. His expression remained firm as his blood dripped down, looking straight at her. I am your retainer no longer. He walked ahead of her, lightning sparking in his left hand as blood continued to drip down. When I gather my banners for the long night, face the Night King and ultimately triumph, it will not be for you. Edric paused, his black hair swaying slightly. I will do it because it is my duty and obligation to all the friendships I've forged and will forge. It will be for the people who believe in me, who raise their swords and dedicate their lives in my name. I will not be their deceiving tyrant, who serves only his own needs and discards them when their use is over. I will not be the man who breaks their trust, crushes their beliefs, and carelessly throws them to the wind. Edric's golden Baratheon cape swayed under the heavy wind. I will fight for them as they fight for me. I will carry the ambitions and visions of all the good people who serve me, justly rule in their name, and give them peace and prosperity. I will be their king. And with that, he had shattered the chains that bound his heart, freeing himself and treading upon the path of greatness that once was no more than a dream. The realization of his true self had begun. For what man could rule the world if he could not conquer himself? Raiden Shogun remained still, one hand resting on her chest. She observed with a saddened expression as his figure grew more distant. What words could mellow his determination? Would seeking forgiveness do anything but fuel the fire? Not only had he released himself from her service, but he also rejected the love he once confessed. Her dark violet hair swayed as she couldn't find the words to put him at ease and make him turn back to her. Is this fate, for you to one day outgrow me? She questioned with a low voice, glancing at the tempestuous sky. After a moment of silence, she reached out her left hand and observed it. No. I am at fault. I should have let you have your way. It would have been better if your love ended on your terms, whatever the result of that would have been. You could have realized the truth of love, rather than me forcing it upon you. No words I say will ever return her to life, nor do I even have the power to change a thing. She lowered her hand, sighing. The Shogun, how could I be so powerless? As Edric continued to walk, the clear skies grew dark, and rain poured down, something he had grown used to. If anything, it comforted him. So did the heavy wind that made the trees dance wildly, and the calm lakes surge with waves. The lightning most of all. Suddenly, the rain froze in the air. The world around him seemed to stop entirely. What's this? He looked up and saw a silver-haired ghost lying against a tree on a hill. It was the only tree in sight, standing tall. Edric continued walking forward and was suddenly struck with the sound of song. I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Edric recognized this song, and realized just who was singing it. There could only be one person. He quickened his pace, running up the hill and facing him. The Targaryen's lips curled into a mocking grin as he continued on. And every step that I take is another mistake to you. What are you doing here? Edric questioned, looking down at him. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. I've become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this, all I want to do is, be more like me and be less like you. Can't you see that you're smothering me? His singing was cut short. Edric drew his warhammer out of his chest, aiming to smash it right down on him. The figure flashed forward, grabbing his warhammer mid-swing. Ah, such mercurial tempers you Baratheons possess. He chuckled, his long hair parting to reveal heavenly violet eyes. What will you do now? Edric tried to push down, but the effort was futile. He didn't even budge. You think it's funny? Edric questioned. It must be fun being an omnipotent being capable of controlling all of reality. You don't have a single worry in the world. Everything is just like you want it to be. Oh, believe me, it's awfully dull. The Targaryen let go, turning away. My most amusing years were when I was mortal, climbing the steps to immortality. The trials and tribulations of my youth. You were mortal. Edric blinked, lowering his warhammer. An eternity ago. He placed his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Nevertheless, you should not be nearly so anguished. You two will find a way. You are soulmates, after all. Star-crossed lovers. Nothing but death may part such lovebirds. Is that so? Yes, she made you the man you are today. You are her storm, through and through. A most turbulent storm, true, but hers nonetheless. You cannot deny that much, even as you turn away from her. The very path you set out on, even now, was a consequence of her actions. Edric did not reply, returning his warhammer to the plain of Euthymia. Why did you come here, Targaryen? Am I not allowed to visit my little stag? He glanced back, tilting his head slightly. I came here with a proposal. How would you like to participate in the coming tourney at King's Landing? I intend to do so regardless. But what man in their right mind would strike their king? He laughed. Even if you insist, they will not. Even if you try to attend as someone else, you couldn't possibly do so, not in King's Landing with all eyes on you. I propose to perform a little magic trick and set up a body double during the tourney, while you participate as a mystery knight. And what do you get out of it? So who's suspicious, Arthur Astley? I get to grab pizza, a soda, and be entertained. Do I need more from you? Better yet, if you win the joust, I will reward you personally. The catch? His lips curled into a grin. The catch, you should know. It won't be easy. Bingo. Mr. Targaryen laughed, turning to face him and grabbing his shoulder. We're getting on the same page, you and I. As for the armor you will wear, I have prepared it for your little inventory space. No need for you to worry about it. Edric looked within, only to find a full set of dragon-styled black plate armor paired with a blood-red cloak and a three-headed black dragon. Black fire. He remarked. Really? It's beautiful, isn't it? Perfect for a bastard like you. Rather than taking offense to that, Edric chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment, dragon spawn. Dragon spawn. He chuckled, slowly fading away. You truly are Edric Baratheon now. As he entirely disappeared, the world thought and continued as usual. He returned to Evenfall, seeing the King's Guard hard at training, with Arthur being the most passionate of the bunch. He took the time to clean himself off, have a few drinks to calm his mood, and then encountered Sansa Stark, who was enjoying a lemon cake on a balcony overlooking the sea. Quite the sight. Edric remarked, startling Sansa. Your Grace. She turned to him, not knowing what to say. The weather was quite turbulent today. So it was. Edric nodded, stepping forward. May I sit next to you? Of course. She nudged to the side, giving him a place to sit on the edge. You've been avoiding me yet staying within my sight, Edric remarked, smiling slightly as he looked at her. My lady, have I done something wrong? No, it was me. She shook her head. You're acting as if it's treason to kiss a king, Edric chuckled, looking into her deep blue eyes. Though you did take me by surprise, I hold no grudge against you. However, you did put me in a challenging position. What am I to do with your sweet kiss? Nothing. She lowered her gaze. It was a mistake. I see. Edric turned away, looking at her lemon cake. May I have some? She nodded, and he had a few spoonfuls. This is good. Edric spoke with his mouth full, making Sansa smile slightly. Your Grace, it's improper to speak with your mouth full. Oh. I know. But who will scold me for it here, other than you? Edric swallowed and looked into the sea, watching tides rise and fall. Life is ever so unpredictable, hardly ever as we wish it to be, yet we keep striving to make the best out of it. Love is such a strong emotion in our lives that it drives people to do unthinkable things. You know it's wrong, yet you do it anyway, because that is what your heart desires the most. Sansa slowly nodded. If Arya knew, she'd kill me. Edric chuckled. I'm sure she would. Anyway, you shouldn't be in a rush to fall in love and get married. Marriage tends to last quite a long time, you know. You'd want to make sure you're committing to the right person, or you'll regret it for a lifetime. Yes, Your Grace. She managed a slight smile. I will be more patient. That's good. After spending a day at Tarth, Edric set sail straight for Storm's End, which was not too far from the island. When he sailed into the cavern underneath the castle, he was welcomed by the entire court. Guards gathered in an organized formation and kneeled in a line, and even a golden carpet was laid down for him. Welcome home, Your Grace. Courtenay Penrose kneeled to the side with a proud smile. The boy he once knew had left as the bastard and returned as King Edric Storm of House Baratheon, the first of his name. Songs of his glory were numerous and widespread, retold 100 times over. Now, more than ever, he was the pride of Storm's End. Edric took a deep breath, observing the nostalgic sight before him. I am home at last. Chapter 44, Back Home. Author's note. Let's play a game, spot the words W and shadow banned, and so saw fit to erase my response. I guess it could look that way to other people, last chapter being the same as chapter 13. As I see it, it's more him turning away from the mentality of doing everything for Raiden and being true to himself, which is pretty much the opposite of chapter 13 and what followed. Of course, some people aren't going to like it, and that's something I have to live with, I guess. If their relationship continued in the same way, it would have been more destructive than good. It opens way for Raiden to have more development, since why would she bother changing if Edric glossed over everything that was bad about her and was completely loyal to her regardless? When I wrote this, I had 3 things in mind. Burying Ali's Anne physically and mentally while Edric begins to live for something that isn't Raiden, and Raiden herself taking strides to improve as a person. I believe that long term it's better, if not essential, for them to go through this hurdle to have a proper relationship in the future. Sure, it's not 100% wholesome or whatever, where everything goes right, but him being her devoted tool, robotic simp, in other words, wasn't that either. My reasoning for writing what I wrote. If you don't like it, well, I'm not keeping you locked up in my basement, or am I? Edric's POV, first. I looked at my welcoming party keenly, scanning past every individual. There were plenty of highborn, and I knew all of them, the ladies who once pretended that I didn't exist or offered me rotten fruits, which was pretty funny, looking back, the little lords who looked down on me and whose approval I gained over time, the knights whom I sought to learn from, Maester Juern, who educated me, Sir Davis, who instructed me in martial affairs, and Courtenay Penrose, who was my guardian. On this day, they all knelt to me. I noticed a familiar face, who almost seemed like a stranger. Proud and tall, he knelt. A man grown he was now, in blue-gold velvet colored after his house colors with a budding beard. An old rival and friend, Robert Buckler. By his side knelt the same pretty blonde-haired and blue-eyed lady whom my drunk self had stolen a kiss from. Did they get married? I only gave her a glance, smiling at Robert. Good on you, buddy. I won't have you kneeling all day long, old man. I chuckled, shaking my head. Everyone rise. When you left Storm's End, you were but a budding young man, but you've returned as imposing as your father once was. Courtney Penrose remarked with a smile. I am no longer worthy of being your guardian, your grace. Unworthy? You are anything but unworthy, sire. A lot of what I've accomplished can be attributed to your splendid teaching. You've learned the art of flattery, et. He smiled, nodding slowly. I am honored, truly. Let's not spend more time in this cavern. I glanced back. My companions and I are rather hungry. Me being the hungriest of all. I see. Courtney Penrose nodded with a smile. I would not have it said that I allowed the king to starve. That would be treason of the highest order. I jested. He chuckled. It would be. It was strange to sit at the highest seat in Storm's End's main hall, for it had always been Renly's or Courtney's in his absence. My table was full of my companions, the Tyrells, Martells, and Starks. It was lively, to say the least. It always was with the Martells around. I was particularly hungry, attacking almost every dish like a deprived man who hadn't seen food for 3 days. No one's going to steal your food from you, your grace. Robert approached with a smile, looking around. So many prestigious individuals. I feel like a stranger. Don't feel intimidated, Robert. I looked up, chuckling. What have you been up to? Can't say my life has been nearly as interesting as yours. I am no king nor have the honor of being a king's guard. He looked at Loras and then Arthur. However, I am a knight now. Oh? That's good. I smiled, nodding. What were you doing during the war? I would have seen you in the field if you had been there. I was ruling my father's lands in his stead, Robert replied simply yet with a proud tone, smiling. Protecting the land from common outlaws and the like, managing my small folk and seeing that order was maintained. Not nearly as glorious as leading a campaign against rebelling kingdoms, I must admit. An important duty nonetheless. Arthur nodded. I am certain Bronzegate was well under your care. Robert grinned slightly, glancing at Cynthia, who stood quietly beside him. I also had the pleasure of marrying my lady love. Congratulations! I chuckled. You're not maidenless anymore. The gods were most kind to give me such a pleasant and beautiful wife. Robert nodded, glancing at Arya and then turning back to me. Speaking of, is that the famed Arya Stark of Winterfell, your betrothed? What of it? Arya questioned. His grace will be a lucky man. Robert smiled, a smile I found to be wry. Undoubtedly, he found it amusing that the king has a less attractive partner than he does. So, what's that you're drinking? Water. MHM. I nodded. That just won't do. Robert raised an eyebrow. You come home after all this time, dressed in such fancy velvet and with a crown on your head, and you won't drink to celebrate? This is your day, why restrain yourself? You ought to loosen up, your grace. You know what happens when his grace gets drunk. Arthur chuckled. All the more fun. Robert shrugged. The boy is right. Oberyn stroked his chin. It's not right for everyone but the man of the hour to celebrate. Pour his grace some wine. I agree. Arianne chuckled. A little wine never hurt anyone, least of all a strong young man of your appetite, your grace. I do propose Stag's Fury. Robert laughed. Do you remember what happened that night? It was wild, truly. I don't want any stag's fury near me. I chuckled, shaking my head. Not even a drop. Come now, your grace, does a simple drink unman the greatest warrior in the land so much? Robert questioned, raising an eyebrow. He was clearly tugging on my pride. Fine. I chuckled, taking a deep breath. Why not? One night wouldn't hurt, as long as I don't overdo it. But you first. Fair play. I forgot the strange taste of stag's fury, bitter at first yet delectably sweet afterwards. When you had some, you'd only want more. 1 cup turned into 3, and 3 turned into 7. Third person. Why do the gods give us such blessings? Why, it's to find bliss in the beautiful world they created. They give us the ripest of fruits, the warmest of summers, the most fulfilling of wines. There is beauty everywhere one looks, even on the darkest of days. Edric spoke to the main hall, feeling especially talkative. He had his share of stag's fury, which was famed for its strength when it came to wines. A toast, the 7th, to our gods. To the gods. The hall cheered and joined in, drinking alongside him. The feast continued with a dance, and Edric was not shy in the least, quite the opposite, in fact. He danced with every lady that met his fancy, which was quite a number that night. For someone who's drunk his fair share, you dance quite well, Ariane remarked with a seductive smile, realizing that he was looking down. Don't lose focus now. I have 2 good reasons to. Edric grinned slightly, spinning her around. You're playing a dangerous game, little princess. Lingering around a stag only means there is a greater chance that you might get poked by an antler. Is that so? Ariane smiled, lowering her tone so that only he could hear. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked down. I wonder, are you as grown down there as you are everywhere else? Wouldn't you like to find out? Oh, I will. Ariane smiled knowingly. Mayhaps sooner than you think. Is that so? Edric chuckled. You forget that it's my decision whether or not I entertain you. Oh, but I see how you look at me. Ariane pursed the side of her lip. Deep down, you know what you want. The man, the conqueror, in you seeks to grab hold of me and do as he likes. The boy, he thinks of duty and honor, whose dry kisses have left you with so little pleasure in life. A king should do as he likes. Humph. Edric chuckled, slipping his hand to firmly grasp one of her breasts. You're absolutely right. Oh. Ariane's eyes widened for a moment. She practically froze in place as her lips curled into a smile. They're rather smooth. Edric observed, letting go. Mayhaps I should have you massage me when I am tired. Of course, you need only say the word, Your Grace. Ariane nodded after recovering from her daze, winking. I dutifully serve at your pleasure. Dutifully. Edric remarked, laughing as he walked away. Marjorie observed the sight with a slight smile, even though she was burning on the inside. As for Arya, she made her displeasure more apparent with a wolf-like stare aimed at the far more womanly Ariane. If stares could kill, Ariane would be mincemeat. As for Sansa, she looked at herself and wondered if that was his type. When Edric was done playing around, he was chilling with the boys. I am Dalug, son of Dalug. Edric mimicked one of the mountain clansmen he had fought. I like Big Boy Warmer. I kill Big Boy and take his hammer. So, what, you smashed his head in? Robert chuckled. No, I dropped it to the floor and let him pick it up. Edric smiled. I told him he could have it if he could raise it with a single hand. Well, did he? One hand? Dalug can pick it up with his little finger. Edric returned to his impersonation, reaching down to grab his warmer with one hand. Ugh. Oh yeah. Dalug strong. Dalug can do this, Dalug can lift hammer. Robert burst out laughing as Edric's face turned red. Edric raised the hammer, acting as if the force was too much and collapsing to the ground. Bang! Lightning struck in the distance and shook everyone up. Edric got up, laughing. I struck him with lightning as he fell to the ground. Clearly, Dalug, son of Dalug, was not worthy of wielding my warhammer. Only one person is. Robert nodded, patting his shoulder. King Edric Storm, Lord Protector of Hammers. After spending the entire night partying, the guards were the only people who weren't wasted. Edric stumbled his way into his old bedchamber, which was in no way fit for a king. However, he was fond of it and refused any other quarters. Man! He sat on the floor before his bed. Raiden Shogun floated in front of him. He glanced to the side and waved his lowered hand. Shoo! You should sleep. Edric raised his hands and cupped his face. He proceeded to rub his face for a time before lowering his hands. Raiden was still staring at him. After a deep breath, he raised himself up and fell headfirst into his bed. Some time would pass. The door creaked open and Edric slowly opened his eyes, glancing to the side. Who dares trespass my domain? He jested, turning to see Marjorie in a lavish dress fit only for the highest of ladies. Oh, are we making a bastard tonight? Marjorie blushed sweetly, turning away. I don't believe so. Edric chuckled. Forgive me for my vulgarities. I am rather drunk. I take no offense to it, Your Grace. She stepped closer. May I sit? Make yourself comfortable. Edric tilted his head slightly. I assume it was your brother who let you in. The night is dangerous for any drunk king. And you're keeping me safe. Edric raised an eyebrow. More or less. Marjorie smiled, tilting her head as she looked into his eyes. Who knows what terrible lady would take advantage of you? Ah, indeed. Edric chuckled. Alas, it might be too late, one of those ladies has already infiltrated my bedchamber. I only mean well, Your Grace. I wouldn't do anything against your wishes. Is that so? Edric smiled slightly. I'd like you to comfort me. In time, Edric rested his head on her lap as she stroked his black hair and sang to him. He felt at ease, like a cube of ice melting away into a hot spring. For a time, he wanted to imagine that he hadn't been king, but an ordinary person in the embrace of his significant other. If I was not the king, would you still be by my side? He questioned, even though the answer was clear to him. Of course, Marjorie answered, smiling oh so sweetly as she raised one of his hands and held it against her face. How could I deny the hero who has captured my heart? You are my true knight, crown or not. I would ride with you anywhere, from Dorne to the north. When you say such sweet words. Edric paused, looking up at her as his lips curled into a slight grin. You should be prepared to pay the price. Chapter 45, Plucked Rose. Edric suddenly rose and pushed Marjorie down beneath him. His shimmering blue eyes looked into hers for a long moment. Her face flushed a slight cherry red by the unexpected act. He raised his hands and grasped hers, locking them above her head. Tonight, I don't want us to ride to the north or Dorne, nor anywhere else. No, not at all. Edric paused, his lips turning into a grin. I want to mount you, Marjorie. Like a beautiful rose that's been waiting arm's reach for too long, I wish to pluck you from the earth and take you for myself. Her heart quickened, beating wildly as she remained trapped under Edric's immensely strong figure. 3 Marjories couldn't match him, let alone one. Her lips curled into an innocent yet enthralling smile. Is that so? She tilted her head slightly. I didn't think you'd be so bold, Your Grace. Nor so mischievous. You think I wouldn't dare? Edric had lowered his head and whispered into her ear. Always lingering around me, speaking such sweet little words, praising me and trying to draw my attention at every turn. Well, now you have it. It's all rather sudden. Marjorie acted shy, glancing away. If you are not as daring as I, just say the word, and I'll let you break free. How could I deny you, my sweet king? She pursed her lips, gazing into his eyes. If it is your wish, then I am yours. You can do as you like with me. As I like, hey. Edric grinned slightly. I ought to punish you for being so insistent on tempting me, day to day. He lowered his hands and firmly grasped her head, pressing his lips against hers. As he continued pressing the stack, Marjorie reciprocated this act, slipping her tongue inside of his mouth. His eyes widened slightly as she began French kissing. This only fueled the flame in his heart further. Their snog lasted quite some time, as Edric's passion seemed as endless as his bloodlust. He had slipped his hand beneath the top of her dress, grasping one of her breasts while he kissed her neck. Then, he whispered softly yet with an aura of authority. You belong to me, and only me. Marjorie blushed as Edric's eyes flashed a luminous violet purple. I shall give you a crown of white tonight, sweet Marjorie. Oh, yes. Gods, yes. Marjorie screamed from inside the bedchamber, her pleasure echoing in the hallway. Just like that, my mighty king, just like ah. Loras took a deep breath as he leaned against the wall and crossed his arms. Though it was for duty and their family, the whole standing guard while your beloved sister was getting her back blown out was more awkward than he imagined it to be. Not only that, but they were also supremely loud, and didn't stop not for a long time. Minutes turned to half an hour turned whole. Over an hour, their dance lasted. By then, all he heard was thunderous humping sounds and distant mumbling by Marjorie. He could only imagine how hard and rough a powerful young man like Edric could be. His stamina, as well, he had seen it all on the field countless times before. Loras bit his tongue, sighing. His mind turned to what Edric had been in his youth, no more than a bastard with a wild temperament and hardly any friends. He could have never imagined back that little brat would be having his way with Marjorie, but here he was, king, and someone even he had grown to admire. The way he soared, year by year, and took the 7 kingdoms by storm. It was impressive, without a doubt. Loras had even found himself strangely fond of the white cloak and the brotherhood that came with it. Eventually, the door creaked open, and a weary Marjorie slowly stepped out, holding onto the wall. Parts of her dress were very clearly torn, her hair was a tangled mess, and her skin looked awfully slimy. Are you all right? Loras blinked as Marjorie fell into him. He had never seen her look so much a mess. I am tired, is all. Marjorie smiled slightly. Edric, he had almost bedridden me. Did he hurt you? Loras questioned with a concerned tone. He was rough, I suppose. Marjorie chuckled, her eyes looking dreamy as if she was someplace else. But I did enjoy it. Quite a lot, in truth. Half of Storm's End heard you. Loras tilted his head slightly as he looked at her. I thought you were doing so intentionally. No, I did not have to act. She chuckled. Edric is a Baratheon, and they are known for their passion and virility. I'm not even sure who seduced who, in truth. Gods, he did not stop, going on and on. The moment he finished, he was ready again. You would think that he would be more tired with all the wine he had drank, but no. If so. Loras paused, changing the subject slightly. Would that mean that you will have his first child? He covered me in his seed from head to toe and flooded my womb. Marjorie chuckled, slowly nodding. I made sure to make the most of it. If it is any bit fertile, then there is no doubt. A resounding success, then, Loras remarked. Edric is not his father, I am most certain he will take responsibility. This will bind you two together. We will have to see. Marjorie looked at him. I don't think that I will be able to go far on my own. Let me carry you. No, you have your duty as a king's guard. Who would harm Edric in Storm's End, of all places? It would only be a few minutes. I think it's better if I return to my lover's embrace and keep him company. Marjorie smiled, shaking her head. Don't worry about anything except guarding the door. She turned away and returned to Edric's bedchamber. Is it more duty or pleasure? He wondered. Across the world, Daenerys came to know almost everything there was to know about Edric. His childhood in Storm's End, how he won his golden heart bow, dominated the melee in the Hands tourney, was knighted by Jaime Lannister and became the youngest knight in history, his legitimization by Robert and how he swiftly departed from King's Landing afterwards. Wouldn't that be any bastard's wish? Daenerys questioned, raising an eyebrow. To be a prince? For most boys, it would, but Edric loved his lady more than the name he had been given. He was willing to forsake it all for her. Barry Stan sighed, shaking his head. What followed was a great tragedy. Daenerys didn't interrupt, listening rather keenly. They say the great storm moved southeast and sank her ship. Edric would return not too long after, once the Hands tournament had already ended. Barry Stan lowered his gaze. He was not the same. He entered the Great Hall and put a knife to Joffrey's throat after he had mocked him, forcing him to address him as Edric Storm. He drank more than his fill, having to be carried away by Lord Renly and several others. Not soon after, another great storm would erupt, and Edric would rest for nearly a month. Rest. Many thought that he had died, in truth. Alas, his heart remained beating throughout it all. Barry Stan paused. When he woke, it was as if he had been reborn. He took to his duties sternly and sent for his uncle Stannis while joining his father's hunt. He continued on, speaking of the way he pulled the rug from under the Lannisters and heroically fought in King's Landing. He would speak of his part in the Lannister rebellion, how he had killed hundreds with arrows alone, took command, and avoided a prolonged siege in the Golden Tooth by simply terrifying all of the defenders. He would proceed to the execution of Tywin Lannister and later the mercy of Jaime Lannister, culminating with Tyrion and Kevan bending the knee. Then, the invasion of the Iron Isles with the fleets of the Westerlands and Reach, which was another resounding success where Edric hadn't lost a single battle and thoroughly crushed his opposition. Finally, he ended at Edric's entire small council dismissing his wishes which lead to him taking matters into his own hands. So, he sent you here on the knowledge that I have 3 dragons? Daenerys questioned, raising an eyebrow. What were his intentions behind this? I believed he wished for you to return home and rectify his father's actions as best he could, Barry Stan said, looking at Daenerys. He wishes to honor the legacy of House Targaryen, whose kings forged the realm. And not because he was terrified of the dragons he dreamed of. Daenerys tilted her head. I cannot speak on his thoughts, but, if he truly were afraid, he would have most certainly sent men to kill you. Daenerys' eyes observed the aged king's guard. If he truly wishes to honor the legacy of the House of the Dragon, he should give me the throne that is rightfully mine. He could serve me, as the Baratheons of the past served their kings. Or has a taste of true power made him unable to give it up? I do not believe his grace would set aside his crown. It's a shame, Daenerys remarked, thinking of Barristan's retelling. Edric was much like the heroes she loved hearing and reading about in her youth. Only that instead of ending happily ever after, his love ended in tragedy. He sounds like a remarkable person who should have never been king. He is better fit a knight. He has the makings of a great king, Barry Stan contested. I do not believe he wears the crown for power. He rules for the realm, he rules because it is his duty, not because of any selfish desire. He is the person the realm rallies behind, not Renly, Stannis, nor anyone else, he is the one keeping it all together. In my mind, bar any accidents, he shall be the greatest king I've ever served. Daenerys frowned at that statement. I have much to think about, Sir Barry Stan. I shall see you at a later time. She thought of the dream she had earlier. That figure, it hadn't been the usurper, no. It was Edric Storm. The polarizing king who, despite learning quite a bit about, remained a mystery. Not even his king's guard knew his truest intentions. She wondered if he wanted more than just for her to return home, perhaps he had desired to make her his queen. Why else would he go so far as to send the Lord Commander of his king's guard? The thought was amusing to her if anything else. He would make a worthy husband if all Baristan had said were true, without a doubt. Perhaps the most worthy man in all of the known world. Alas, she had not gone this far to be a mere queen consort. She was of the blood of the dragon, the last Targaryen and mother of 3 dragons. If he did not submit to her will, she would have to serve him fire as Aegon did to his opposition. Or so, that was her thinking at that time. I was holding something soft in my arms. It smelt strange. I moved my head closer and felt hair. Hold on. I opened my eyes and took a moment to process the scene before me. My arms weren't wrapped around an imaginary pillow or my sheets, no. They were wrapped around a lady. Not just any lady, however, which would be bad enough, it was Bloody Marjorie Tyrell, the Rose of Highgarden, whose maidenhood is priceless. And I'm pretty sure Drunk Me had simply taken it in her honor along with it. Fuck me. Not even Robert would be as daring as my drunken self. Chapter 46, Fateful Decision. I lifted the sheets over and saw blood. It didn't look like I had been cut anywhere, nor did she, chances were I outdid myself this time. I got out of my bed and put on a robe, looking in the mirror. I saw Raiden Shogun's reflection, who didn't look all too pleased. That didn't matter. What mattered was the consequences of my actions. The Tyrells have something to hang over my head, and the Starks, too. Arya will probably bite my ear off and I doubt Robb would be all too approving. God forbid I become a father as well. I'm not ready for that at all. How did it even happen? I can remember fuck all. She came in the middle of the night without invitation. Raiden Shogun said, floating around me. She saw that you were not in the right state of mind and guided you along into, entangling. In essence, you were taken advantage of. Is that so? I thought, looking at myself. I looked like a bloody mess, all right. My head was buzzing, and I was one wrong turn from throwing up everything I had eaten the previous night. It takes 2 to tango. Good morning, Your Grace. I glanced back, seeing Marjorie sit up. Arguably, she looked worse off than I did. It must have been a wild night. Then again, no one wakes up looking organized in the morning, but I wasn't used to seeing her like that. I managed to smile as I turned to face her, acting courteously. How did you find last night, my lady? Wonderful. Marvelous, for lack of a better word. She gave me an innocent-looking smile as she fixed some of her hair. It was like a dream I didn't want to wake from. A night of endless burning passion, love, and desire. It's a night I will never forget. Sounds like you enjoyed yourself. I chuckled. Nor did I disappoint, by the looks of it. Not at all, Your Grace. She chuckled, nodding her head. I would even say you were a bit too impressive. Oh. I raised an eyebrow. I don't believe I'll be walking straight for a few days, in truth. She jested with the slightest of smirks. You must forgive me if I hurt you. A man tends to do foolish things when he's drunk on stag's fury. Oh, you did no such thing. She shook her head. There was not a moment of displeasure, except the first few, of course, when you took my maidenhead. Shame I don't remember any of it. You don't? I suppose you were rather drunk. Marjorie. I stepped closer, sitting down beside her. My tone was far more serious than before. Yes, Your Grace. I want you to speak the truth. For how can any bond be considered true if it is built on lies and deception? How could there be love without trust? What truth do you seek? She blinked, raising an eyebrow. I dare not lie to you, your grace. I never have. Did I invite you to my bedchamber? I looked into her eyes. No. However, you did not send me away as I came. I see. I nodded. And what were your intentions with this unexpected visit in the night? I simply wished to spend more time with you. In the celebration, it was not at all easy, and I did not wish to disturb you then as you reunited with your friends. How did it lead here? I questioned. One thing led to another. She paused, glancing away with a slight blush. Though I only offered words of comfort, you grew impassioned and pushed me down. Did I force myself on you? I raised an eyebrow. If so. No, your grace. I will admit that I goaded you into fulfilling your heart's desires. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than that, against my better judgment. She lowered her head, looking regretful. I did take advantage of the opportunity that presented itself, that is the truth. I only wanted to be closer to you, your grace. I pray you forgive me. She almost made me feel like I was in the wrong. By the sound of things, though, I did play quite a large part in it all. I raised her chin with my hand, smiling reassuringly as she looked at me. Thank you for speaking the truth, my lady. I appreciate a bitter truth more than a sweet lie. I raised my hand further, brushing it against the side of her soft cheek. Since I so brazenly took your maidenhood, I ought to take responsibility for the matter, and I will. After all, your marriage prospects must have dimmed quite a bit, and a great part of that is my fault. That need not be true, your grace. She took my hand and cupped it in both of hers. The Targaryen kings of the past had a great many liberties, with their dragons, for absolute power commands absolute authority, I spoke, freeing my hand. And, ultimately, absolute authority bends the laws of men and faith. If I become as mighty as a dragon. Marjorie's eyes suddenly lit up. No doubt, she got my meaning. Well, that's a matter for the future. I smiled, shaking my head as I got out of bed. Will you need a hand getting out of bed? Perhaps I should carry you, since it doesn't seem that you had any intentions of being discreet. I would have been, your grace. Marjorie smiled sweetly. If not for how hard it was to walk at night. Well, it will undoubtedly come to light in time, regardless. There is no use hiding it. The moment we separated, I stood alone on the only tower of Storm's End. The wind brushed my hair as I remained deep in thought. I was a bloody mess, through and through. What even goes through my head when I'm drunk? Did I want to fill that hole, seek that feeling of love that has eluded me? Did I want to reel the Tyrells closer to my side by taking Marjorie's virtue? Or was I simply feeling lustful and just let myself go loose? I sighed, shaking my head. A king having an affair isn't something pedestrian, so it's not quite the end of the world. It would be best to accept what happened and try to pick up the mess rather than take drastic action. Starting a rebellion over one drunken entanglement isn't exactly wise. I need the realm to be united. After collecting my thoughts, I went to Maester Jurin and asked him to concoct one serving of moon tea. He didn't question me, going straight to work. As I waited, my heart was conflicted. Did Marjorie act out of love or political gain? She was, without a doubt, intelligent and cunning to the point that she could make any act convincing. She could probably convince the world's ugliest man that he was, in fact, quite the charmer. Except he could look in the mirror and determine otherwise. As for the love others hold for you? It's much, much, harder to tell. It is done, your grace. Maester Jurin handed me a cup of hot moon tea. I will not ask why you seek it, however, I wish to say that all life is precious. I looked at him. Go on. If it were Lady Delena who drank moon tea after her affair with your father, I would have never had the pleasure of teaching you, nor would Lord Renly have or even Sir Courtenay. The realm would be a far different place, a pit of chaos, without a doubt. Maester Jurin lowered his head. As I see it, Moon Tea is worse than the killing of children, for you do not even allow them to see the light of day. Is being born a bastard any better? I questioned. You are the king, your grace, your word is law. If you wish for someone to live in luxury, it shall be so. He lowered his head as I kept looking at him. Forgive me, I have said too much. No, it's fine. I find your words insightful, Maester. I managed a smile. Thank you. It is my pleasure to serve you, your grace. After a solemn bow, he left. I turned my eyes to the Moon Tea, watching it sway. I imagined what could be. A girl, with long brown curls and shimmering blue eyes. She was little and truly adorable, a bundle of joy that one would wish to embrace. Her smile was sweeter than all else in the frozen world around her. Ice and snow melted at her feet as a purple gold rose grew from the ground. She offered it to me and I imagined myself taking it. You wouldn't ever hurt me, would you, father? She tilted her head slightly, her smile fading slowly. The word father struck a chord. No. I shook my head, managing a smile. You are my family. I will always protect you. She smiled once more, nodding, before throwing herself into my embrace. I love you, Daddy. The illusion broke as I gathered myself. It seemed so real, far too real. Was it a green dream? Even if it wasn't a matter of prophecy, the meaning behind it remained the same. That love is undeserved. I took a deep breath, turning back to the Moon Tea. Grow up. I told myself, turning away from the Moon Tea. It was the coward's way out, a boy's way of running from the consequences of his actions. I'll face them when they come. I left the room and saw Maester Jurin smile slightly, nodding. Leave it for someone who needs it, Maester. Third person. In the main yard of Storm's End. This is the Master-at-Arms of Storm's End, Sir Davis. Edric presented him to his 3 squires. There were others on the sidelines, including his King's Guard, the Hound, Brienne, Garland Tyrell, Oberyn Martell, and others. A brilliant knight and an even better teacher. He taught myself, Sir Loras, Sir Arthur, Sir Robert, Brienne and most of the other highborn of Storm's End. Edric smiled, looking at his squires. One should strive to learn from various great teachers, rather than a single one. That is why he shall be instructing you lot today and for the rest of our stay in Storm's End. I hope to see some improvement by the end. Yes, your grace. All 3 nodded dutifully, even Dickon Tarley, who admired Edric greatly for his martial prowess as did his father. To him, Edric's words were like holy scripture. Good. Edric nodded, turning to Sir Davis with a slight smile. I hope 3 more boys is not too much. You honor me greatly, your grace. He nodded. The more the merrier, I say. In this time, I will teach what I can. Amen, good. Edric turned to the rest of his company, mostly looking at Robert, Brienne, and Arthur. The only one missing was Loras, who was asleep. This does bring me back, Should we do a few duels? Sounds like fun. Robert grinned slightly, glancing at Arthur. I'd like to see just how brilliant the new King's Guard are. Be my guest. I chuckled, turning to Arthur. Go on, put Robert on his ass. First blood wins. I'm not that much of a pushover, surely. Robert smiled, shaking his head. Arthur drew an ordinary steel longsword, and so did Robert. Robert was taking a more defensive approach, waiting for Arthur to strike first. You were always the kind to come at me first, what unmans you so greatly now, Sir Robert? Arthur taunted him. What can I say? He chuckled. That shiny white cloak is quite intimidating. Only the 7 greatest knights in all the realm have that honor, no. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly as he edged forward. He threw a lightning-fast pierce, to which Robert moved his sword to deflect, only for it to be a feint. Arthur twisted his sword and slashed Robert's arm so precisely that only the slightest of cuts emerged. Robert gasped, stepping back as he observed the cut in his garment. "So swift," Robert said, blinking as if he were confused. "I thought I had improved, but, you made me look like a fool." "Don't sweat it too much." Edric smiled, shrugging his shoulders. "Arthur does nothing more than guard me, sleep, eat and train the sword. He breathes swordsmanship every moment of the day. I'm quite sure that's all he does in his dreams, too." "Had." Arthur chuckled. That might be true. Living up to your name, Sir Arthur II. Robert smiled, taking a deep breath. "However, no true fight is to first blood. I'd like another chance, but with full plate." "Sure." While Robert aimed to make the second duel a brawl, Arthur kept his distance and used the half-sword technique to continuously whack his helmet with the pommel. Eventually, Robert got thrown to the ground and yielded. After that, Edric had Robert fight Sir Balon and Mandan, both of whom beat him rather easily with blunted weapons. Then he made Robert fight Brienne, who also bested him. "Robert, would you like to face me next?" Edric tilted his head slightly. "Mayhaps the Hound, or Sir Ares." "I'd rather not, Your Grace." Robert chuckled, shaking his head. "It would be a slaughter. I am already quite tired." "Fair enough." Edric shrugged. "I would like to see you fight next, Brienne." "As you wish, Your Grace." Though she lost more than half of her duels, she stood nearly on equal footing with most of the King's Guard, who had been trained quite rigorously. Edric observed her carefully, smiling at each of her victories. Some people were impressed by her show of ability, though others denounced her as a freak in low tones. After that, he started matching up the King's Guard against each other and had them continue training. Meanwhile, leaned against the wall in the shade with Brienne. "If I recall correctly, you were not in the fighting against the Lannisters, nor the Ironborn, even though your Lord Father answered the call to war. Why is that?" "My father forbid me from going," Brienne answered honestly, shaking her head. "I wished nothing more than to fight by your side, shield you in battle and slay those who would harm you, but—" "Your father, hey?" Edric smiled slightly. "If you wish to still do so, I will permit it myself. You need only—" She bent the knee at his feet, presenting her sword. "I would wish for nothing more, Your Grace." "Well, that was quick." Edric blinked with a cheerful expression. "Brienne, you made a habit of protecting me in my youth. I have most certainly not outgrown your shield yet. If you wish to grant me your sword, I will take it gladly." She looked up, her blue eyes shimmering as she met Edric's gaze. She couldn't keep herself from smiling as he bid her to rise in his direct service. To be a king's sworn shield was not so far from being a king's guard and an honor even most knights could not reach. This triumphant feeling was only bolstered by her opinion of said king, who had treated her well and accepted who she was. After finishing his physical training, Edric delved further into magic and focused mainly on skin changing as his falcon. He soared around the nearby lands, observing his village from afar. He tried to expand his abilities further by changing into other animals but could not do so. The following day, he rode out to his village with a smaller royal entourage. The village had grown considerably in his absence, primarily due to its prestige as the king's first holding and Edric's allocating some of his funds to it. "The king has returned." The entire village gathered and knelt before his presence. He got off and looked around with a proud smile, his black hair waving with the strong wind. This had once been his dream. Even though it was so small, he did not frown upon it. "Rise, all of you." Edric kept his smile. "Do not treat me as a stranger just because I have a crown on my head now." Chapter 47, Confession. "Since you're the king now," one of the kids said, tapping their chin in thought. She then pointed at Marjorie, who stood by my side. Does that mean she's the queen? I chuckled, exchanging looks with Marjorie. There is no queen as of yet, sweet girl. Marjorie smiled, shaking her head as she knelt down beside her. Why not? Every king should have a queen. Well, the little lady who is meant to marry him isn't old enough yet. Marjorie explained patiently, brushing her hair. I believe she's practicing with swords as of now. Swords? Isn't that for knights and lords? Some ladies are special. Marjorie smiled, looking at Brienne. Take Brienne of Tarth for example. An especially capable warrior, indeed. I agreed. Brienne nodded rather humbly. Maybe I can practice too. I looked at her. She could practice, but it was unlikely to do her any good in the long run. Don't mind Elin, Your Grace. Her mother smiled, pulling the girl away. She is a curious girl. I chuckled, shaking my head. It's quite all right. Marjorie was a natural with small folk, from the elderly to the children. She charmed almost the entire village in a single day. I wouldn't even blame people for believing that she was the queen. She gave a strong impression of a kind, refined and sweet lady. I went on to spend the day in the village, from helping out with the day-to-day work to teaching some of the boys a thing or two about fighting. It was satisfying to see the development of my settlement. Like planting a seed and returning to a blossoming little plant. Before night came, I did my usual exercises, and more. Sparring every night in my company with warhammer and sword, sniping targets from well over 500 paces, sprinting laps in full plate, pulling myself up from a tree. Unfortunately, I broke a few branches. I'm a heavy bastard, sit UPS, push UPS. I was doing everything. By the time I finished, mans was smelling like piss water bend and I felt tired for once. Though, some might see my smell as a more manly odor. Marjorie had been latching on to me for most of the day, though I didn't mind. She tended to make most things better. So did Sansa and Arianne accompany me, the latter of whom had been flirting with me at every opportunity. I took to my temporary quarters, a house I had helped build. I was taking this time of peace to think about what to do with Arianne's advances. Her persistence had only grown since the night with Marjorie. Clearly, she believed that the metaphorical floodgates had opened. That was not at all the case. Raiden Shogun looked at me, her violet gaze observing me carefully. She hadn't spoken for a while. As for me, I hadn't spoken to her at all, not since my resignation. What are you thinking about? She questioned, floating towards me. I glanced away. There's no one to hear us. She remarked, tilting her head slightly. Or is this your way of getting back at me? It's rather childish, Edric. As I am now, all I have to offer are words. However, if you continue to ignore me, then I might as well not even exist. What do you want me to say to you? I shrugged, looking back at her. Maybe answer my question. What gives you right to my thoughts? You seem to forget who gave you the magic you twirl around so carelessly. Raiden Shogun's tone became cold as she stared down at me. The blessing that lifted you to the grounds you stand upon today. No. I've not forgotten. Not at all. I shook my head. If all goes well, your resurrection is pretty much fated due to my appetite for battle. What happens after that, well, you'll be free from me. Do whatever you want, go wherever you like. You'll have your freedom, as I once promised. Free from you? She remarked, her expression relaxing. Yes. I chuckled. You won't be chained to me any more, free as a bird. I see. She slowly nodded. Is that what you wish for? A life for a life is fair, no. I managed to smile, turning away from her. You could consider my debt paid. Edric, it was a mistake, Raiden admitted. You know how I feel about you. At that point in time, I did what I thought was right, and stood by that decision for a time. You're strong now, yes, but I never thought your heart would break as it did. Because of me, you're always suffering on the inside. Fighting yourself, and I don't know how to make it right. Truly. I don't. I took a deep breath, looking at the wall. I didn't know what to say to her. Part of me wanted to tell her to shut her mouth, the other didn't. That other half wanted to embrace her and say everything would be okay. The hopeful half, the one that would bend over backwards for her. I shook my head. Edric, forgive me. She floated before me, her pale, ethereal hands phasing through my face. Don't. I stepped back. I've always had the choice to fade into nothing, even now, I could. She shook her head. But I have no desire to, even as you turn me away. It's not because I seek to live, to have that body you promised me. I don't care about that, for it would all be worthless without you. What I seek, is a future with you. Why? I questioned. I could speak on it all day. Her lips curled into a smile. But, the main reason is that you are everything I am not. You cherish others, willing to stake your life for those you love. You want nothing more than to be free, yet you understand your duty to the realm and put that first before your desires. You inspire all those around you, making them fight out of love, not fear. You work relentlessly to better yourself, struggling time and time again, until you succeed. You take triumph in your growth and victories, yet that never stops you from seeking even greater heights. Each time you fall, you come to rise again, stronger. You are the very opposition of eternity, an ordinary man who transformed and surpassed himself repeatedly. You are human, and that's the most beautiful thing about you. It was as if she had grasped my heart once more, taking it for herself. I couldn't find the right words to say. I was at a loss, just as she was when I slashed my hand and resigned myself from her service. No, I won't fall for it. I see. She slowly nodded, breaking the silence between us. I am unworthy of being by your side, especially with how I've been. Truth be told, our differences make us an unlikely pair in many ways, and so perfect in others. Through you, I can become a better person. I can learn what it truly means to be human. I can grow as you have. Yes. I nodded in agreement, yet keeping an indifferent tone. You can. Her usually violet eyes lit up a brighter lilac. And I will, by the love that I hold for you. It shouldn't be out of love. You should want it for yourself. I suppose you would be right. Not soon after, I made my decision. I would handle her when she approached me next. I wonder, what made you accept kingship? Marjorie asked, turning to me as we walked around the village the following day. By how the crown suits you, one could not even imagine that you would have denied it once. This. I spread open my arms, looking around. This. As a bastard, I had no real power. Everything I possessed, I had to earn. This village was built on my archery contest winnings built by the people who wanted a new home. I helped create their vision. Now, isn't it rather small? It's quite impressive for a new settlement. But it's no high garden, I added, smiling slightly. Or Storm's End, Casterly Rock, Winterfell. It's just a little village that isn't even marked on the majority of maps. MN. She nodded. That is true. As king, I can build great monuments that can stand tall against the test of time, rally armies at will, change the very laws that men abide by, shape these lands in my image. My visions can be so much grander. And I can punch anyone I dislike. I chuckled. Or whack them with my warhammer. That's the most important privilege of all. Marjorie smiled, playing along with my jest. It's good to be king. I smiled, nodding. There are aspects I dislike, of course, but that's life. Nothing is ever perfect. What do you dislike, in that case. Well, the assassination attempts, for one. Having to be paranoid about what I drink and eat all the time. Walking around like a maniac trying to hammer down rebellions, that's another aspect. Though, I do enjoy battle. Marjorie chuckled. The rebellions are at an end now, Your Grace. Well, there's still a dragon lady with 3 dragons who thinks my crown should be hers. Oh, an Mr. Aegon. God knows what he is, Blackfire, Targaryen, or something else entirely. I have no doubt you would promptly crush those notions, should she cross the known world. Mayhaps. I changed the topic. There's another aspect, and that would be the constant attention. I can't take a piss without someone hearing about it. Nor can I walk around without an entourage of at least a dozen men, or ladies. The gods know I have no desire for so many ladies constantly vying for my attention. Why, you are a most remarkable person, Your Grace. Marjorie smiled, looking at me. It's only natural that they would seek even a moment of your time. I simply nodded, not trying to stroke my own ego. Everyone already did it for me. There was also my betrothal to Arya Stark, which wasn't terrible, but she definitely wasn't my first choice for a future wife. There were some other smaller things I didn't like, too. However, I didn't want to make it seem like I was complaining about my position. Kingship was a duty I had wholeheartedly accepted at this point. After a day in the village, Edric moved on to Arthur's home castle, which was only a few days' ride away from Storm's End. He sent back most of his entourage and rode alongside his friend. They had hunted some game in between, with Edric focusing more on his horse archery. It reminded him of simpler times. Oh, my boy, he's all grown and shining white. Arthur's mother embraced him strongly, making him chuckle out of embarrassment. It's been too long, my sweet child. Arthur smiled, nodding. A lot of things happened. You don't say, dear brother. You're one of the most famed knights in all the realm. Sir Arthur of the King's Guard, the Knight of Nightfall. His older brother praised him, patting his shoulder. I've even heard songs about you. Oh, really? Arthur blinked, chuckling. I'm honored, truly. Whoa, Arthur is really white. His baby sister came in, tugging on his cape. He laughed and picked her up. Oh, aren't you growing quickly? Arthur remarked, smiling as he pinched her nose. One day, I'll be bigger than my big brothers. Oh, really? Arthur chuckled. I look forward to that. It's good to have you home, my son. You have made us all proud with your achievements. Lord Tudbury nodded, looking behind Arthur. Alas, I do not see his grace. Did he let you leave his side? I wouldn't dare break my oath, Arthur said, shaking his head. And no. He's right here. Edric sighed, removing his hood and stepping before their entourage. Your Grace. In the blink of an eye, everyone kneeled. He chuckled, turning to Arthur. And that's why I wore the silly cloak. This reunion was about you, not me. You are too considerate, Your Grace. Arthur smiled, shaking his head. I am happy to see my family, regardless of whether you take all the attention. Given your station and fame, it is only natural for you to do so. Edric smiled. Don't argue with me, sire. Go on and enjoy yourself. You've more than earned it. When Edric returned to Storm's End after his little journey, he was met with a not-so-pleased Arya Stark. She didn't even welcome his return, staying in the yard and practicing. He had to approach her himself. Hard at practice, hey? Edric smiled, nodding. That's good, I suppose. Why don't you go sleep with Marjorie some more? Is that an invitation? Edric questioned with a slight grin, poking the nest a little. She mentioned it first, after all. Arya turned to him and pointed needle at him. The only invitation you'll get from me is this pointy end. She frowned. It might tickle, Edric observed, tilting his head as he towered over her. In truth, I did not mean to. She stepped forward and aimed to slash at him. Well, she is a wild one. Edric's instincts kicked in, and he dodged, drawing his sword. That's one way of saying you want a spar. Chapter 48, Wolf and Stag. Clang. 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 Hoosh. With a strong flick of his wrist, Edric sent Arya's needle flying high into the air. He then pointed his long sword at her. I think practice swords would do better than live steel, Edric remarked in the scolding tone of an older brother. It wouldn't be ideal if we cut each other. You don't say. She tried to punch Edric in the babymaker, but he used hyperfocus to see it in slowed time. He grabbed her hand by the wrist and twisted it slightly. She didn't give up, aiming a punch to his kidney with her other hand. He grabbed her fist with his far larger palm, enveloping it. Then, in a single motion, he pulled Arya's arms behind her back and gently threw her to the ground. Are you done? He raised an eyebrow as she glanced at him with a fierce look. I hate you. Hate's a strong word. And I meant it. I don't believe you did, not truly. Edric shook his head. You have every right to be upset, and I won't make any excuses for what happened. The Tyrells saw an opportunity, and they took it. However, I was the one who created it in the first place. I was careless. Arya's frown eased only slightly. So. I'm sorry. Edric's expression looked sincere as he sighed. I really am, for everything. For the longest time, I've thought about breaking our betrothal so many times. For Marjorie, your sister, for any lady that would serve me better. I'm not surprised. Arya frowned, shaking her head. Her self-mocking expression mellowed to a downcast one as she continued to speak. Everyone knows, everyone says it behind my back. That I'm not pretty enough, too wild, unrefined, unladylike, and you. Every lady's fantasy. An invincible warrior, an inspiring leader and a handsome king. They'd all get on the floor and kiss your feet if you asked them to. Edric's grip eased as he listened carefully to Arya's words. Sansa is right, why would you even want to be with me? The only reason I'm here is because our fathers bid it so, but neither of them are here now. She bit her lip. I'll break our betrothal and go back to Winterfell. That way, you can do whatever you want. It would be for the better anyway, you don't even like me. You just act like it because you have to. Arya. It was undoubtedly tempting for Edric. He could move away from the little wolf girl and find someone closer to his age, probably someone more pleasant, too. But, it didn't feel right. He would get what he wanted while sending Arya away with nothing but pain. You'll do no such thing. He lowered his head, his deep blue eyes looking into hers. Listen, it doesn't matter what Sansa, Marjorie, or any other lady says. You're stronger than any one of them and brilliant in ways that none of them can understand. You're my lady, and one day, you will be queen of the 7 kingdoms. Not just any queen, you'll be a great one. I know it to be true. You're just trying to make me feel better, she said, frowning and shaking her head. Let go of me. All right. Edric let go of her wrists and stood up. But I want you to come with me. Arya got off the ground and stretched her arms. Then she looked up at Edric and slowly nodded with a conflicted expression. Fine. He took her to the top of Storm's End's only tower, one of Edric's most favored sights. He leaned against one of the square stone merlons, overlooking the castle and expanding narrow sea. You know, when I grew up here, I wasn't very popular, oh, not at all. I had no friends. All the ladies frowned at me, and I was alone. All the time. That Edric would have never been king, not even if it was his heart's greatest desire. Edric said, his hair swaying with the wind. But I started trying. Going outside of what I was comfortable with. My confidence grew, and I steadily improved with it. Arya listened keenly, not even interrupting him. That's the main thing. He turned to her and smiled. Confidence. When they called me a bastard, I owned it like a suit of Valyrian steel armor. Even to this day, no enemy of mine can use it to insult me. In the same way, you should be proud of your strengths rather than shun them. As for your weaknesses? Needlework? Seriously, when will I ask you to knit me something? I don't think you ever would, Arya answered. Even if you wanted, you'd ask someone better to do it. What about singing? Well, if I wanted a singer, I'd marry Marillion. Arya chuckled momentarily, shaking her head. But, there are some weaknesses that are important, and I can't fix them. You're talking about your looks? Don't worry about them. They're not something you can control, and. Besides, I believe you'll be absolutely stunning someday. You do. She blinked. Just as Lioness Stark was. Edric gave her a reassuring smile. However, what matters most to a queen is this. He tapped her forehead. The head on her shoulders. Wits. She touched her forehead, looking at the sea. A wise king would do better with a clever queen. Edric nodded. I've told a great many lies and half-truths, yet you always see through them. It's quite telling that grown men and women fall for it, but not a little girl like you. Intelligence is an invaluable skill. Yes, it can be harnessed and improved, but some are simply born smarter than others. Arya nodded, each word of his like a hammer at a forge, hammering out her insecurities one after the other. Do you know about the good Queen Alysanne? Edric questioned. Of course, she was King Jaehaerys the Conciliator's wife. She rode the dragon Silverwing and everyone loved her, both highborn and small folk. She changed the laws of the realm, especially the ones that were against girls. The main ones were widow's law and the lord's right to the first night, which she abolished. I don't think your sister would give me so much detail. Edric chuckled. Arya grinned slightly. She'd rather dream about knights than read old history books. History is important, indeed. It sets a precedent for all that we do. Edric nodded. Did you know Alysanne was a keen archer and hunter? These were rather unladylike activities. She wasn't born with the idea that she would be queen, being the youngest of the king's daughters. She also had a strong sense of independence, adventure, and freedom. She would take flights of fancy whenever, just because. She was keenly intelligent, high-spirited, a fine rider who enjoyed physical activities and someone who lived amongst the small folk from time to time despite her station. Does that sound similar to someone we know? Arya's grey eyes sparkled slightly as she kept looking at Edric. When he put it that way, they did seem eerily similar. It was definitely high praise to be compared to Queen Alysanne. She smiled slightly, nodding. Yes, she does. She wasn't beautiful either, no, not like most of the Targaryens who tended to be more akin to gods than men. That didn't matter, though. She was charming regardless and loved by many. Edric turned to Arya, ruffling her hair. Do you think Sansa could bear to so much as talk to a butcher's boy, let alone befriend him? Not in a lifetime. Arya smiled, feeling more confident in herself. See, you do have what it takes. One of the most important roles of a queen is to befriend and charm others, to be leader amongst the ladies of the realm. You only need to refine your many gifts and you will make a finer queen than anyone else. However, that means going outside of what you're comfortable and resembling more of a lady when you need to. You shouldn't be an outcast in the royal court, and I know you have the ability not to be. You just need to try, all right? Sure. I'll try. She nodded, pouting slightly. But you've dodged the matter about Marjorie. You want me to turn back time? Edric raised an eyebrow. I was piss drunk and, well, my drunk self doesn't like to be lonely at night. Promise me it won't happen again. Arya looked at him with a stern expression. Edric smiled, shaking his head while placing a hand on his heart. I swear it won't happen again, by the old gods and the new. If it does, I'll poke her with needle. I could only imagine her terror. Edric chuckled. That goes for any lady. Not just Marjorie. Arya turned around and started going down the steps. I hope Ol Joffrey didn't give you a taste for blood, Edric remarked. Little girls shouldn't go around stabbing people. But it's perfectly fine when you bash 100 people with your massive warhammer. Arya glanced back. Or shoot down hundreds with arrows. I'm not a little girl. Edric shrugged. You're only 2 years older. If I wasn't a reincarnator. Edric thought. Don't argue with me on this, all right? I only mean the best for you. She didn't sound convinced. I'm going to continue practicing. Brat. Edric chuckled as she left. It seems that you truly intend to marry the Stark one day. Raiden Shogun remarked, floating above the tower. Yeah, Edric admitted. It's the right thing to do. A middle-aged man rested in the sun on a bench on the balcony of a great manse, surrounded by 3 beautiful women of Valyrian descent. Their hair was silver and blonde, and their eyes were violet, lilac, and dark blue. One massaged his shoulders, the other his arms, and the third his scarred legs. He was in paradise, grinning from ear to ear. There was nothing better in life. Indulging in your endless hedonistic proclivities rather than seeing me, father. An ethereal beauty that eclipsed the 3 others combined strode forward with confidence, thieving the sun's light. Dorian slowly opened his eye, glancing to the side. His grin turned into a warm smile. Sweet Ray. I was going to see you in due time. He chuckled. Clever girl, you found me first. She raised an eyebrow. You asked me to sail all the way here to Pentos for good reason, I hope. Does a loving father need reason to see his princess? I had thought your boy king had you chained down doing his dirty work, for a gold dragon per day. You're a woman now, you don't need me holding your hand every day, Dorian chuckled. I heard you've done exceptionally well for yourself, for that matter. The profits you made triple what I expected from my clever girl. 7 hells, you created your own merchant guild from my meager allowance. You may even be richer than I. Well, of course. She couldn't help but smile slightly. I learned from the best, and I don't spend my gold on pointless proclivities. Someone needs to be tight-fisted with her gold to compensate for my careless spending, Dorian chuckled. Speaking of, now is the time to put your talents to use, my dear. She raised an eyebrow. You would have me serve your favorite little bastard as well. Precisely, and he's not so little. There are 100 things I'd rather do than play serving girl to him. He sighed, shaking his head. Ladies, give us a moment. The 3 women silently left, and Dorian stood up, turning to face his daughter. Is this where you somehow managed to convince me otherwise? She questioned, crossing her arms. Dorian chuckled. I know you enjoy your freedom, and Lys the Lovely is most definitely a finer place to live than Schitt's Landing. However, baby Edric has lightning magic and is just so brilliant. She added with a tone of sarcasm. He's a charming and amusing lad. I could hire a jester if I sought amusement. Now. I know you have grand ambitions, but such ambitions require more than gold to realize. They need power, the sort that can change the world. Edric will one day have that. You don't mean to sell me to him? I wouldn't dare to. Dorian shook his head. I am simply asking you to act in my interests while I am away. You need not do more than support him as I would. Now is a time of paramount importance, after all. The tides are changing, and he needs a shadow to watch over him. While you go and play with the dragons. The last pieces that need to fall. Dorian smiled, shrugging his shoulders. Besides, there will be a grand wedding and tourney to go with it. Didn't you once express your desire to witness one? Imagine all the trumpets, euphonious songs, handsome knights, mighty lords and beautiful ladies, an event that shall be remembered for centuries to come. That's a picture I would like to witness. She smiled slightly. I'm only going for the tourney. After that, you will have time to spread your wings, Rara. I need you to do this now. I wouldn't trust anyone else. After exchanging looks, she slowly nodded. If that is your wish, father. Good girl. When I return, you better not be smothering my king after acting so stubborn, or I'll laugh my remaining eye out. Though, if it was your desire, I wouldn't mind him for a son. Mayhaps you should marry him yourself. She chuckled. Oh, if I were a woman, I most definitely would. Dorian jested, shrugging his shoulders. Anyway, I am certain you will take a liking to him. He might even help you with your archery. The boy can shoot with deadly accuracy from hundreds of paces and perfectly pierce plate. Hundreds of paces with deadly accuracy. She raised an eyebrow. You must be jesting. Oh, not at all. Edric is quite extraordinary, though you'll only properly understand when you see him for yourself. Later, in Illyrio's manse. What brings you to my grand abode, Dorian Daggerhand? Illyrio sat at a table with him, watching him drink his full. You were meant to stay by the bastard's side, last I recall. Dorian savoured the last of the wine in his goblet before placing it down. See, I had a change of plans. Edric is no longer the boy who would toss his crown away to anyone, not even a dragon. Then you should have disposed of him. What gives you the idea that you can command me? Dorian grinned, drawing a dagger and observing its glistening blade. The plump unsullied guards around the room edged forward. You want an assassin? Go hire one, cheesemonger. Don't tell me you've turned your cloak on your blood for that boy. My blood, please. Dorian scoffed, laughing at his accusation. What has my blood done for me? Save me the sob story, you know I only serve myself. Now, I ask you, do you have more of those dragon eggs? They do not grow on trees. Illyrio shook his head. A shame. I'd like a dragon egg growing tree. However, I know where you might buy one, though the price is costly. Since Daenerys hatched hers, the owner believes he might do the same and treasures it most deeply. I might fancy to take it for free, in that case. For free? Illyrio chuckled, his friendly expression turning serious. Of course. The information will not be free, however. Is that so? Dorian observed his reflection. If I were truly a turncoat, I would have stabbed you in your sleep and robbed you of all your riches. Even now, your cockless, fat, soldiers wouldn't stop me from killing you either. All it would take is one throw. All you have to tell me is where this dragon egg treasuring cunt merchant rests and I'll be on my way. Illyrio's heart raced a bit as he observed Dorian's fearless eye. His stare was unwavering and still like a calm lake. Very well, I'll tell you. Dorian smiled, showing his most unsettling pointy teeth. Glad we could come to an arrangement, old friend. Chapter 49, Storm's End. The following night, Arthur was taking the night shift alongside Loras. It was a dull affair, as most nights were. No one was brave enough to storm Edric's bedchamber, especially with the King's Guard around. Nor did anyone desire to, given his popularity in Storm's End. That night, you just let your sister stride inside, knowing full well that his grace was piss-drunk. As far as I'm concerned, she was welcome. If his grace wanted her to leave, he could have said so, and she would have obeyed. Don't act so clueless, Loras. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. If your sister was just as drunk and some lord sneaked into her bedchamber, would you say the same? You should not peek your nose into matters unrelated to you, Sir Arthur. One of our oaths is to protect the king's name and honor. When you stepped aside, you disregarded that oath for your family's ambitions. You forget that our duty is to him first and foremost. You are in no position to chastise me. Loras countered. If his grace saw fault in my actions, he would say so. As one sworn brother to another, we should hold each other accountable for our mistakes, especially in the absence of a Lord Commander. I would agree, if it were a mistake. Loras shook his head. His grace was quite insistent, I am told. Marjorie had no intention of staining his honor. What would a lady want inside his grace's bedchamber in the middle of the night? Arthur sighed. Do you think I was born yesterday, Sir Loras? Sometimes it seems so, Loras remarked. Our duty is to protect the king and serve at his pleasure. I did not hear any sounds of displeasure or pain from him during that night, I can assure you of that much. You're funny. Arthur chuckled. I suppose nothing I say will change your mind, nor am I in any position to command you. You've taken that long to realize that. I don't know how Edric plays all these games with you Tyrells without wanting to bash his head into a wall. Arthur mused, leaning against the wall and crossing his arms. A part of him must find some enjoyment out of it. No games are being played, you can rest assured. It was not a matter of politics or ambition, but rather one of love. My sister loved him so greatly that the loss of her maidenhead was inconsequential compared to one night in his embrace. Spare me the poetry. Arthur rolled his eyes. You know how Edric is with bonds. He will do anything for those he loves. If a child comes from this one night of passion, there is no doubt in my mind that he would take great care of it. One thing could lead to another, you know precisely what I'm talking about. I don't. Loras acted clueless. Could you white-caped monkeys argue a little more? It helps me sleep. Edric spoke with a booming voice, so much so that they heard him all too clearly. Forgive us, Your Grace. Loras glanced at Arthur. Before they knew it, he walked out in his night robe. Yap, yap, yap. He shook his head, looking rather tired. Arthur. Loras is right that you shouldn't stick your nose in my business. I could sleep with whoever I like, it's none of your concern. Loras smiled slightly. Of course, Your Grace. Arthur lowered his head slightly. As for you, Knight of Flowers, on account of our friendship, your skill, and my opinion of your sister, I've allowed the matter to slide and chosen to take responsibility as I most certainly played a part in it. However, if it isn't my wife, I don't want another woman strolling into my bedchamber uninvited when I am drunk ever again. Got it? Loras dutifully nodded. As you wish, Your Grace. All right, now you both can shut up, and I can dream away. He patted their shoulders and returned to his bed. Well, that settles that, Arthur remarked. Loras replied only with a nod, which made Arthur chuckle. He, too, remained silent as his king had ordered. Edric sat in the library, reading through old books. Maester Jurin slowly entered, smiling at the sight. He approached, bowing his head when Edric looked up. Your Grace. Maester Jurin. Edric smiled slightly and nodded. Are you looking to read up on some things yourself? Indeed, that was my intention. Jurin nodded. I did not expect to see you here, of all places, Your Grace. I recall you were far more fond of physical activities. I was not a king then. Edric chuckled, shaking his head. Fate has an amusing way of weaving out our lives, doesn't it? Life can be most unpredictable, of course. Jurin agreed, smiling. Even so, I believe the crown has found its right place. You are more like your father than any other son he sired. I do not wish to be like my father. Edric closed shut the book, standing up. He was a flawed king, careless in many ways. He often did what was easiest for him rather than the right thing. I understand why he was this way, mayhaps more than anyone else. Even so, the making of a truly great man is one who does not break. Robert was always the warrior, hardly fit for a garden, Jurin remarked. Even so, under him, the realm knew many years of peace. And growing debt, Edric countered, chuckling. Curse him for leaving this mess to me. Sometimes, I wish he were here. I'd like to give him a good punch to the face. I am sure he would have been overjoyed, Jurin said with a jestful tone, chuckling. I'd imagine having a strong heir like you would make him proud over the moon. He would have welcomed a good fight. Oh, I'd give him a good fight, all right. Edric gave a look of confidence, stepping away from his seat. Someday, some little princeling will be reading about my reign as I read about those before me. May that book be lengthy, full of great deeds and inspire him as I was inspired by great people of the past. I am certain it will. Edric stepped to Jurin, towering over him. To his shock, he spread open his arms and embraced the maester. He was careful not to squeeze the life out of his bones. As of the present, I'll try to make use of all the lessons that you taught me, Jurin. Edric smiled slightly, patting his back. Forgive me for being a troublesome learner at times. Ahaha. Jurin laughed heartily. It was always an honor, Your Grace. I only wish I had been able to be by your side a little longer. Amen. Edric stepped back, nodding. If I could choose a Grand Maester, it would be you. Alas! The Citadel has its own workings. Gorman Tyrell is an excellent Maester, Your Grace. He is many times more knowledgeable than I. Jurin smiled, shaking his head. Though I am honored by your faith, you should not allow your heart to cloud your judgment. I try not to. Edric pat his shoulder. This might be the last time I see you for several years, mayhaps even more. Do not trouble yourself. Your home is King's Landing now. My home will never change, Maester. This is where I was born and raised. Edric took a deep breath and removed his hand. I wish you well, Jurin. Take care not to choke on any food or fall down a long flight of stairs in my absence. I'll try my best. Jurin nodded. Good man. Doric, I got something for you. Edric dragged along the corpse of a stag, with 7 rabbits tied to it in a line. The butcher observed with a chuckle. Went out hunting, Your Grace. Living up to my name as the one and only Seer Rabbit Slayer. Edric presented his game on the table, lining them up neatly. Consider this a gift. A gift? The butcher raised an eyebrow. That will not do, Your Grace. I shall offer a fair price. I insist. Edric shook his head and smiled. For teaching me how to skin animals, telling me what a fair price is and what isn't. Most of all, for keeping me well fed all those years. I'd be half my size without you, no doubt. Very well, the butcher chuckled. I will graciously accept your gift, Your Grace. Make sure the boys don't go hungry. Oh, they'll be feasting. Busy as usual. Edric entered Courtney Penrose's study, surprising him. He looked up, almost as if he had been spooked. Afterwards, the man chuckled and got up from his seat. How did you get here while making so little noise, Your Grace? I've been practicing my sneaking. Fancy yourself an assassin now. Mayhaps. Edric chuckled. I wouldn't make a great one, though. I'm a bit on the heavy side. That goes without saying. Courtney Penrose observed his physique. You will soon outgrow even your father at his best, that is most certain. I feel for any man that must face you in battle. Yeah, I do, too. Edric nodded. Never mind me. How are you doing these days, Seer? Well enough. Courtney Penrose remarked. Given that the war was quite short and decisive, the Stormlands haven't suffered much. Storm's End remains prosperous and your small village is bringing new settlers by the day. I asked about you, and I got a report of Storm's End. Edric chuckled. I am well aware of these things, Courtenay. Small council meetings are far more frequent under my reign, and Varys knows a great deal about most things. Nothing gets past that spider. Courtenay remarked. You should be wary of him, Edric. Your uncle had sentenced him to death, and I doubt that is something he will forget. I do not believe him to be a short-sighted man. He does not see the world through the same proud and selfing lens that most men in his position would. Edric shook his head. It was I who pardoned him, in the end, for I believed we had similar goals. The truth of that will come to light eventually. It seems that you have grown accustomed to the court of King's Landing, Courtenay said with a rather stern expression. It's a dangerous game to play, Your Grace. It would be better to surround yourself with men who are wholeheartedly loyal to you. Some risks are worth the reward. Edric countered, shaking his head. Don't fret for me, sire. I know how to take care of myself. Is that so? He managed a smile, looking into his deep blue eyes, which had lost their boyish, bubbly charm, replaced by an unwavering, still ocean. I forget myself, you are not the boy who left Storm's End. War and kingship have hardened you into a man. A strong man, indeed. There is little I could teach you now. Edric embraced Courtenay Penrose, who smiled slightly. I wanted to thank you, Sir Courtenay, for everything. You made it so that I could learn everything I needed for the future. I would not be who I am today without you. The honor was all mine, Your Grace. I could not have asked for a greater ward. You're a good man, Edric said, moving away and patting his shoulder. I can rest easy knowing Storm's End remains in your capable hands. Spoken like a king. Courtenay Penrose looked with pride, nodding. Your father would be proud. My father? Edric chuckled. If I had a father in this life, he would be you. Why do you think I grew to be as stubborn as stone? Courtenay laughed. You are Robert's spitting image, Your Grace. All I did was put a bow in your hand and teach you what any knight would. Your blood did the rest. You are selling yourself short, Edric remarked, smiling. I won't be here for long, you know. There will be another tourney at King's Landing and a marriage to go with it. It wouldn't look good on me if I missed a marriage in my own seat. I won't keep you chained down, Your Grace. I wish to share a drink, man to man, before I leave. Edric tilted his head slightly. Would you indulge me, sire? Of course. Edric took care not to drink too much and avoided Stag's fury like the Black Death, catching up with his former guardian. He learned more about Storm's End, left orders that every able-bodied boy and man would practice with the bow daily and said his farewells. When he was done, he descended to the yard. While Arya Stark was brushing up on her water dancing skills, a rather perplexed Dickon Tarley approached. The boy hadn't seen a girl practice with a sword before, it was most strange to him. Girls shouldn't be practicing with swords, he remarked. Arya paused, glancing at him with a flicker of ferocity. Who told you that? It's just not normal. Dickon countered. Boys are stronger. Besides, His Grace is the strongest warrior in the realm. Why would you need that little sword when you're going to marry him? It's none of your. Arya recalled her conversation with Edric, pausing. She had wanted to say much worse. It's what I like to do. You should try needlework and see how much you like it. It's not something boys do. The only person in the realm who can forbid Arya to train with a sword is His Grace. Dickon turned to see Brienne, who towered over him. He feigned a smile. His father had once told him about her, and his opinion was not at all positive. His Grace is too accepting of some things, he remarked, turning around. Sir Davis, how goes the training? Edric approached his old teacher. Are any of my squires misbehaving? No, they're all good lads. Davis shook his head. It seems that they admire you deeply, obeying every instruction on your account. The Tarley boy is strong and skilled for his age. As for your two other squires, they are more experienced than even some knights. You've taken them to a number of battles, haven't you? They've been in the fires of war a good bit, that much is true. Edric nodded. What about it? They fight like warriors, with a certain fury. I don't know how to describe it precisely. I know what you mean. Edric smiled, crossing his arms. They've danced with death so often that they no longer fear it. Sparring is child's play compared to that. I suppose you would be right, Your Grace. Fancy hosting one more gauntlet for me? I'm itching for a fight. Edric grinned slightly. Certainly, just take care not to break any bones with that warhammer. I won't be. On this occasion, I want to train my sword skill. Edric proceeded to duel damn near every knight in Storm's End to first blood, from men he hardly knew to his king's guard. The exercise was grueling, even for him. By the end, he was so tired he could scarcely raise his sword and was relying on hyperfocus to carry him. Even so, he hadn't lost a single fight, to the awe of every witness. Until, the hound put him down at the end of the gauntlet. I was beginning to think I was untouchable. Edric chuckled, observing the small cut at his side. You brought me back down to the ground, hound. Hardly something to be proud of. You're breathing like a dog who had been running his whole life, Your Grace. Had. Edric chuckled. I need a good rest. Good work, everyone. I most definitely got my day's worth of exercise. He said his farewells to Sir Davis and then walked over to Arya. She was practicing archery now, with a smaller bow like the ones he had used in his early years. Though her pole strength wasn't particularly impressive, she had noticeable accuracy. Now, this is a sight, Edric remarked. Why don't you try my golden heart bow? I wouldn't be able to pull the string, Arya countered, her expression changing as she felt drops of rain fall on her. Looking up, she frowned. Does it always have to rain here, or did you do that on purpose? Welcome to Storm's End, Edric said, spreading his arms and laughing. And no, that wasn't me. I wouldn't be so petty. The rain suddenly grew in strength, pouring down on Storm's End. The wind grew heavy, too. Edric's hair swayed wildly as he watched Arya step into shelter. He remained still, taking a deep breath. And then you wonder why you have so few clothes, Arya remarked. Because you're always standing in the rain like a fool. I'm surprised you haven't gotten sick yet. It doesn't matter whether you're angry, sorrowful, surprised, joyful or afraid, it will rain here. There's something about the rain, it's akin to a breath of life, a sense of relief. Edric raised his hand, observing the drops. It's a calming rhythm, one that clears the mind of any other distractions and remains unchanged until the final drops. There's nothing quite so peaceful as that. Suppose you'd like to stand in it all day long. Do you know the story behind Storm's End? Edric asked, deflecting her remark. In truth, it is the one I am most fond of. Perhaps you'd like to tell me. Arya knew a little about it, but she wanted him to speak on it. It all started when Durin God's grief won the love of Ilnia, who was the daughter of the sea god and the goddess of the wind. She had given her maidenhead to him and committed herself to a mortal life as a result. Her parents would forbid the match, yet the two wed despite their disapproval. The gods would tear this land to pieces in their wrath, killing all of the Durin's guests and family on their wedding day. His keep would also be destroyed, and the only two who remained standing from the devastation were Ilnia and her dear husband, who survived under her protection. He would wage war on the gods in his fury, and the gods would reply with more storms, hammering away at his kingdom. King Durin would build castle after castle against Shipbreaker Bay, each more fortified and stronger than the last. Each would break under the wrath of the gods, until the seventh, Storm's End. Talk about stubborn persistence, Edric chuckled, turning to Arya. Mayhaps that is why I am so welcome to the rain, it's in my blood. I think I know why you like that story so much. Arya gave him a smile. Oh, do you? Even when the gods forbid it, Durin remained steadfast. He didn't abandon his wife out of fear, he chose to fight. You'd do the same for someone you loved. Yes, that's part of it. Edric nodded. They both made great sacrifices to be bound together. One abandoned her divinity, while the other defied the wrath of gods. The strength of their union and love could not be denied, and so, Storm's End came to be. You like reading about heroes, don't you? Arya remarked with a slight smile. What inspires a man more than legend? Edric replied, looking up at the sky like you worship Nymeria and Visenya. I admire Durin and many others for their great deeds. Even if, some might be exaggerated. Perhaps Durin never built 7 castles, or Ilnia wasn't the daughter of 2 gods. Who could ever know? It might be true. Arya shrugged. The weather in Storm's End is not normal. Nor is your magic. Edric chuckled, raising his hand. Suddenly, the drops of rain waned and waned, until the final drop fell, and the wind halted to a light breeze. Anyway, you may continue. It should be a while before it rains. You should marry rain instead, Arya remarked, recalling him standing in it. Didn't you know? He smiled, speaking in a jestful tone. She is my first wife, following me wherever I go, showering my body in her sweet love whenever she can. Wind and Lightning are my other 2 wives, the latter being the most envious and vicious of them all. Yeah, right. Arya chuckled. You should enjoy Storm's End while you can. We'll be leaving soon. Edric found Asha Greyjoy sitting against the wall of a stable, drunk as could be. She had a few bruises on her, evidence of a fight from earlier. She had an axe by her side, which she had stolen. You are one giant mess, Asha, Edric remarked, raising an eyebrow. I heard you got into a fight, and Courtney was an inch away from throwing you into a cell. Fuck Stormlander cunts, every one of them, Asha muttered, tilting her head. You most of all. I don't appreciate the fact that I let you stretch your legs, and the first thing you do is embarrass me. Must I have you on a short leash like an undisciplined hound for you to behave? Do I have to keep you locked up in some dusty cell with one little window to look at? I am willing, no doubt, but I'd like to have more faith in you as a grown woman. Asha grasped the axe by her side and slowly raised it. Now, that would be unwise, Edric remarked, shaking his head. Put it down. I want to sleep. She lowered it, closing her eyes and forcing them open again. In a proper bed. She collapsed onto the ground. Not exactly in the position to make demands, but I'll be kind. Edric sighed, watching her wretched state. Hound, find her a bed to sleep in. Sandor didn't look too amused by the request but followed his orders. Now I've got to take care of the dumb ironborn bitch. After saying his farewells, Edric set sail to King's Landing with some added company. A handful of vigorous villagers had chosen to volunteer for his direct retinue, while several knights and storm lords sought to participate in the upcoming festivities. With much of the realm gathering to celebrate, King's Landing would look just as lively as it did during the Hands tourney. Chapter 50, Fragment of the Past. I stood in my cabin, twirling my warhammer in the air continuously. The dip in the effectiveness of my magic had been rather noticeable. In Storm's End, I truly was at my strongest. Not only was storm magic more effortless and overall more effective there, but I also recovered faster. This was no doubt due to the natural weather conditions. Generating enough wind in the cabin to lift the warhammer and then move it in my desired direction was much more difficult than it sounded. That hammer was a heavy boy, far heavier than a volley of arrows, and required a certain level of focus to upkeep. Also, my proficiency with wind was a bit lackluster compared to lighting, especially when it came to precise movements. Each second the warhammer spun in the air was more straining than the last. Whoosh! Eventually, my focus broke for an instant, and my warhammer broke loose. I quickly grabbed the spinning warmer before it smashed against the ground. As I did so, I felt my arm yank down and stretch. A weaker person probably would have torn something trying that. Phew. I took a deep breath and let go of the warmer, placing it against my desk. Definitely didn't almost sink the ship. Well, it probably wouldn't have devastated the floor to that degree, but having a sizable dent in my cabin would not have been ideal, either. I left the warmer for the day and played around with my dagger instead. Eventually, I should be able to twirl multiple weapons like that one Sith Lord. I forgot her name. Darth Great? Nah, that's not it. Fuck knows. Instead of lightsabers, I could have Valyrian steel blades. Or maybe I could use the warmer like Thor, perhaps a bit of both at once. Storm magic is quite versatile. My thoughts ceased as I focused on my magic exercise. The constant spinning of the dagger was hypnotizing in a way, reminding me of memories I had otherwise repressed. Always moving, the same motion over and over again, with little purpose behind it. It reminded me, of me. Stack, stack, stack. It was endless. I saw myself putting in work with one of the deadest expressions I had seen yet. My blue eyes looked so dark and lifeless they might as well have been black. There was no smile, for I had absolutely nothing to smile about. Why was I here again? Was I dreaming? I watched my old self waddle along, strained and tired. As I looked to the side, I noticed Raiden Shogun watching alongside me. My mouth opened slightly. Raiden? I questioned, tilting my head slightly. It seems that my bond to you brought me here. She said, looking around. What is this strange place? My old workplace. I observed the towers of baskets that I had stacked for customer orders. The grey, unamusing workhouse which housed most of my unpleasant memories. Best place on earth. I could feel the pain all over again. Back, neck, legs, feet. Surprisingly enough, however, my arms rarely ever hurt. I suppose they were made to carry heavy things even then. It wasn't exactly interesting, but Raiden Shogun looked intrigued enough. She floated around, watching the manager chat away while everyone else got on with their day. The pickers went along into the store with their trolleys stacked with 10 empty baskets each while I was the sole loader putting all their returning filled baskets in place. From ambient items such as water, tomatoes, microwaves, bread, then the chiller to deal with chilled items such as meat and then frozen, of course. All me, back and forth, back and forth. Soaking wet with sweat, to cool, to freezing and back to hot. It wasn't like that at the beginning. Once, there used to be 4, then 3, then 2, until some days, it was just me. Why pay 4 people to do the same job when one was adequate enough? It was only logical for a businessman looking from above. Alas, I don't think my old body agreed with that. Even so, I had the agency of a dead goldfish. I let the stream of life take me wherever. I just worked and slept, worked and slept. Is this how it was for you? She questioned. Yet. I nodded. I couldn't tell you the number of times I thought about taking my studies further and eventually leaving. Yet, no matter how angry and frustrated I was, I didn't do a thing about it. Arthur, you're taking the piss, mate. The manager walked up to me, looking around. You're so slow today. Look around. I have no trolleys. I need you to fill them up and label them. There's also a click and collect customer waiting outside. I saw a flash of anger cross my eyes before I lowered my head and sped up, breaking my steady rhythm. I was stacking like a demon, whether the basket had 1 random can of beans or 6x2L water bottles. Thump. 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 People loved ordering as much water as they feasibly could, I remarked, chuckling. It was cheap, but they acted like tap water and filters didn't exist. What is tap water? Well, it's kinda like free water that you can access in pretty much any house. In some places, it's unclean, but in other places, it's plenty drinkable. I see, the world of your first life is quite different. Quite different is an understatement, I remarked. After my old self managed to catch up with the ambient, he had plenty of frozen and chilled trolleys waiting for him outside. Though, he first went to deal with the customer. He took his order number and went back in, getting his stuff ready. That's a big order, the manager remarked. And the guy, he looks suspicious. It could be fraud, ask for his ID. I seemed to shrug, probably not thinking much of it. I hated asking for IDs, confronting people wasn't exactly my strong suit. I'd much rather just get along with my day back then. I took his stuff outside and didn't even bother asking for ID. Acting like I forgot. Typical. You forgot to ask for identification, Raiden said, raising an eyebrow. Quite an oversight on your part. Just keep observing. I shrugged. Did you ask for the I.D? The manager asked as I returned. No. I said the truth, even though it would have been pretty easy to lie. Go and ask for it, then. Christ, Arthur, it's not that hard. I turned right back around and went to ask for his ID. Of course, he had it, but he didn't look too happy about the request. It's because I'm black, isn't it? He questioned, shaking his head. No, my manager asked to ask for ID, bullying the vulnerable. The hooded man frowned at me like I was suddenly wearing a KKK cosplay. What comes around goes around. It wasn't even me. Old Arthur blinked. I know, it's all right. He turned away, packing his stuff into bags quickly. If I was white though, it would be different, wouldn't it? Arthur didn't answer his question, slipping away. He sighed, going back inside. Conveniently enough, another customer would come, a white lady. I served her just the same, and the manager made no mention of ID. It was a pretty small order, so I just did my job. The dark-skinned lad wasn't quite gone yet, watching the whole thing. So you didn't ask her for I.D? No words came to mind back then. Fucking racists. The man shook his head. I see how it is. Issues were quite frequently pushed onto me, given that I was the representative for the customers outside. Whether it's Uber Eats, Just Eat, or Go for drivers, everything falls on me. Something was late? I had to apologize. The manager made a mistake, forgetting to have an order picked. Me, again. I'd have to ask them to wait patiently. I've been waiting for 30 minutes. One foreign Uber Eats driver shouted, banging on the door. I had to go out and talk to him. You could cancel the order, Arthur spoke softly, looking like he hardly gave a shit, which was very true. I'm 100% sure I just wanted to go home at that point. You said 5 minutes, but I've been waiting for 30. Why is it taking so long? The pickers are a bit slow today, I replied. It should be ready by now. This place is fucking shit, man. The foreign Uber Eats driver shook his head. I couldn't agree more, my nameless illegal immigrant friend. It's fucking shit, mate. Absolutely diabolical. Arthur. I need you to load 3 vans quickly. Arthur, I need you to pick chilled for me. Arthur, I need you to consolidate these items. Arthur, I need you to work overtime. Arthur this, Arthur that, Arthur, please feed my goldfish, fuck my wife really good and drive 7 vans at once. He didn't say the last 3, but he may as well have, even I got irritated, and I was just watching this time around. Eventually, I had done everything, at the cost of looking like a zombie. Meanwhile, the drivers got to complain about having to deliver too much while conveniently ignoring who had to stack every one of their loads. It was a strange phenomenon where they worked the easiest part of the job, yet still complained about it being too hard. I guess people just like to complain in the end. The person who should have been complaining most of all hadn't uttered a single word, clocking out and going home. To me now, it looked more like modern slavery than ever before. And I was a most excellent slave. How much did they pay you for that day? It must have been quite the sum. Ahaha. I chuckled at Raiden's statement. Yeah, about that, they pay as little as they can get away with. Everyone gets the same wage at this workplace. The very same wage. Except the managers, of course. They get the pay and the credit for looking like they're working. I shrugged. That's just how it is. No wonder you hardly spoke of it. All you'd hear is me complaining, I said, shaking my head. I would much rather leave these memories locked away somewhere and forgotten. They are still a part of you, as my days as Shogun are. Raiden was very curious about London, more than I ever had been. When the dream led us to my apartment, she got to see my messy room, which was littered with NBA memorabilia, from jerseys to trading cards to posters. Almost everything was colored in purple and gold. Besides that, you could see something about each Lakers legend throughout history, mainly Kobe Bryant. Strive for greatness. Success isn't owed. It's leased, and the rent is due every day. Mamba mentality. It's a constant quest to be better today than you were yesterday and better tomorrow than you were the day before. I don't want to be the next Michael Jordan. I only want to be Kobe Bryant. There's winning, and there's losing, and in life, you have to know that both will happen. But what's never been acceptable to me is quitting. It was a bit embarrassing. Okay, maybe more than a bit. This is a room that was made for my eyes only. There were also many history books, comics, anime, games, and the like occupying one side of the apartment. Tons of figurines, too, and all of them were badass male ones. I didn't want to delve into that other side. I wasn't that far gone, lonely as I was. These were your heroes? She questioned, looking at the posters of NBA players. Yeah, in a way. I looked up to them. I admitted, slowly nodding. These were my roots, I shouldn't be too embarrassed of them. I wanted to be like them, but my body liked to remind me that it was impossible. I was too short, too weak, too slow, too fragile. I had no talent on top of that. And that is why you relish your current strength so greatly. Raiden remarked. You can reach the goals that once were no more than a dream before. I nodded. In this life, I have no excuses. 0. Past me went straight for a shower, then a nap. Raiden explored further, finding my wanted dead or alive, Westbrick of Russell poster. I put his price at a modest £999,999,999 and the face on the poster, well, it was littered with darts. Who is this? Your nemesis? Raiden Shogun questioned, observing the poster. Ah! I chuckled. You could say that. Westbrick of Russell. After the nap, old me managed to have enough energy to boot up the PC. It was one of those days when I wanted to do something with the little time I had. As I entered my password and the screen moved to my desktop, an image of Raiden Shogun popped up. Raiden looked puzzled, seeing herself. Old me went a step further, booting up Genshin Impact. How wonderful! However, before he went past the main menu, the dream shattered. Knock. Knock. A semi-loud banging sound woke me. Apparently, I had fallen to my desk for a nice nap. I yawned, shaking my head. The dagger hadn't cut me in my laps, fortunately. What is it? I stretched my neck, glancing at the door. Princess Ariane wishes to see you, Your Grace. I heard Arthur's voice. Should I let her in? What was that about? Raiden questioned, no doubt thinking about her being my desktop image. You knew of me, before. Later, I mouthed. There was never an ideal time to tell Raiden she was a game character. There was just no use in speaking of it. What would she gain other than a potential existential crisis? Maybe it would explain my initial fondness. Even so, she's very real now, so perhaps it wouldn't matter as much as I thought. I sheathed my dagger, standing up. This was undoubtedly another attempt, a growing list, might I add, to get me to sleep with her. Alas, I could also turn it into an opportunity to put my foot down and put an end to her little ambition of seducing me. Though I don't want to treat Ariane too harshly. She is the heir to Dorne, after all. I have to find a way to get her to hop off my dick while not making her dislike me too strongly. Your Grace, are you all right? Arthur questioned, breaking the silence. Well, I didn't train my charisma for nothing. It's meant for these things. Sure, I'll entertain the princess. Chapter 51, The Silver Dragon. Ariane was certainly dressed for the occasion in a not-so-modest dress that boasted her more alluring features. She held a bottle of wine and 2 cups, stepping forward with a smile. I hope I did not disturb your rest, Your Grace. I won't lie and say you didn't, I remarked, glancing at the wine. What's the occasion? What is there for a princess to do all alone in a little cabin? I would have died from boredom. I'm afraid these cabins didn't come with amusing gestures. I shrugged. They're for sleeping, mainly. I have no need for gestures. Ariane said, placing her bottle and cups on the desk. Her distinct fragrance washed over me as she stood behind my chair. Only you, Your Grace. Is that so? I questioned, looking forward. Lamentably, I do not feel the same way. And why would that be? Ariane put her hands on my shoulders, lowering them slightly. You seemed plenty interested before. Not all things are as they seem, Ariane. You're going to break my heart, Your Grace, Ariane spoke with a softer voice, massaging my shoulders. You seem rather tense today. Perhaps a drink might ease you? I prepared a rich Dornish red for this very occasion. You haven't lived until you tried it. I've chosen to stay away from wine, I replied, shaking my head. Not much good comes out of it, in the end. Like your night with the Rose of Highgarden. I nodded. Just like that night? Indeed, I would see it as a mistake as well. Reach girls are hardly anything impressive. Ariane chuckled. Wouldn't you agree? I can't recall. Ha, she was so immortal that you can't even say if she was any good. Isn't that quite telling? I shrugged. You see. Ariane leaned in closer to my ear. If you had come to me instead, you would have remembered, and come for more the next night, and the one after that. You think so? I raised an eyebrow. We could put it to the test, Your Grace, here and now. Before I knew it, she had one ascending hand on my thigh and had already planted a kiss on the side of my face. I grabbed her hand, moving it away, before standing up to face her. Her mouth opened slightly in surprise. Must I say it more plainly? Why do you hesitate? She questioned, raising her other hand to touch the side of my face. Do you wish to feed others the idea that you are dutiful and honorable? Or convince yourself that you are someone else? You don't know me. I frowned slightly, grabbing her other hand by the wrist and removing it from my face. Don't pretend that you do. Oh, do I like the look in your eyes? She observed, smiling. Are they purple? Purple. I chuckled, letting go of her hands. Don't change the subject. One night of pleasure never hurt anyone, Your Grace. That is all I ask. After that, we can both walk away as if nothing had ever happened. It would be our little secret. You are a persistent woman, I remarked, shaking my head. Alas, I'm not interested in being unfaithful for a second time. You should set your sights on something else. Another man. She scoffed. There is only one Edric Baratheon. Unfortunately for you, he can't be the fling you seek. Oh, I don't believe so. Ariane shook her head slowly. When you realize that duty has left you bleeding in a dull world of your creation, you will turn to me, and I will open your eyes to happiness you never knew before. If I were not pleased with my life, a night with you would not change a thing. I seek something more permanent. Something with meaning. I shook my head. And you can't give me that even if you tried your damnedest. How could you be so sure without trying? Because I know precisely what I want in this life, and a long list of women I slept with is not one of them. Then what is it that you seek? She raised an eyebrow. You would not understand. Ariane chuckled. I will not overstay my welcome, in that case. I watched her take the wine and cups, leaving my cabin. Only for you would I be quite so patient. I heard her say as she left. You knew of me before? Raiden questioned. Later. And when would later be? When I wish. I replied, going off to sleep. 11th moon of 299 AC, King's Landing. It didn't take many days to return to King's Landing from Storm's End, with my storm magic giving the small fleet a favorable wind. King's Landing was buzzing, crowded inns full to the brink, people scurrying around for accommodations at extortionate prices, and the brothels were no doubt raking in profit. It all reminded me of the Hans tourney. Before going to the Red Keep, I chose to take a detour around the city. It was one thing to hear reports from small council meetings but another to see the state of King's Landing personally. Though, wherever I went, everyone straightened up like I was the head teacher coming to inspect a classroom. I decided to check up on one of Littlefinger's former brothels, which he had use for any more. All of his establishments had been seized under the Iron Throne, and managers had been chosen to look after them. Though I wasn't particularly fond of them, they did generate quite a bit of money. Besides that, Littlefinger had placed competent people in charge, which made the change in ownership rather simple. Inside of the brothel, I saw a group of men wearing plate gilded in silver and shrouded in blue capes. They looked like knights, but I did not recognize any of them, nor the sigil they wore. A silver dragon on a blue field? The Arans called, they want their colors back. Get out of here, you scoundrel. You've wasted more than enough gold. The person at the head of the group was quite tall and slender with a feminine voice. I couldn't see any features since she wore a full set of plate armor. She grabbed one of the clients by the ear and dragged him away. He looked to be of Valyrian descent, with silver hair and dark blue eyes. It's my gold, though. The young man scratched his hair. Besides, I'm so good at it I don't even have to pay. The tourney will be starting soon. How do you expect to win anything in such a sorry state? She countered. You worry too much, my lady. I'll win it all just for you. Are we disturbing anything? I questioned, stepping forward. That's the king, ain't he? One of the guards remarked. No, it's nothing at all. The leader turned to me and didn't look all that startled. We were just on our way. Might I ask, who are you lot? I've not seen that sigil anywhere before. It is not a sigil that you'd see in Westeros. The leader replied simply. We came from Lys after hearing news of this grand tourney celebrating Lord Aran's marriage. Naturally, we arrived to participate in the spectacle and witness it firsthand. From Lys, That certainly struck my curiosity. Was this some high-ranking noble? No doubt, keeping company of that number of heavily armored men wasn't cheap. Might I have your name? Ask your spider, and he will most certainly tell you. And why would I ask him when you're right here? I'd hate to bore you with all the details, Your Grace. She walked past me with her company of men. I smiled slightly, glancing back. She had a strong presence, for a woman. That's one added question for Varys. After that, I chatted with the person overseeing the brothel to see how things were going. The girls wanted to have a go at me, but I kindly rejected them. We have a client you might be interested in seeing, Your Grace. The master of the establishment stroked his beard. A little lion, to be precise. Ugly little thing, but he pays well. Tyrion, here? Have the Lannisters already made their way back to court? One of my Lord Paramounts. He nodded. Sure. Tell Lord Tyrion to cease his whoring for a short while and see me. Before long, I watched Tyrion stumble his way to me. His face was not something I could ever get used to, honestly. He made Brienne look like a goddess. I never thought I'd see you in the same brothel as I, Your Grace. He made a humble bow. It is a rather pleasant surprise though, to be sure. You seem to be enjoying yourself, I remarked. You also forget your station, Lord Tyrion. I would expect more from you. You're sullying your house's name, and, by extension, my name as you are one of my Lord Paramounts. Is it a crime for a lord to visit a brothel now? He replied, smiling slightly. Your Grace, you sound almost like my father. I chuckled, maybe I did. My point still stands. You should dedicate more time to finding a wife rather than wasting it here. I've never heard a man complain so much for profiting from me. Tyrion remarked. You do own this establishment, don't you? Indeed. I suppose Littlefinger had no need of it dead. Tyrion looked at me, his stare a tiny bit unsettling, in an ugly way. If you wish me to be wed, perhaps you should find me a suitable bride as you did for Lord Arryn. I have no doubt there is a long line of maidens from great houses just waiting to lay with the imp of Lannister. For a moment, the absurd idea of binding Tyrion to Arianne came to mind, which made me laugh. You seem to understand. Tyrion cracked a slight smile. I am not the most charming of prospects. Are you telling me that you don't have any offers? A Lord Paramount? I questioned. I refuse to believe that. I have some, but only from minor houses. Does pride matter so much to you? Not particularly, no. Tyrion shook his head. I simply wondered if you had better matches in mind, being my liege king. I'll think about it. I nodded. Anyway, I've spent long enough in this brothel. I shall see you next in the Great Hall. Honestly, trying to think of a good match for Tyrion was a lot harder than it sounded on paper. His appearance and reputation made him a very hard sell, despite his Lord Paramount status. A daughter of a great house was definitely out of the picture, probably even a major house. He was better off just marrying for love, which is probably something he might not even be able to find. The women around him would only be in it for the wealth and power. I didn't envy his position in the slightest. My next stop was one of the city watch barracks, where the gold cloaks were training harder than some soldiers would. Dorian had instilled discipline deep into the blood of these men, and loyalty along with that. Due to the added traffic from the tourney, they would no doubt have to work harder than usual. Your Grace. Harry, the Lord Commander of the City Watch, solemnly bowed alongside the rest of the gold cloaks. Welcome back to King's Landing. I trust it's not gotten too chaotic. I smiled slightly. No, the men have picked up the slack. We've just had to decrease the number of hours spent training to compensate, Harry replied. Also, we had an extensive search for any criminals before the guests arrived. I see that the streets of King's Landing are in good hands, then. I nodded. I am no Dorian Daggerhand, of course, but I seek to continue the path that he paved. He left the gold cloaks in a strong position, and I won't allow it to slip again, not while I bear the title of Lord Commander. Good man. I pat his shoulder. Though, your actions will speak far louder than mere words. I will act as I speak, Your Grace. I am a man of my word. I like you. I smiled, nodding. Well, I won't keep you from your duties. I didn't linger around for much longer, deciding to make my way to the Red Keep at last. The great doors were open before I knew it, and the great hall came into view. It had never looked quite as crowded as it did now. It seemed as if a majority of the realm's houses were present in some form or another. Lords, heirs, ladies, sons, knights. Indeed, practically the entire Vale court had arrived. There were also representatives for houses from the Riverlands, Crownlands, this one goes without saying, Stormlands, Reach, Dorne, Iron Islands, the North and even the Westerlands. All 9 regions. I had a strong feeling that this tourney would be an even greater spectacle than the Hands tourney had been. Chapter 52, Oaths and Vows. After entering, Edric exchanged formalities before ascending to the Iron Throne and holding court. Given the number of visitors, there were many highborn seeking an audience with him. Holding court would be a way to handle all of their matters in one session rather than being disturbed later. First up was Herald Arryn, who stopped several steps before the bottom of the Iron Throne. "It is a great honor to be in your presence once more, Your Grace." He bent his knee and lowered his head rather solemnly. "Since it was you who raised me to the position of Lord Paramount, chosen me a worthy bride and rid the Vale of the villainous mountain clans, I wished to honor you by funding a great tourney and marrying within the capital before you. I am aware that I had not sought your permission before moving, but do not fret over it, Lord Herald." Edric raised his hand, smiling slightly. "I approved of it the moment I received your letter." "I am pleased to hear that, Your Grace." Herald smiled, raising his head to look up. "There is something that I wish to announce as well." "Go ahead." Edric placed his head on his arm, observing with curiosity. "You may rise to do so." He nodded, standing up and turning to face the court. "I wish to proclaim, before the eyes of all the lords of the realm and our great king, that I, Lord Herald Arryn, the Lord of the Vale and Warden of the East, am his most fervent bannerman. Should there be any threat to his Grace's reign in the future, the Vale shall be the first to rally to his cause with every sword, bow, spear, mace, and horse at the ready. I shall serve his Grace with wholehearted loyalty, as Jon Arryn had served Robert Baratheon, until my very last breath." Renly chuckled, leaning to the side against a wall. He found his claim to be the most fervent supporter amusing. Stannis Baratheon looked on with the same stern expression, thinking a similar thing as Renly did. Meanwhile, Edric kept his smile. "I appreciate your passionate oath of loyalty, Lord Herald." Edric nodded. "It is reassuring to know that the Vale stands so firmly behind me." Herald turned back to Edric, bowing. "It is the least I could do to wash away the terrible stain Lysa Arryn left on the Vale's name. You will accomplish that sooner rather than later, I am sure. Is there anything else?" "Only the finer details of the great tournament, but I should like to discuss that with you privately." "Very well." Edric nodded. "I shall see you after this hearing." Not soon after, Lyn Corbray would step up. "As I am a second son and stand to inherit no lands, I wish to enter your direct service as a knight, Your Grace." Lyn Corbray knelt before the Iron Throne. "If you would have me, of course." "You are a distinguished warrior, Ser." Edric nodded, discreetly eyeing his Valyrian steel sword, "Lady Forlorn. I would gladly have you." "I am honored." After several other matters related to the Vale lords and knights, most of which had been gifts and praises, Brynden Tully stepped up. Edric was curious as to what he had to say. "It is well known that you executed my niece for her acts of treason, and I wish to say that I hold no grudges for the act. You gave her a chance to surrender, and she remained stubborn till the bitter end." Brynden Tully stated, raising his head to look up at Edric. "To make amends for her foolishness and restore House Tully's honor, I wish to offer you my service. You are a seasoned veteran of dozens of battles who served my father and Jon Arryn splendidly for many years. I would be more than honored to have you." Edric nodded. "Loras, Lyn, and Blackfish, am I unintentionally building the Westerosi homosexual super team?" More knights from across the realm would pledge themselves directly in service to Edric, seeking glory and honor. Edric accepted them all like free loot. He had no reason to turn away skilled men who offered to work for free. Though, some of them were a bit more ambiguous than others skill-wise. Not all knights were exactly warriors, some had merely been granted the honor because of their name and bloodline, such as the sons of highborn lords. All it took for one to become a knight was for another to knight them, after all. Even so, Edric saw potential. His court session would last the entire day as he entertained his guests and settled any disputes. Once night came, he would finally descend from the Iron Throne and stretch his legs. Most of his body ached from sitting on the least comfortable seat in all of the 7 kingdoms for hours on end. His social battery was also completely drained by speaking to well over 100 people and pretending to look interested in their matters. A battle was far more fun and less tiring for him, but Edric had pushed through it all while maintaining a cheerful mood on the outside. "You did well," Renly remarked with a smile. Robert would have fallen asleep listening to all of the bickering of Highborn. "I was close to doing so myself." Edric chuckled, shaking his head. "Alas, I've freed myself up for a good while." Renly nodded. "I heard about your little entanglement, Edric, and so did Stannis. He keeps hanging it over my head as if I had any hand in it. What do you think of it?" Edric questioned. "You did what your heart told you to," Renly shrugged. "I see no fault in it, except that the girl you bedded was Marjorie. I am sure you know it is a matter of greater importance. Now would be a better time than ever to wed her. Because she threw herself onto my drunken self," Edric added, raising an eyebrow. "If anything, I am exceedingly lenient on them. Throwing Arya aside and marrying Marjorie instead because of her little scheme, uncle, do you take me for a fool?" "Of course not, Your Grace. I was only informed that it was a night of passion and love." Renly tilted his head slightly. "It would seem that my information might have been flawed. While I might consider her a friend, she is no lover of mine." Edric replied, shaking his head. "I've already said so once and my mind remains unchanged. When Arya is a woman grown, I will wed her, and she will be the queen. After that, I might consider Marjorie's position if she remains unwed." Renly raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "It depends on what the future holds. Regardless, I will hear no more of my marriage prospects. Is there anything else you wish to speak of?" "No, Your Grace, I won't take more of your time today. You should take this time to rest instead." Renly smiled slightly, nodding. "I know you must be tired from your journey. I'll take your advice, uncle." Edric called for Varys in his study room, still intrigued by the group he encountered earlier. "Please, sit. How might I serve you, Your Grace?" Varys questioned. "Might you know of the group that wears a banner with a silver dragon on a sky blue field? I met them in King's Landing earlier and am curious of their origin. If I am not mistaken, that would be the merchant princess Rhaera Aerialis and her retainers." "Rhaera Aerialis, can you tell me more about this person?" Edric asked. "That name is quite the mouthful." "Certainly, Your Grace." Varys nodded. "She is famed for her seemingly countless talents, including painting, learning, architecture, crafting, singing, acting, sailing, and managing finances, among other things. Her skill as an archer is also well noted for a woman, and few people are as passionate about creative arts as she is. As far as I know, she is fluent in over a dozen languages. Due to her vast talents, ambition, and diligence, she has accumulated an enormous treasury, formed a bank and commands a fleet of 24 merchant ships." Edric paused, blinking silently as he let all of that sink in. "What can't this woman do? I reckon that list would be shorter. I imagine you would also be amused to know that she is Dorian Daggerhand's daughter." "His daughter?" Edric blinked once more, beginning to speculate her true purpose. "That rogue, is this one of his so-called gifts?" "In all but blood," Varys explained. "From what I know, he has been unable to sire any children despite his frequent entanglements with various women. That is why, 13-odd years ago, he chose to buy Rhaera and raise her as his own. I'd think that he would be the type of man to prefer a son to inherit his legacy." Edric stroked his chin. Mayhaps that is true, but Rera was no ordinary girl. She was bred from many generations of slaves by masters who sought certain traits. They bred beauty with beauty, beauty with strength, beauty with intellect, and it goes on. Rera, she is what you might call the perfect culmination of hundreds of years of such practices. I see. Edric nodded. What of Dorian himself? What is his origin? He was a bastard born of passion and sold to a slaver at the age of 8. From there, Who were his parents? Edric questioned, raising an eyebrow. He had already heard the slave story and many others from Dorian himself, but very little of his parents. His father was little more than a commoner, a sailor of great charm and not much more. As for his mother, she was a disgraced noble. Edric took note that he did not say any names. It looked like Varys wouldn't budge on the matter. Though, Edric had his suspicions already. He does not hold his bloodline in high regard, and it only led him to slavery, so it matters little. All that he is today was made from his own efforts. You would be right. Edric rose from his seat. Thank you for your time, Lord Varys. Any time. Varys lowered his head slightly. Your Grace. Jaime's POV. While the initial days in Castle Black were not too kind to Jaime Lannister, he began to accustom himself to the brothers of the Night's Watch. He became less prideful and mocking towards the men around him, even if they mocked him. Each time he felt the need to rectify their mockery, he had thought of his father's words. A lion doesn't concern himself with the opinion of sheep. Though a majority of the Night's Watch disliked him, Jaime had befriended a group of men and gained some support. His training went exceptionally well as he showed why he was held in high regard as a swordsman and showed potential in terms of being a ranger. He even found himself enjoying the constant physical activities, which allowed his mind to focus on what was in front of him rather than his misery. Soon enough, he had been assigned to the Rangers and was only one step away from becoming a man of the Night's Watch, his vows. As Jaime was no believer of the old gods, he did not have to say his vows before a weirwood tree and chose to do so in Castle Black's sole September instead. It was a small building, crowded with men. Most of the men gathered around, wishing to see the sight of the famed Jaime Lannister becoming a man of the Night's Watch. A lot of them even waited outside. Well, Kingslayer? Bowen Marsh questioned. We do not have all day to be standing around, or did you forget the words? I know the damn words, Jaime thought. He took a deep breath, thinking of all that led to this point. Had there been a point where he could have been someone else? Was it when he stabbed Aerys in the back? Embraced his sister? Was there ever a time when he could have been like a Sir Arthur Dane? The more he thought about it, the more unlikely it seemed. He silently cursed himself, kneeling down before the gods. So, this is my fate. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. As Jaime began saying his vows, a few laughs came from the men watching him. He kept going. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch. He paused, closing his eyes briefly. For this night and all the nights to come. And so, he rose as a man of the Night's Watch, taking his black cape and wearing it as he once wore his white one. Chapter 53, Birth of a Myth. The great tournament would have 7 events in honor of the 7, archery, throwing, racing, a free-for-all melee, mock team battles, duels between distinguished fighters from the melee, and the joust. Events such as throwing would have multiple competitions, such as light and heavy throwing objects. As for mock team battles, the victorious team would be divided into duelists to decide the grand victor. Since Edric's vision became far grander than even Haroldarin had ever hoped, Edric chose to contribute some of his wealth to the prizes. As they were going to have a tournament at such a time, he decided to make it one to remember. Hoosh! Crunk! Loras' lance broke against Edric's armor, dropping him to the ground for the third time on a row. He remained on his back for quite a while, looking up at the sky. This justing business, it had never been his strong suit. Meanwhile, almost the entire court looked on. Loras is a skilled lance, indeed. Haroldarin remarked. He may even be the finest in all the 7 kingdoms. Edric hasn't properly practiced justing since he left Storm's End for the Hands tourney, Arthur added, shaking his head. Mainly because he sees no use for a lance in a real battle, when he has his bow. Though, I will admit that Loras is the best amongst us regarding justing. I've seldom heard of a joust with bows. Tyrion japed. Though I suppose his grace prefers winning battles over competitions. You've at last crawled out of the brothels, imp, Renly remarked, observing his small stature. I could have almost missed the sight of you. It seems to me that Lannisters aren't very welcome around these parts anymore. Tyrion cracked a slight smile, savouring his cup of wine. Men seem to forget that I was the one who surrendered Casterly Rock and provided the Lannister fleet along with all the swords I could for the invasion of the Iron Isles. When it was all lost, you did, Renly said, shaking his head. The siege could have lasted an extended period of time, given that Casterly Rock is quite impenetrable. Tyrion shrugged. Which may have led to most unfavourable events, Lord Regent. Though, I will save you the effort of thinking about that and instead say that I've only come here to honour his grace. I have nothing but admiration for him. Of course. Renly chuckled in a doubtful tone. Is it unlawful to be a good bannerman these days? No, yet it is difficult to see you as one. Appearances can be deceiving, Tyrion remarked. He spared my brother when more than half the realm wanted his head. Is his grace planning to get up from the ground today? Oberyn remarked with a laugh. Or did the Knight of Flowers kill his will to joust? Edric sighed, slowly getting off the ground. I'm a fraud without hyperfocus when it comes to justing. He thought, chucking at himself. Built like Javali McGee, big for nothing. Do you wish to take a break, Your Grace? Loras asked, taking on a sympathetic expression as he removed his helm and rode towards him. We've exchanged quite a number of tilts today. I believe that was the 30th one. Nah. Edric shook his head, his blue eyes glowing with flaming competitive spirit. I'm just getting started. However, if you're getting tired, I could always swap you out for another Kingsguard. I wouldn't want to wear you out before the actual tournament. No, I'm well enough. Almost as good as fresh. No excuses when I knock you off, then. Edric chuckled, kicking his lance off the ground and grasping it from the air. Just know that I'm not leaving on a loss even if it takes all day. Your persistence is admirable, Your Grace. Except it won't take all day. Just the next tilt. We'll see. Edric mounted his horse with confidence, taking a deep breath. How many times do you plan to lose, in a row? Arya questioned from the stands. Have you ever even jousted before? Shut up. I have. Edric glanced at her. A couple of times. Looks to me like it's your first time with a lance. You're embarrassing. I think you're doing quite well, just falling a little short of winning, Marjorie added with a sweet smile. I'm sure His Grace would win consistently against easier opponents. Thank you for your honesty, Arya. Edric nodded, ignoring Marjorie. You are right, this is quite embarrassing. I need to be better at hitting Loras with this wooden stick. Let me cheat, a little. Edric thought. Loras is getting a bit too cocky. Edric proceeded to use hyperfocus for the next 7 tilts, knocking Loras off with perfect accuracy each time. He made it look so easy that Loras began to question his own skills, and if Edric had been trolling him the entire time. Alas, that was not at all the case. He was just a hyper-focus merchant with the lance. After that, he continued justing Loras and the other good justers in his service, until midnight. Edric gathered his king's guard before the tournament for a speech. They say that some of you are too young, too inexperienced. Some say that the king's guard have taken a colossal fall from grace, that it is a shadow of its former, honorable, prestigious, and skilled self. They say that the king's guard of old would simply walk over you. While Edric spoke, he paced around them with his hands behind his back. I say they are all wrong. Edric turned to face them. If you were who they say you are, you'd be dead or dismissed already. I have taken you all through the fires of hell, forging knights worthy of the white armor you wear. All those intense training sessions that would break lesser men and the battles that would kill them, you have survived, emerging stronger than before. Now, it is time to let the realm know who you are, to prove me right for having chosen you as my king's guard. Edric raised one hand dramatically, seemingly grasping the sky and closing it into a fist. Etch your names into their hearts. Snatch victory from every fool who believes themselves more worthy than you. Bring glory and honor to not only yourselves, but your house, sworn brothers, and king. Engrave your very names into the annals of history, so that they may never be forgotten for so long as there are men who draw breath. Go out there, and win. Suffice to say, the morale of the King's Guard was at an all-time high as the grand tournament began. All 5 of them had joined their swords in a circle under the most enthusiastic Sir Arthur, swearing absolute victory. For the king! He shouted loud and clear. For the king! The rest followed his chant, raising their swords to the sky and splitting apart. The archery event had been open to pretty much everyone who showed the capacity to fire an arrow and was willing to participate. However, Edric substantially increased the initial qualifier difficulty by placing it at 80 paces, shaving tens of thousands off in the first round. As the rounds progressed, the distance increased to 105. By then, only 3 competitors remained standing. Angui, Balon Swan and Rara Aerialis. Edric was leaning forward at this point, observing the competition closely. Angui looked to be stretching his luck a little while he knew Balon Swan could fire from a greater range. Rara, she was the only uncertainty. The longbow in her hand seemed exceptional, quite unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was black and scaled, strong yet flexible. 110 paces. Angui missed by an inch while the other 2 struck their mark. 115 paces. Whoosh! Balon Swan missed, just barely. Edric took a deep breath. Surely the woman would miss as well? As Rara took upon the most textbook shooting form he had ever seen, she drew the bowstring all the way back and fired without hesitation. The arrow went soaring and struck dead center. The crowd cheered at the result as the champion had been decided at a rather high 115 paces. In recent history, only Edric's own showing at the Hands tourney could eclipse this display of accuracy and range. Edric's eyes widened slightly. As much as he wanted to dislike the result, she had very much won, and impressed him. Not only did she beat the best archer in his King's Guard, but she also did it while wearing a mask. He could only stand up and announce her as the champion of the archery contest. I wish to congratulate Rara Aerialis on her wonderful display of skill with the bow. It was a spectacle, indeed, one that had me on the edge of my seat. The other finalists impressed as well, no doubt, they would have easily been champions in other archery contests. Edric smiled with charisma, addressing the crowd before turning to Rara. My lady, how would you like the possibility of doubling your earnings, and challenging me at a range of 300 paces? If I miss first, you win without firing. 300. Rara questioned, raising an eyebrow beneath her mask. She chuckled, observing his expression. How about 1,000 paces? If you can hit a target from that range on the first attempt, I'll surrender the champion's purse to you and gift you a dragon bone longbow worthy of a mythical archer. 1,000 paces, is that woman mad? Renly raised an eyebrow. Even for you, Edric. And if I miss? Edric questioned. I'll have the armor you wore against the Vale's mountain clans. What an odd request. Edric tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow. You want my old armor? It is a mark of history. She nodded. I would not mind adding it to my collection. That is, if you accept the challenge, Your Grace. I would not blame you for walking away. After all, what mortal person could possibly strike true from such a range, let alone on the first try and at your young age? Only a being blessed by the gods could achieve such a feat. Edric grinned a little. She had flipped his way of restoring his Kingsguard's honor against him by posing a seemingly impossible challenge. Not only that, but she also stoked the fires of his pride as the best living archer and brought his claims of being the chosen son of the Seven into question. If he withdrew or failed, it would not look too well, but if he won, it would be the ultimate feat. A feat that would forever mark him as the greatest archer to ever draw breath and someone who could only be blessed by the gods. What a stupid challenge, Arya remarked. Let her have the win and move on. Edric took a deep breath, slowly standing up. It looked like no one believed it was remotely possible, even for him. It's a clear attempt to swindle you of your armor, Harold remarked. There's no reason to bite on the bait, Your Grace. Well, I'm not forcing your hand. Rera shrugged. It's only a fun little challenge. A way to prove yourself, or not. You think 1,000 paces is a challenge for me? Edric questioned, turning to Arthur with an air of confidence. Sir Arthur, ready my bow. I will show every man, woman, and child present a miracle to remember. Yes, Your Grace. Arthur bowed his head. I have faith that you will succeed. As Edric walked down to the archery contest grounds, he had to take a long walk away from the target. Then, the archery contest overseer had to measure the exact distance of 1,000 paces, which took quite a while. Eventually, it was marked, and Edric stood directly on it. North of 750 meters. Edric thought to himself, readying his golden heart bow as a strong wind blew over him. He planted his feet and took the perfect position he had trained with countless times. I'm stretching my luck a little. He closed his eyes, channeling storm magic. The strong wind suddenly calmed completely as if it had never existed. He slowly opened his eyes and narrowed on the target like an eagle that had found its prey. He prepared an arrow and held onto its end, placing it against his bowstring. Then, he began to pull back with all his strength, rapidly. Lightning sparked on his body and cloaked the arrow. Whoosh! After pulling as far back as he physically could, he let go without a moment's of hesitation and heard his golden heart bow crack in response. The force behind the arrow was so strong he could hear the air blow like the wind. It soared into the skies, swift as lightning. In hardly a second, it reached the target, and exploded right into it. Only silence followed for several seconds as everyone let the moment sink into their hearts. Edric had hit a target from 1,000 paces. What came after was the sound of raging, deafening applause from lowborn and highborn alike. Edric walked forward, observing his golden heart bow with dismay. They had been through a lot together, but its chapter in his life seemed to end as he outgrew it, just like the armors he had worn before. You've served me well. Edric lowered it and went ahead to confront Rera, who had prepared a pitch-black dragon bone bow that was almost as large as Edric himself. It was inlaid with golden patterns that shone under the light, depicting myths he did not recognize. Its majesty, the aura that the bow had, it seemed to be one of a kind. Magical, even. A bow that had seen the test of time. They say that this great dragon bone longbow once belonged to a peerless, godlike, archer from the Golden Empire of Yeti who could eclipse the sun with his arrows alone, Rera remarked. Since his death thousands of years ago, it hasn't known a single person who could wield it effectively, and has remained little more than a collectible. Mayhaps this legendary bow has found a worthy owner today. Edric grasped it and was thoroughly mesmerized. Indeed, it has.